Everybody. Former Taoiseach, President, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues and friends, you're all very welcome indeed to Maynooth University for this unique two-day conference on Ireland and the European Union at 50, Politics, Policy and Transformation. My name is John O'Brennan. I'm the director of the Maynooth Centre for European and Eurasian Studies. And on behalf of the Centre and of the Department of Sociology of the Maynooth University Social Sciences Institute, it's a great pleasure to co-host this event and to welcome our colleagues from the Irish Institute for International and European Affairs. We are delighted to partner with the IIEA. We've done it a number of times in the past and looking forward very much to the contributions over the next 2 days. Now, thinking about Ireland's 50-year anniversary, as someone who is approaching 50, admittedly from the wrong direction, I think I can identify some of the activities we tend to engage in when we reach this landmark moment in our lives. Reminiscence, reflection, regrets. We think about our successes and failures, about where we have come from and where we may be going to. We think about the friends who have helped us along the way. We think about the interesting characters we have encountered, people who have added gaiety and fun to our lives. And of course, in educational terms, we think about the teachers who brought us to the place we're at today. All of us, I think, whether we are academics, politicians, public policy people, diplomats, civil society representatives, we can all identify specific instances of where Europe came into our lives, where it entered our consciousness and in whatever forms imposed itself. My own first memories of Europe as a schoolboy were of the 1980s, of the Common Agricultural Policy, of wine lakes and butter mountains and all the controversy that was associated with that period. Later, it encompassed the fall of the Berlin Wall in that tremendous year of 1989. Jacques Delors referred to it as the acceleration of history in the summer of 1989. Europe was utterly transformed then. And I've been very lucky to have experienced Europe in all kinds of myriad forms in the decades since then. On Saturday night, we will see a specific form of Europe in the luminous shape of the Eurovision Song Contest. Bawdy, ridiculous, camp as bejesus, and irreverently challenging all comers to defy its spirit of earnest togetherness and celebration of kitsch. But please, on pain of death, do not mention the Irish entry. Over the last days, we've had the disappointment that we've got used to over a long period of time. I should say for the president that Finland has entered one of the best songs in the competition. It's the second favorite. However, if you haven't seen it, I would urge you take your blood pressure pills because it takes quite some viewing. The 50-year juncture, I think, constitutes a hugely important moment for us to look back, to pause and reflect, to share our experiences, good and bad, reminisce about the relationships we have all formed as a result of this unique experiment in cross-national governance. One of the things I think that people aren't as aware of is just how unique in historical and contemporaneous terms the European Union is as a project of cooperation across national borders, encompassing different cultures, identities, faith groups, and so on. And I would submit that universities, students and teachers have been extraordinary beneficiaries over the years of the opportunities offered by the European Union, in particular through the Erasmus program since the late 1980s. Universities in the modern age are obsessed with measuring impact, But just to look at Erasmus, the outstanding statistic is that about 1 million Erasmus babies have been born since 1990. I often wonder how many of those babies may be sourced to Maynooth, but that's a matter of conjecture. For that reason and for much more, I think it's very appropriate that we remember the role played in the creation of Erasmus by Peter Sutherland, great Irishman, and one of the most thoughtful people. I've been going back and reading essays from the 1970s and 80s, and he's one of the people who had extraordinary foresight, I think, about the European project at that time. Peter's career also reminds us of the oversized contribution made by Irish people to the development of the European Union over its history, of Pat Cox, Catherine Day, David O'Sullivan, Patrick Hillary, who negotiated Irish membership in the early 1970s, more recently of Emily O'Reilly, Paschal O'Donoghue, Mairead McGuinness, the European Commissioner, who will be with us tomorrow, of great academics like Bridget Laffan and Professor Desmond Dinan, who we're delighted to host today. Des gives the keynote academic address later this afternoon. We think of people like Brendan Halligan, that stalwart of the Institute of International and European Affairs, and of great journalists like Paddy Smith, Paul Gillespie, and Tony Connolly. On a personal note, I also want to highlight and to thank our colleague Francis Jacobs. Francis, as many of you will know, served for many decades in the European Parliament as a senior civil servant there. He would come to Maynooth and talk to our students about the experience within the European Parliament, and indeed he would travel with me with our student groups when we went to Brussels. I can well recall in 2018, we were going through the central concourse of the Parliament. We could not advance more than 10 metres because Francis was being stopped every 10 metres by one MEP after another. It was really like, I thought, the Mick Jagger of civil service, if we could make that analogy. Francis, we rarely get the chance to publicly say thank you, but thank you for all your contributions to Maynooth over the years. We think also, of course, of John Hume, one of the few politicians of his era to have a genuine vocation for Europe, and the determination on his part to fuse his Europeanism to his campaign for peace in Northern Ireland, something that Bertie has been speaking extensively about over recent weeks. I was struck in a recent lecture here by a young historian just how much of Europe John Hume imbibed when he was here in Maynooth. He was studying with Tommaso Fiacco and in classics and philosophy and so on. It's extraordinary how his worldview was really shaped in those few years that he was here with us at Maynooth University. Mention of John Hume reminds us, of course, that this is a year of multiple anniversaries. There's the 50-year anniversary that we are evaluating over the next couple of days. It's also the 50th enlargement, the 50th anniversary of the first enlargement or expansion of the European Union, the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, and the 30th anniversary of the coming into operation of the European single market. In my view, Ireland has been one of the biggest winners from the single market over that period, and I think that will continue to be the case long into the future. Ireland's experience of integration, of course, has had highs and lows. We've had great successes and we've had some important failures. 2 failed referendums this century indicate that we should not be complacent about our membership, about taking the Irish public for granted. And I'll argue today in one of our panels that we are not really doing enough to communicate Europe consistently to Irish people. We need to do a lot more, and I think we could do a lot more on communicating the essence of Irish membership, what our interests are, how we pursue them in Brussels and elsewhere. In saying that, however, I really want to thank our participants from the world of politics, from the world of civil society and from academia. We're privileged to be able to draw on your expertise. I'm really looking forward to what you have to say over the next couple of days. We deliberately designed this conference as a dialogue between the academic world, the policy-making world, and civil society, so that we could draw out the best of the Irish experience and learn from it. Before I invite President Leonin to welcome you on behalf of the university, it's a great pleasure to turn over now to my colleague, Alex White. Alex is the Director General of the Irish Institute for International and European Affairs. Alex.
President, former Taoiseach Bruton, former Taoiseach Ahern, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure as Director General of the IAA to join in welcoming you to this important conference here in Maynooth. And I think you can see from the programme that it's a most impressive lineup, allowing us to reflect on 50 years of our membership of the European Union, and to look to the future and to see what the potential for the European Union is and for Ireland's membership into the future. Listening to John, and he revealed his age to you. I don't propose to do that on my own part, but you can probably make your own guesses. It's the other side of the next decade up is where I am. But when my first memory of the European Union was then the EEC, in fact it was before we joined, were 3 large letters painted on Griffith Avenue, which is a road that Bertie Ahern will know well. 5 letters, no EEC. That's my first memory of, certainly first visual memory, or one that stuck with me all those years, because of course there was some considerable debate and indeed contention in relation to our joining the EEC at that time. The party that I was later proud to be a member of, in fact, opposed our entry to the European Union in the early 1970s, took a different view reasonably quickly after that, and I think correctly so. And I think it's without question that the achievements of the European Union and the extraordinary advances that have occurred in this country have been attributable in no small part to our membership. And not just our membership in a passive way, but our active membership of the European Union for 50 years. But I think that the opportunity, as I say, that we have today and tomorrow to reflect on those achievements and reflect on the past should give way also to a discussion and a debate about the future, and should quickly give way to that, in my opinion. Because it is important to document, as John has said, and to remember and to recall all of the things that have been achieved. But it's nothing if it isn't looking to the future. And again, personally, from my own experience as a minister, having seen how the union works, sometimes doesn't, the really extraordinary, if everybody, I suppose, gets to pick one or two, or what are the great moments and the great achievements, for me, the fact that in just 2-3 short years ago, just before the pandemic, the European Union was able to actually come together after the 2019 elections and put together a set of policies and policy instruments, namely the New Deal, the Green Deal, laying the foundation for really transformational change that is happening and will continue to happen in relation to climate and energy policy in the European Union. This is the progress, admittedly, is slow and is likely to continue to be slow. But there is no way, it seems to me, that the kind of progress that we now see as possible and indeed likely could be happening if that great initiative hadn't been taken 4 years ago, in the form of the Green Deal. And that itself could not have occurred if we hadn't in 2009 rather, the Treaty of Lisbon. You will recall there were 2 referendums on the Treaty of Lisbon, the first in 2008, the second in October 2009. And one of the things that the Lisbon Treaty did was to list energy as a shared competence of the European Union. Somewhat remarkably, it took until then for that to occur. And that represented, again, I think, very real, substantive progress in terms of what the European Union does. So when we think about expansion, for example, of the European Union, we think quickly about new member states and what would be the conditions and so on under which new member states would join. But I think we should perhaps more readily think, when we think about expansion of and discussion about whether we can expand or should expand the areas in which the areas that the European Union addresses. What are the, and as I said, energy has, to me, has come through as a critical, central policy imperative now at the heart of the European Union. And we'll see the positive impact of that, in my view. We're already seeing it, but we'll certainly see it in the years ahead with the transformational changes that are going to be required in all of the economies of the world, frankly. And I think the European Union will be in a position to take a lead. But so that was a debate in 2008 and 2009, as I say, about what should the European Union be doing. And the real challenge, I think, at this conference is a great opportunity to meet the challenge of trying to foster a debate about those issues at times when we're not having the kind of binary choice of a referendum. Like, can we find space in our public discourse to consider and to debate these questions so that we can actually advance further? And one of those areas, it seems to me, and I just put this out as a thought for discussion, is we came through a pandemic, an enormous public health threat where many people became ill. Sadly, many people died. And we did look to the European Union almost automatically. Well, we're members of the European Union. What can the European Union do? And we saw the limitations. We saw great things done, but we saw the limitations in respect of the restrictions, the limited competence that the European Union has in health matters, as we know. And if we were to contemplate health and healthcare being at the heart of the European Union project, which frankly they aren't, because they can't be, because the treaties don't provide for that to be so. But if we were to contemplate, I mean, what is more important? I mean, somebody once said, there's a quote that medicine is politics by another name. You know, medicine and healthcare. I mean, I'm sure the politicians here, by the way, I also welcome Alan Dukes, former minister, here as well to this conference, and other colleagues. But I think if you ask any politician or former politician as to, you know, what are not just politicians, citizens, like what are the most important considerations for any in any public debate, for any government, it's health and healthcare. And the pandemic brought that home to us. Like, there was nothing more important. Life and death, right? Absolutely existential. So should we not be at least asking the question as to whether the European Union ought not to have a more robust involvement in health and healthcare? And there is a growing debate about that across Europe. There are organisations that are campaigning for this. Of course, it would require, and this is the deep intake of breath, it would require treaty change, and treaty change in all likelihood would require us to have a referendum. But it would be a referendum about a positive expansion of if you like, the powers and functions of the European Union. That would be, in my opinion, although it's for discussion, would be entirely something that would be to the advantage of the citizens of Europe. When the citizens look to the European Union, what does it do? How does it affect my life? What is the potential for the European Union to influence and to impact my life and the lives of my children into the future? It's hard to see an area that's more important in that respect than health and healthcare. But it would require treaty change. So that's one of the things that I just wonder whether we might take the opportunity to debate and to discuss. It might be one of the things that we could consider over the next 2 days. Whether we do or we don't, I know that this is going to be a highly successful, highly stimulating, insightful conference, and the IAEA is delighted to be associated with Maynooth University in hosting it here today. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed, Alex. It's a great pleasure now to call on the President to officially welcome you to the university. So over to you, Professor Leo.
Diarrive, good morning. Ahia Hisik, Ambassadori, Ahina Ushla Agus Ahodsa, Boan Lom, Volche Auchi Aoche Rove, Anshu, Inu, Go, Hosko, Wanwa, Nuat. I try. It's still rather halting, but I am learning Irish, so I do my best. So good morning, former Taoiseach, ambassadors, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. I want to extend my warm welcome to all of you to Maynooth University. It's a great honour for me as President of Maynooth University to address you today on occasion of this great significance for Ireland, but also for this conference. Maynooth University has a very long-standing and deep-rooted history of engagement in Europe and with Europe, and we can trace this back to the founding of St. Patrick's College in 1795. We have established extensive contacts and important sites of learning in Europe and in the continent, including the Irish colleges in Leuven, Paris, and Rome. We have an incredible resource here, the Russell Library. It's a real treasure trove of knowledge and houses numerous extraordinary works that detail Maynooth's immersion in Europe throughout the time and ages. There's something called the Irish in Europe project, which is led by Professors Marion Lyons and Tom O'Connor. And it not only delves into early modern Irish migration to the continent, but also has a wealth of publications on a variety of topics, and you might be interested in having a look at that. And this project has made a very significant effort to make digital resources of material available on European Irish, which is accessible not just to the research community, but also to the wider public. John has already mentioned a very significant connection that we have to John Hume, who was a student here in the 1950s and who really did emerge as one of the most outstanding Europeans of the 20th century. And Maynooth community recognizes John Hume's importance in the European context. We have a flagship postgraduate scholarship scheme named after John and his wife Pat, and we also have a building just over that way called the John Hume Building. Maynooth University, as you probably know, was conferred independent university status as part of the National Universities Ireland Network in 1997, and our engagement with European partners has really deepened through that independence. We are enormously grateful to the driving force behind the educational reform of that era, the late former minister, Niamh Bhreathnach, and today we recognise and remember Niamh's recent passing and extend our condolences and a warm welcome to her husband, Tom Ferris, who has returned to the university and to the conference. So welcome, Tom. We now boast a thriving community of over 15,000 students, and we have really grown exponentially over the past quarter century. And each academic year, more than 2,000 students take modules focused on Europe. And we have excellent collaborations in teaching and research across numerous universities in Europe and the continent. And we also have recently joined a European Universities Alliance, which is the first one for Maynooth University that we joined, called the Arquus University Alliance. And this really does bring new opportunities for our staff and students to engage in the European contexts. It is really fitting, I think, for Maynooth University to play host to one of the major conferences reflecting on Ireland's relationship with the European Union. And it was very interesting to hear, Alex, just a few moments ago, some of the dimensions that we want to think about into the future. It's always good to reflect on the past, but it's also an obligation and a responsibility for us to get a good look into the future. So this is, of course, the conference is an opportunity for you to do that. I am no expert on Europe myself. My academic background is linguistics and psychology. I wanted to thank Professor John O'Brien and, of course, the Center for European Eurasian Studies for leading this event today. And we are very proud, John, to have the Center of Excellence here as an integral part of the university. And you really do foster teaching and research on Europe in the broadest sense. And that is what that research needs to be like. You have hosted more than 200 academic events since 2007 when you were established. And not only do you look at, Center doesn't look at just Europe, but you are really important on the island of Ireland, because this is the only center that focuses on Eastern, Southeastern Europe and Eurasia. So that's very significant. And also very important for public engagement, of course, and wider communication. As a testament to our commitment as a university to social responsibility, you may be aware that the university hosted a large number of Ukrainian displaced people here on campus in summer 2022, and we are engaging with many initiatives with the Ukrainian community. The center that John is leading boasts not one, but two very prestigious Jean Monnet chairs, and also has been designated as a Jean Monnet Center of Excellence. And this does really reflect the importance of the research and teaching that takes place in this center. As you know now, I hail from Finland, thanks to the European Song Contest. And now that Ireland is out, may I maybe rally a little bit of support for my nation. So I was born and raised up north, almost on the Arctic Circle, and I have now been in Ireland for 18 months. And although Finland's EU membership spans roughly, I think, half of the duration of Ireland, we joined in 1995, I feel that both countries have very actively contributed to the European project. And reflecting on my time, short time here in Ireland, I'd like to say our small countries are ambitious republics. And both countries, even though we are geographically a bit peripheral to Europe, have benefited from the EU membership, and John spoke about that earlier, by gaining access to the single market, receiving structural funds, and participating in the decision-making process at the EU level. As a linguist and psychologist, as I just said, I've long been fascinated by social interaction, cultural roots, and language, and the connection of all those. And since arriving in Ireland, I have been trying to learn the Irish language, as you heard, and I was very delighted that Irish became an official language of the EU on the first day of 2022. And I do believe that language offers a unique opportunity to really go deep into the rich and diverse culture of the European Union. Just want to share with you that last year at an alumni event which was hosted by the Irish Embassy in Paris and kindly supported by His High Excellency Ambassador Burgess, I was personally there, and I was struck by the experiences of our European certificate in Irish students who are in Paris undertaking our program. And students came from very different backgrounds. Some had that dormant Irish reawakening by the program. You, all Irish people, as we know, have done the Leaving Certificate. But others were, for instance, French or English or Polish backgrounds, and they really wanted to gain a better understanding of the Irish culture through language. And there were also students on that course who are seeking qualifications to achieve a translator role in the EU. So again, one of the many benefits of the EU is sharing our culture, history, and language. As we gather here today, at a very crucial moment for the European Union, we face various challenges, both internal and external. And you will understand those better than I do. But these challenges include the aggression from Russia on the eastern borders, and an issue which has impacted on my homeland, Finland, and leading on for us to move away from neutrality, and something actually we have always held very close to our heart, to an application to join NATO. And the challenges are also around rising of populism in several member states and increasing international trend of deglobalization. These are perhaps also areas to discuss. I'm very aware that Ireland is often recognized as one of the member states that has benefited a great deal from the EU membership, as has Finland, and the establishment of the single market, for instance, in the early 1990s. And I understand the evidence is quite overwhelming in support of this. When Ireland joined the European communities in 1973, it was then described as one of the poorest countries in Europe, and seemingly kind of condemned to the status of the poorest of the rich countries for the foreseeable future. That most certainly is not the case now. And undoubtedly, joining the European Union in 1973 was a pivotal moment for Ireland. And it enabled the country to achieve significant growth and really embrace its future. And EU membership has helped Ireland to refashion itself in different ways. As a small, open country, Ireland has chosen to manage the many risks associated with the volatile world of globalization and international politics by making a conscious choice for Europe. And that really resonates with me as a Finn as well, because Finland has made a conscious choice to be European for a myriad of reasons. And there is the question of sovereignty in the larger envelope provided by membership of the European Union. And I do think that Ireland has navigated and continues to navigate that extremely well. So EU has been an extraordinary game changer for particularly small European states. 22 of the 27 member states are small to medium size. And small states like Ireland and Finland now actively participate in European decision-making by having a seat at the top table. So also thinking about kind of real pressing global issues like climate change, migration, data governance, this really does require collective action. And universities are key players in trying to solve some of those pressing problems. I'm really glad to say that Maynooth University is very closely involved with partners across Europe in addressing many of these societal challenges collectively and collaboratively. We have already heard from John that this is a conference that brings together academic experts, policymakers, senior diplomats, and civil society representatives, and really a time to reflect not only on the past, the 50 years, but what do we want European Union to look like in 50 years' time. And that is, I think, the exciting thing, a real exciting thing about this conference and the high-level dialogue that you will have here. We are particularly indebted to former Taoiseach. Thank you for being here. Current and former TDs, members of European Parliament, senior diplomats who have really generously offered to share their experiences with us at this conference. Thank you also sincerely for the Irish Institute for International European Affairs for co-hosting this. And of course, to John and John's staff, but Social Sciences Institute at Maynooth University and Department of Sociology and all colleagues who are here today. While some nations view the European Union as a threat to sovereignty. Ireland's and Finland's experience indicates that its sovereignty has been strengthened through the EU membership, possibly even achieving true sovereignty as a result. As to close, I believe that there is an Irish phrase, which I will attempt, that captures the spirit of Ireland's membership of EU. Nianert gokur lechila, meaning there is no strength without unity. And with that, I wish you all well in your deliberations today. Goramile Mahakwev, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, President. We're now going to proceed to the first of our panels today, and it's a very unique one because it brings together two of our former distinguished Taoiseach, John Bruton and Bertie Ahern. I'm going to pose some questions to John and to Bertie. We have about an hour for this session. The format will be slightly different for the rest of the panels, where we will have a chair and we will have speakers. But for now, I'm going to take my place and we're going to begin this first session. So thanks very much indeed. Bertie, John, firstly, thanks so much for being with us today and for giving us the benefit of your long years of engagement with the European Union in its different guises. I just wanted to start off in the way that sort of Alex and I did by talking about our initial kind of encounters with Europe. Bertie, I wonder if I could put that to you. When was the first time you thought Europe really matters, that it really kind of imposed itself on you and you thought Ireland really has a place in Europe?
But before I answer that, thank you, John, and thank the President for both your contributions and Alex. And I wish the conference well. You have a really terrific programme. And delighted to join with my friend and colleague, John Bruton, and to be here with Alan and the Dukes and Bobby McDonough, so many people that I've shouldered with on European issues, and a lot of people in the academic and journalist world as well. I suppose on the funny side of it, I remember football was a big part of my early life, and there used to be a European competition played on the beach in Ballybunion in the 60s before the Troubles, and we were playing a team from Ajax, and in the semi-final, which we lost. But I remember we went out around Ballybunion that evening, and there was a butcher shop that had a whole lot of wasps and blue bottles in the window. And there was a guy who I got very friendly with later, and he said, when you lot join the European Union, it'll be the end of that. You'll have the proper standards. Yeah. And I said, what do you mean? Anyway, I won't go on and give you the lecture he gave me, but I did always remember that it did change a lot of rules and regulations. But my first campaign to be active in, to actually canvass door to door, was the 72. And I remember Mansholt, and I was taken with the whole social fund and regional fund, maybe not as much in the common agricultural policy basin where I was living, but I saw the enormous possibilities because, training, retraining, skills, development, really being all the blurb there was about how we could bring really a professional end into training, which did happen in later years, really took me, and I suppose that was the big thing that excited me about the idea of joining the European Union back in '72. And I remember going door to door, and it was quite interesting. Alex mentioned about the opposition, but there was a lot of opposition from a lot of people. It wasn't just political parties. A lot of people said, "Oh, this is, the idea of pooling sovereignty was not something that attracted a lot of people. And I remember, I was only 20 at the time, but being struck by, how strong people's views were on the other side. Now, ultimately, I think it was a debate, and it was won easy in the end. But it was a very live debate. And people now look at the figures, and they say whatever it was, I can't remember, about 80+%, and they say that must have been an easy campaign. But it was quite a tough campaign. I remember canvassing in my native Drumcondra and meeting plenty of people who were really into this and on both sides.
Yeah. John, I wonder if I could put the same question to you. Do you have memories of the 1972 referendum campaign?
Well, in fact, I go back a little bit further than that. I left school in 1965, and at school I was very interested in history, which of course drew me into all of the things to do with war in Europe and the avoidance of war. But my first direct experience in this, funnily enough, was at a meeting convened by Republican Sinn Féin in the Central Hotel. And the chairman of the meeting on the occasion was John McStiffon, and I think they also had Anthony Coughlin speaking. And I saw this advertised. Now at this stage I was nobody. I wasn't an officer I think I was the joint secretary of the Dunboyne branch of Fine Gael. And that was my extent of my political involvement at that stage. But I decided I'd go to this meeting anyway. And Anthony delivered a long speech. I delivered a long speech at the ripe old age of, I don't know what age I was then, 18 or something like that. And it got half a page in the Meath Chronicle. So I was delighted with myself. I had got recognition, name recognition. But anyway, the thing that I found really interesting about the European Union is the fact that it is a way whereby Ireland was able to take its place beside Britain as an equal. Up to that, we always tended, up to our membership of the EU, or that being in prospect, we always tended to be sort of playing second fiddle. The Irish Taoiseach always had to go to London for a meeting. And in all of 50 years, from 1922 or 23, right up to 1973, no British Prime Minister ever came to Ireland on official business. Because, well, we were just a small boy and they were the big boy. Within a couple of months of our being in the EU, or in prospect of being in the EU, Edward Heath came to meet Liam Cosgrave in Baldonnel. It was a very important meeting in Baldonnel, which laid the groundwork for Sunningdale. So I think that's that's my first experience. Obviously, I campaigned, as Bertie did, in all of the referenda, and enjoyed it very much. The interesting thing about joining the European Union, it was a more complicated case to make. You tended to have to stand a bit longer on the door. I mean, like, vote for me, that's a 3-word message. It's quite simple. Whereas explaining, the intricacies of the common agricultural policy and own resources and all that takes a little bit longer. Now, where do you get people to stand together long enough to listen to an explanation? It's not easy to find that. There used to be congregations after Mass at church gates, but that's diminished somewhat now. So I don't know where we're going to find, in fact, other than television, enough encouragement to people to come and listen to a complex message.
If I can turn to the economic issues, I think it's fair to say in the early days of membership, it was really all about the CAP and the benefits that brought to Ireland. The 1980s was a very tough environment economically. We know very high unemployment, high budget deficits and so forth. But I wonder whether you'd agree, Bertie, that the turning point was 1987 or so. After that election, politics kind of settles down a bit here. We begin to tackle the fiscal problems. And that's when the Single European Act comes into play as well. So I wonder if you'd talk about the economic issues and how you could see a kind of lift-off if you saw it from that period in the late 80s.
Yeah, well, if you in '87, there was just a fraction short of 20% unemployment. The entire labour market, which was grown by about 2%, there was 2.5% immigrating every year, and things looked bleak, quite frankly, I suppose all the way through the 70s and 80s. But so I think the changes, I think business changed, social partnership changed, where the people started working together, which was a European model. It wasn't something that was uniquely Irish. But I think the funds that Europe provided, I think at that stage, from Delors' practice, but the structure fund, but even before the structure fund, the European Social Fund, and the setting up of the ANCO centres, the search training, people who could not think of third level education started getting opportunities, and I think that proved to be massively successful. And now we talk about we don't have enough of people in all these areas, but at the time we had plenty of people, but not enough of positions. And I think Europe, it's not often remembered enough, and John is right that we have to keep reminding people and keep educating people of the benefits, but that whole transformation from mid-80s on into training and skills and development and industry and attracting more industry, I think that was the lift-off point, and every year after that, incrementally, I think this country improved.
Yeah. John, I wonder if we could go back to your experiences, first in the Council of Ministers, and the kind of things that you encountered there. I wonder if you have things to share about that and about how you were able to build relationships in Europe, both through your own party and through the context that you had in the Council of Ministers, and how you brought those forward.
Yes, I mean, the Council of Ministers was, when I was active in it, it was a much smaller body than it was even when Bertie was active in it, because the EU enlargement had occurred by his time, or was occurring under his aegis. And that, the size of the meeting makes a big dynamic. One of the great things in Ireland is that the cabinet is limited to 15 members. If you get to 25 members, 30 members, it's very hard to build it's more difficult, should we say, to build a consensus at the meeting. You almost have to have the consensus reached before you ever go into the meeting room, very often. One of the experiences I had, I have to say, is getting the minister's brief. You were very often, I found as a minister, presented with your brief when you got onto the plane. And that was because the civil servants were sorting out the last words that they wanted to put into the brief to make sure it was what they really wanted to say. And that's not altogether satisfactory from the point of view of a minister, that he's not getting the brief earlier. Now, I think we needed to find ways where, because 95% of the stuff that was in the brief probably would have been in the brief for the last meeting and the previous meeting. So we needed to find a way of making sure that the brief that the minister had to read was up to date, simplified, and not overburdensome. You do develop relationships within the Council of Ministers. I found I tended to develop relationships with countries of our own size. You feel a sense of equity with them, and the European Union really is an entity that exists to benefit smaller countries, to prevent smaller countries being exploited or being overlooked by bigger countries. And the EU has been very successful in showing solidarity with the interests of smaller countries. Over COVID, for example, purchasing the relevant equipment. Similarly, we found tremendous solidarity as a small member state in regard to Brexit and in defending our interests in that context. So I think the Council of Ministers is the forum through which the interests of smaller countries are sustained.
Bertie, on that point about the relationship with the United Kingdom, as John said, no British Prime Minister had come to Dublin over the entire sort of history of the state up to...
I should say that Clem Attlee came on his holidays.
Important intervention. But I've heard you talk about this recently, that there was a real value attached to the council as a space where you could get to know your colleagues, where our senior civil servants would meet their British civil servants regularly. And we have lost something important, haven't we, in Brexit, that it's going to be very difficult to maintain those relationships going into the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a fact that from 73 on, Irish ministers were meeting at the council meetings. But more importantly, the officials were meeting, and the officials were on the ground in Brussels all the time. And as time went on, there were more and more subgroups. I remember when I started, I was Minister for Labour, so it was the Social Affairs Council that covered kind of welfare, education, training. It was small enough, but every year, by the time I was in ECOFIN, there were more and more committees. But the Irish and British officials were constantly meeting. They got to know each other. And I think, as I previously said, they also, our guys were fairly good at using some of their knowledge as well, because they had a big service and they had a huge legal service. Like typically at a council meeting, we might have one legal person, they'd have 30. So, you know, our officials were good at building up the knowledge. And Brexit ended all of that. I mean, as soon as they pulled out, that contact is no longer there. And that relationship is no longer there. Now, I think, as you've heard me say previously, the way around that is just to use the East-West relationship and develop that properly. You don't need to do anything new. But there is a big void, there is a big gap in what was there all the way through. And that hasn't mattered maybe yet, because nothing big has happened. But as Alex was talking earlier on, as times change and things develop, and whether it's in health or whether it's further development in energy or what, it will matter a lot. And that connection that's been built up over the years will not be there. And I think rather than waiting for the crisis to happen, I think we need to build up that connection. And I think it can be done. You don't need a British Prime Minister over here all the time, but you need, I think, the connection of ministers meeting regularly here in London, back and forward each year. Otherwise, I think we'll have lost something that was really valuable.
I think it's important to say sometimes the meetings for which there isn't a heavy agenda is the one that will turn out to be the most productive, because you need an opportunity to be able to discuss things with one another in an informal way. I mean, I'll give you an example from my own time as Taoiseach. We had a summit in Mallorca. I can't remember what the main topic of discussion was, but anyway, we were travelling from one hotel to another, and in a bus, and I sat down beside John Major, natural thing to do, and we started out chatting about, I don't know, it was cricket or football or something like that. And then it occurred to me that the Unionists have put forward this suggestion as an election to a talks process. They weren't happy with simply going in and talking to Sinn Féin. They wanted only to speak to people with an electoral mandate. And I had a chat with John Major, and I said to him, maybe this is a Unionist idea. And sometimes, if you want to get your hay to the market, if you can use somebody else's cart, that gives them a bit of sense of ownership of the project, that they're at least providing the cart. And the cart in this case being the electoral process. And in due course, that's exactly what John Major proposed in response to the Mitchell report. And that's how the talks, which Bertie led to such an excellent conclusion, that's actually how they started, on a bus in Formentor in Spain. But that wouldn't have happened if Britain wasn't a member of the EU. We wouldn't have had these sort of informal chats and informal opportunities to meet with people. And as I totally agree with Bertie, we need to put tremendous thought and imagination into developing new ways of interacting within these two islands.
If I can turn to your period in office, Bernie, to some extent it was turbulent because we had two referendums that failed. In your case, the 2001 Nice referendum. And I wonder, when you look back on that period now, why do you think those referendums did fail?
Well, the problem, and I think John has mentioned this earlier, it's so hard to explain some of the issues. I remember Nice was, there wasn't that much in Nice, to be honest with you. It wasn't, so it all started off about everything else. And then there was this well-funded against campaign, which we never quite got to the end of where the money came from. But, you know, I have a good idea of what it costs to run a national campaign. But at that time, there were about 4 times more posters put up than we would in a general election. And the posters were about twice as large. But so it was a massively funded campaign with a whole lot of things that had nothing to do with the Nice referendum. So it was very hard to get people to be motivated. It all of a sudden became about health, and it became about jobs, and there were all the other issues that were thrown into the mix. But I think apart from the referendums, you know, after enlargement, after 19 years now, I think things change. I mean, the council gets more complicated, and with Bobby McDonough was here, we had the pleasure of negotiating the European Constitution, which was a pity they ever went back to referendums on it, because it would have simplified an awful lot of issues for Europe. But I think it was harder to, you had to go, we travelled Europe, I think, 3 times in that 18 months, and you were trying to pull people in and get people in. So it'll get more difficult. I mean, it's an awful pity we have to have any change at all. I mean, as our Constitution is, and as our Supreme Court judged, really any change we have to have a referendum on until that's challenged, and maybe, which I think is what should happen, it should go back in some way. It should have to be a fundamental change. We can't have a position that if you change a paragraph, we have to have a referendum. Yeah. But to try and sell that to the people. And John negotiated Amsterdam. I had it in the referendum afterwards. But go now trying to explain to a meeting, a party meeting or any meeting, you know, the details of Amsterdam. I tell you need to be in the whole of your health.
Yes. Well, actually, you remind me, Bobby
I wonder if
McDonough
we
wrote
were
a
on
great
the whole
book
of our
about
health
this.
when we concluded it.
John, do you have memories of the 1997 Amsterdam campaign?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, could I just say something in response to what Bertie said? Because I think I'm not so sure that you have to have a referendum on everything, every amendment. I think, you know, it would be good if the Attorney General could be commissioned to look at that and see if there are areas where necessary amendments can be made that don't require a referendum. We should use that route if there is such a route. I may be wrong in that. The other point I'd make in response to his suggestion is, rather than have one blockbuster referendum, I think the EU Constitution was a mistake. It was an act of grandeur rather than an act of practical politics. What I think we should be looking at is individual referenda to cure individual deficiencies in individual parts of the treaty. And if necessary, you could have 10 or 12 different issues to be decided on the one day, but give the people the freedom to, so long as one doesn't destroy the other, give the people to make the opportunity of making their own choices. I think we could make a bit more progress that way than trying the blockbuster approach. But that's only something I suppose you can judge on the day, or, you know, in the particular political context that you're in at a given time.
Going back to the financial crisis in 2008, I wonder what your view is about the way the crisis was managed by the European authorities. There was a lot of criticism in Ireland and in Greece and other countries that it was too severe, that the adjustment through austerity was unfair and so on. Just looking back, I wonder, Bertie, what your view is about that.
Well, I think, you know, it's like the pandemic. Europe are thrown into a crisis on something and then they have to respond nearly on their feet. They didn't foresee, and nobody did, what was going to happen in the States and how that would have to be responded to. So I'm slow to to criticise the European Union. I think they had to deal with it. I mean, there was the danger, as they saw it, of the whole financial system collapsing, and they had to take their tough measures. And of course, Germany were driving a lot of the agenda. Angela Merkel was being asked in one way to pay the check, and the other thing, then people were criticising it. But listen, we'll argue for 100 years about some of the measures that they were hoisted on top of us. But I'm slow to be overcritical. I think Europe had to see their way through. But maybe we learned lessons, but I think they did too. Because look, when it came to the pandemic, Europe reversed. And to be quite honest, I couldn't believe how generous the proposals were coming out of Brussels on the pandemic. It seemed to be that they were prepared to pump money and encouraging countries, as we did in this country, to push money into everything that moved.
Yeah. So you could say lessons were learned.
I think the lessons were learned, and they obviously had taken a totally different position when it came to the pandemic.
Yeah.
From going to being really hard on people to saying, well, listen, you have a lot of leeway on it. So, but I was around for the collapse of the ERM. I was around for Norman Lamont's handling or mishandling at that position, and if you track those various crises, through the 90s, through the noughties, into now, Europe, I think, has evolved, and they've had to make many changes, many developments, and I think they overall. I mean, you take one issue. And we can take the bailout, how we're treated. But if you look overall, I think Europe has handled a lot of big crises in a way. And listen, I've had this argument with many people, and some of our Greek colleagues who took a very extreme view on it. But say if we weren't in Europe in that period, where would we be? So I'm slow to criticise.
John, as a small state in the EU after Brexit, I wonder what you think about Ireland's positioning now, about what we have done since Brexit to kind of reposition ourselves, and how do you see that going forward? Is it a different European Union for us now without the United Kingdom at the council table?
To some extent it is, because, as another English-speaking country, common law country, we sort of speak the same language in more ways than simple words. As the British, we understand them and they understand us to a degree that perhaps not the case for other member states. So that's important. I think the British have been helpful to us very often, sometimes in complex issues, and with the large service that they have to which Bert has made reference. But I don't think ideologically it makes that much difference. There are people suggesting that, Britain would be more into free market solutions which would suit us. Not necessarily. I think we must take each issue case by case. I don't think we should be drawn into any sort of alliance of Northern Europeans, the frugal Northern Europeans. I mean, Irish people have it in their hearts to be enthusiastic about Europe. This goes right back to some of the things that were referred to earlier, the foundation of Irish colleges all over Europe, and why that happened. We have had that experience of religious persecution, and I think we identify with Southern Europe, and Southern Europe identified with us. Europe is a project of the heart as well as of the head. It's not all about economic interest. It's about a sense of identity. And I think we do have a very deep shared identity with Spain, with Italy, with France, and with Germany. And we're not saving the presidents. We're not Nordics in quite the same way, even though we are North. Thank you.
There was a very lively debate back in your time in office, Bertie, about Boston versus Berlin. And I wonder about this because it speaks to a lot of things that are going on, importantly now, the relationship between the United States and the European Union. Where do you see Ireland within that kind of relationship? We've had President Biden's visit recently. I know you yourself have been in Boston in the recent past. Are we some kind of bridge between the US and the European Union?
Well, if we are, we should try and do that in a positive way. I don't like the idea of being in one camp or the other. I think it's we're a small country, so you have to box clever. And, you know, I agree with what John has said. I mean, we shouldn't get ourselves into alliances. We should be alliance with a whole lot of them. We should have different days, different places. You know, when it came to agriculture, I never went looking for Tony Blair to help me or Gordon Brown. I went to Jacques Chirac. Yeah. So what you play the game on the rules that suit you. So it's for us to be working within Europe and to playing a role in Europe if we can be a help. I mean, John is the expert in this because he represented Europe in the States. But you know, we have our own unique, special relationship with America, and we should keep that. We should, you know. You look at the figures out today on foreign direct investment, we're 21% up in a year, and the rest of Europe is 2%. So, you know, we shouldn't make too much an issue of that either. I mean, I think for us, we have our position with America. We should work on that, we develop that. And if at times, if we can help Europe on that issue, we should do so. So, you know, don't get yourself buttoned up. I was never comfortable with the Boston Brussels issue. I never liked that because I could see the downside of it. Because as soon as you try to say you're one up, somebody else is going to try and go 2-1 up on you. So it's not a good game to play. And when you're a small country, you have to have friends, and the more friends you have, the better. And I don't like getting yourself aligned into a trap.
But John, just to ask you that question slightly different way, some people argue that the Irish economy is a kind of Anglo-Saxon economy, and without the United Kingdom alongside us in the Council now in Brexit, is there some sense in which we align better with the United States and the Anglo world rather than the continental European economies?
Well, I think we're going to have to work much harder than we've done in the past to understand the continental model. And the continental European model has been very successful, and it has, you know, achieved greater levels of income equality, for example, than is achieved in the American model. And I think, you know, we have not devoted enough effort to learning continental European languages, and that's to enter into an understanding. We can speak to the president of the college who speaks perfect English without any barrier, but there are many Finns who don't speak English as well as she does. And for us to enter into their culture and mindset, some of us at least need to learn Finnish. And I think we need to move in that direction. There's one thing I wanted to say from my experience as ambassador in North America, is that it's actually easier to explain the concept of the European Union to an American than it is to an Irish person or a French person. Because the European Union is modeled on the American model of, you have the House of Representatives, which is the equivalent of the European Parliament. You have the Senate, which is very roughly equivalent of the Council of Ministers, at least it represents the states. You have the European Court of Justice, which interprets the rules. And what we essentially have is like the Americans, a system of one single democratic system for making rules, one single democratic system for interpreting rules. And we have less rules as a result, because these rules cover 27 countries, not just one. So I think we do need to put perhaps a bit better effort than I've just done just now to start explaining the underlying democratic rule-making engine that is the European Union, and how it actually reduces bureaucracy, how it democratizes bureaucracy, and how it enables us to function at different levels of governance, regional, international, at every level. We are functioning democratically.
Bertie, there's a lot of tension, I would say, in the international system currently, especially around the rivalry between the United States and China. And many feel that this is the rivalry that's going to define the world for the next number of decades. The Americans have put in place really significant legislation over the last year, the CHIPS and Science Act, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act. They're bringing jobs back to America. But they're also investing in green energy in huge numbers. And that presents a problem for Europe, for the single market in particular. But does it also present a kind of problem for Ireland? Because the approach that we've taken over the last 20 years, pro-globalization, single market and so on, it's now being challenged because we're seeing the return of subsidies, very serious subsidies. And an inactive industrial policy. So I wonder, how do you see us positioning ourselves if the war between the United States and China gets worse? They're trying to take the Chinese out of their supply chains, for example, as much as they can. How do we position ourselves in that kind of world?
Well, I think the US-China thing is really worrying because there is almost a paranoia now in the minds of the US that they're going to have to do down China every way they can. Now, I'm maybe not the greatest lover of everything about China, but they are a superpower. I mean, that's the reality. They're a huge economic bloc. And I wish to God that America and China would work a bit together rather than just being head to head, because when you have two monsters going head to head, there's nobody wins, and certainly if you're not on the periphery, and that's what worries me. And I think increasingly we're going to see America, and it's already happening, but putting a lot of pressure on European companies to do things they otherwise would not do commercially. And that's, you can see this coming, and it'll be a big part of the American presidential election next year in the primaries. It's already been thrown into the mix. It's not just domestic issue, it's anti-China. So I think that's and more investment, as you'd say, pulling in. Now I think what we have to do, we have to try and get our niche in the market, and so much. We were talking about Boston earlier on, but what struck me was a statement that one of the leaders of business in Boston said at Harvard when I was there a few weeks ago. He said that half of the new medical products of the world will be invented within 5 miles of Boston, and this will impact the entire world. Now it so happens that a huge amount of these companies we have an Irish connection with, or they're Irish people with, or there's Irish presidents or Irish connection presidents, and that's where we have to be in, and we are, in fairness to Irish companies, in these things, but we're going to have to fight hard to hold on to that position, and we're going to have to fight hard to keep our political position in the United States as well, because we will not have the power that we did in the Senate one time, or that we did in the House of Representatives. There's a generational switch away, because the last big numbers of Irish people went is now 40 years ago. So we have to try and build our base. Now there are some people doing that already, moving to state representatives, but it's going to change the game. And yeah, you're correct to identify anyone that thinks that this won't have an impact in Europe are trying to stay out of it, but you can see what's happening. America are putting a fierce pressure to take their side.
Yeah. John, if I could come to you on that question as well about US-China rivalry. Is it a particular challenge for Ireland? And in the European context, where do you see ourselves aligning? Because some countries are in favour of subsidies, others are very much against them because they think it impairs the functioning of the single market. So what do you think, John, is the right thing to do for Ireland, looking at this growing kind of problem that's there in international affairs?
First of all, I'm against subsidies. I think they distort the market. And given that resources are going to be very scarce, all that we have to do in so many different areas of endeavour and investment, we just can't afford to wasteful subsidies. I think we need to work on how to. I'm sorry for the thought is lost. It lost me. If you could move on to the next question. Something I wanted to say, but it slipped my mind.
Sure, we can come back to it. The other great challenge that's out there in Europe is, of course, Russia and the war in Ukraine. There have been extraordinary developments over the last year. As the President said, Finland becoming the 31st state to join NATO itself is an extraordinary step. And this does present real issues for Ireland, doesn't it? Are we going to have to look at neutrality in a way perhaps that we haven't looked at it before? Because if other neutral states are joining NATO, we at least have to have that kind of conversation, don't we? Or ask, where do we fit in terms of European security and defence?
Yeah, I think the debate has always been there to a certain extent. I don't see us, doing a total about turn in any short-term issue, but it will. I mean, I was involved in Partnership for Peace, moving on that, and even that is controversial in this country. But within the peacekeeping task, there are lots of things we can do and to push the boat out. And I think we have to be seen to be doing that. I think the army always wanted to do that. And they're good at that. So I think you're going to get involved. Whether you get a debate, I don't know what the result would be if you were to have a vote today on us joining up, but or changing our position fundamentally. But rather than doing nothing, I think what we should be doing is seeing the Petersburg task, and that we keep doing it more, and we keep engaging ourselves more. And I think we can do that without, like, our army isn't huge, and our capabilities aren't huge. So I think we should use them in the areas that we're good at, and there's no difficulty. I think Irish people are very proud of doing that. And I think that's the way it'll go.
John, I'll put that question to you again. We've seen really dramatic things. Germany spending 100 billion euros more on defence. Poland is doubling its military budget. The Irish government is also committed to increasing spending over the next 3 or 4 years. But I wonder where you see this going. Are we really ready for an honest conversation about security and defence?
I think the experience is that we'll only have an honest conversation when we have no choice but to have an honest conversation. We tend to, if you're getting something for nothing, and we've been getting security of the seas around us and security of the skies around us, we've been getting that without paying any great price for it. Now, if it transpires that other countries have other priorities, then we will have to start doing something about it ourselves. It seems to me that we have tended to avoid this discussion, but I think it will only be a real discussion if we're faced with a hard choice, and then I think people will go along with it. A change in neutrality. Now, the other point I want to make is we have a tendency in this country, and going back now 100 years to commemorations and all of that, to get hung up on abstract phrases. The Republic, neutrality, sovereignty. These are all abstractions. And they mean different things to different people. And because they're abstractions, people can become very emotional about them, because your definition of sovereignty may be different to mine. I think we've got to be more pragmatic about these things and try and define neutrality, redefine our neutrality.
Well, let me put
in a way that's pragmatic, sir.
Let me put an example to you. What would happen if Russia were to win in Ukraine and then physically attacked Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania? Could we conceivably at that point say, sorry, we cannot help you militarily in the way that we haven't provided military help to Ukraine? Now, these are our partner states within the European Union. They gave us 100% support on Brexit when we really needed it. Could we really turn around to them at their moment of real dread and stay out of that kind of conflict?
I agree with John on that. In those situations, you couldn't just sit in your hands and say we're not going to do.
Isn't it, Bertie? The triple lock is the problem. The idea that you have to get the approval of the UN Security Council, upon which China or Russia have a veto power. It's ludicrous that they would have a veto over our military policy. Yeah. We're not sovereign at the moment because of the triple lock. Yeah. Because our sovereignty is confined by Russian and Chinese vetoes. So I think we need to change that. Whether we call that a change of neutrality or not, I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's a reassertion of our own rights.
Well, you're moving to a position on the Security Council now where you can almost, you can't get agreement on anything in the Security Council. So it's an impossible situation.
True.
Yeah. Our session is coming to a close. We have a few minutes left. I just want to put it to both of you, looking back over this span of 50 years, what do you think has been the most important part of Ireland's membership, or what's been the most important effect in Ireland of being part of the European Union over that time?
I think it's changed from the time I left school to today. I mean, it's a different country. It's a country where people, by and large, are at work. I mean, even when you started the first question in '87, there was less than 1 million people working, and there's 2.5 million now. The population has zoomed up, very high standard of living. We have a housing problem because we have so many people are here and coming here, and companies coming here. If they weren't here, we wouldn't have it. In the 50s, we had houses for anyone that wanted them because everyone was gone. So we need to be honest with ourselves, and the country is hugely successful, and our standards. I mean, if it's environmentally and I think socially, and it is a great country, and I think Europe has been a huge dominant part of that. And those naysayers who argue against Europe, in my view, have very poor arguments. In fact, I don't think they have any arguments, but that doesn't stop them getting airtime for making them.
John, I'll put that question to you as well. Looking back over the 50 years, what do you think has been the most important impact of the European Union?
First of all, this must be a first. I'm going to say amen to everything that Bertie said.
Thank you, John.
You
That's
might
never
even
going to happen again.
You might even become a supporter for his if you were to stand for election again.
Is he campaigning for something? I didn't know that. No, I tell you, the only thing I'd add, and I think it is an important thing, I'd add to Bertie's list of things that have been done well for this country, is I think it has given us a sense of pride in ourselves. This sense that we're not a small country anymore. We're part of something very big, something that we can contribute to intellectually, as well as economically. And I think we need, and this is where I think what you're doing in Maynooth is important. We need to contribute actively to the debate in Europe in terms of what's good for Europe as a whole, and what can we add to the conversation from the special insights we have, our understanding of the American political system, our understanding of, in a way, parliamentary democracy was pioneered by Parnell and Redmond, and mass political parties were pioneered by Daniel O'Connell. We are, as a country, people who have contributed enormously to the democratic structures that the European Union has inherited for a new age. And we think we need to be proud of that and remind ourselves that we have been part of something very big and are becoming part of something even bigger.
Thanks very much indeed, John. I'm afraid our session has come to a close. It's been a fascinating hour. I want to sincerely thank both Bertie and John for giving us the benefit of their periods in office and incredibly illuminating insights about that journey that Ireland has been on over 50 years. I also want to thank the President for that very generous welcome. We're going to adjourn now for coffee briefly before the first session begins. But before we do that, I would just like everybody, if you could, to show your appreciation for Bertie and John. Union policies and their impact on Ireland. And I'm delighted to welcome our chair from the Institute of International and European Affairs, Dr. Barry Colfer. Hand over to you, Barry. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. My name is Barry Colfer, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to introduce our panel in a moment, but I do feel it's incumbent on me to just say a word about John. So John is a colleague and a friend, and it's a real pleasure as Director of Research at the IIEA to have organised this, helped to organise this event in Maynooth, and just a big thank you to the Maynooth team. But John is not only a very well-known and well-regarded EU scholar, he's also an enormously supportive colleague, both to me at the start of my career and I know to many peers as well. And that isn't always the case in academia, as many of you know, so just an extra kind of word of thanks to John for being so much help to me as I was starting out after my PhD and in the years since then. Our panel now is on EU policies, which, as we know, pertains to basically public policy, given that the EU reaches into most parts of our lives. We have three eminent speakers, Professor Francis Ruane from the ESRI, Dr. Diarmuid Thorney from DCU, and Dan O'Brien, Chief Economist at the IIEA. And I'll be turning to each of the speakers in that order in a moment. But just a quick reminder that the purpose of this, or the mode, I should say, of this conference is to depart from academic convention, and we're aiming for a more informal and conversational approach. So I'll be bringing the contributors in without any kind of formal presentation and going straight to a discussion with the room, because it's also something to appreciate that it will be rare to have such a room full of experts and people with the vast experience that you all have collectively. So cutting straight to the chase, Francis, I'm going to start with you. The impact of the European single market on Ireland has been greater than many expected, which is perhaps an understatement. Can you give your thoughts on what the single market has meant for Ireland, and indeed what has Ireland meant for the single market?
Well, just to echo the earlier session of informality, I lived in Canada for a couple of years in the 1980s, and I came back and the single market programme was being mooted and the various different reports were coming out that led to it. And I remember thinking, oh, this is really interesting. And then reading, I think what was PricewaterhouseCoopers report on the welfare gains from the single market. And it was all about what economists would call Harburger triangles, adding up the small gains. And it seemed to me to be hilarious that somebody would change tack on the basis of something like that. But we had no other methodology for looking at what might happen. So it was, to me, a case where I saw economics serving a political purpose. The political purpose was to get closer Europe. And the mode was to use economics as the route to doing that. And what it really was about was tackling the non-tariff barriers that had grown when we entered the EU. So EU was about, well, in the 1970s, it was about getting rid of the tariffs between countries. So we'd all be able to sell into each other. We all buy into this kind of trade. Isn't it excellent? Isn't it great? The reality is that countries were phenomenally inventive in the non-tariff barriers they introduced to make sure that didn't happen. And my favourite story was one about, I'll name the country, France, which basically had in the 1970s, any VCR coming into Europe, into France, had to be registered in Clermont-Ferrand, which was in the centre of France. So basically it was to make it extremely unlikely that Germans or Dutch, who are big producers of these products, would bother having their trucks waiting 4 days outside Clermont-Ferrand to register. But this was a series of examples that had grown up. And I take the point, it's a funny story, but there's a natural gap between the rhetoric and the reality of people saying we want more trade, we want more competition, and the reality of very often how they behave behind that. And I think looking forward, and we'll come back to this maybe later in the discussion, I think we look forward now with the crisis and the challenges facing Europe and just think about that protectionist type of mindset underpinning some of the positive statements that people make in relation to it. So my point, I suppose, really is that the Harburger triangles, which were based on an economic static benefit from trade, in other words, where things didn't change, what was different was the dynamism that took place. And the backdrop to that was globalization, But within a European context, it was about people thinking in a much wider way about the potential gains from trade. And I can come back to that in relation to Ireland if you want to, but that's just really where it came out of.
A spontaneous question occurs to me, and it's deceptively simple. And I'm going to put it to you. It's a hard one. And then I can, if Dan or Damon...
If I can't answer it, Dan will be able to.
Indeed. What is the single market? And what is the single market for?
Yeah, so the single market was around making the regulations and the rules in which you traded in other countries being the same or as much as common across Europe. So that before you had the European community, effectively every country had its tariffs and its trade barriers and its all sorts of customs and different things. They were negotiated out as part of creating the common market. Yeah. But then, as I say, what happened was the development of non-tariff barriers, which were to stop making it so easy. But also what it was around was creating a set of regulations that would work across Europe. So if I was selling my cheese into one country, or Kerrygold, let's take that as an example, my butter into Germany, that the standards for butter would be the same in all the countries. Doesn't say there's a single market. And one of my points I used to often make in presentations on this is that if you're an Irish exporter, you still have to sell into a country because the countries are different culturally, their diets, etc., are different, what they consume is different. But what you're saying is the common barriers that could be, the differential barriers that are up are reduced down so that from you as from a regulatory perspective, don't have to adjust your product for German market, French market, Dutch market, etc. So it's around the regulatory side, which was why when Brexit happened, the big issue for us was, and a big issue for producers in the UK, was that they would lose this common set of regulations between themselves and the rest of Europe. And for Irish producers, for us selling into the UK versus selling into the rest of Europe.
I invite you, Dan, if you want to comment on that question regarding what the single market is and what it's for.
Yeah, look, the more barriers there are to doing business, the less business that'll get done. You remove barriers, you bring a bigger number of consumers and businesses together, you'll generate more wealth.
Thanks, Dan. Succinct as ever. Frances, I'm interested as well in what we've spoken...
Can I just come back on that for 1 second? I think what actually happened, which really became important for Ireland, was that you didn't worry about where you sourced anything within Europe. So your common standards so Dan's point about doing business, it's not just business to consumers. One of the key things that happened from the late 1990s onwards was business to business. So you were looking to source something, you could source it, and then as the web developed, you could source it anywhere within Europe and knew the standards which you were getting. So it allowed the fragmentation of business, but it also allowed specialisation, which for a small country is really important to get economies of scale.
I was taken with what you said as well about, did you say it's economics serving a political purpose? What I'm interested in is what is the single market beyond the economics in terms of its social face, for example? Do you have anything to say about the strengths and weaknesses of the social elements of the single market as it stands?
I think what came with this, with if you like, the single market was a deepening of the market, and inevitably then when you deepen, then you have to go and look elsewhere across it. So I think a key part, and it was mentioned, I can't remember what the language was at the time, but we all started looking at other EU policies against which to benchmark ourselves, and there was this notion of learning from others, so we weren't imposing rules. So I think the single market really helped that momentum. Whereas, when the president of Maynooth was talking earlier today, before Finland was in the EU, we were not benchmarking ourselves, looking at Finland, particularly its educational policy, which is one of the strongest in Europe. But once they were in there and once you got the single market mindset, it was to look at others to say, what can I learn from what they're doing? Not necessarily I do the same, but I actually challenge myself with them. And I think small countries do that naturally, but I think the single market from a European perspective really widened it.
I'm going to turn to you in a moment, Diarmuid, just to pick up on some of the matters around environmental policy. But before that, Frances, I just wanted to touch on something as well we've discussed regarding the single market being directly related to growth in employment and population in Ireland since the 1990s. Indeed, Bertie Ahern was speaking about this in the previous session. And the single market caused a massive change in scale, not fully appreciated, I think, by those responsible for capital investment decisions. Could you reflect on that matter at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think and Bertie actually would have used the numbers that I would have had in my head as well. I mean, I lived through an awful lot of my life where the employment in the country was about 1 million. And then suddenly it became 1.5 million, and now it's 2.5 million, which is just a phenomenally different context. As I drove out here this morning, I said, they're all at work. You know, there's that sense in which there's an awful lot of a level of economic activity that wasn't there back at the time we certainly entered Europe, and certainly wasn't there in the 80s during that depressed period. So I think there's that part, and it's the fact that the population is now over 5 million, 5.1 million, and we sort of, when we went into the EU, it was under 3. So there's a sense, or just about 3. So it was like, that's a phenomenal growth. Other countries in Europe haven't had that. So that we have the infrastructure problems we've had, and whether it's hospitals, whether it's schools, I think it's partly reflecting the fact that the system didn't keep up with thinking of how much dynamism there was. And I think we didn't necessarily develop the capability or the capacity to manage a much bigger country. And I think that country would not be that much bigger. And this is really echoing what Bertie said this morning, but it was a point I would wanted to make, is that we didn't really take account of how much that growth meant. And that means the scale of activity that you have to plan for is much, much larger than you had before. And again, we had a century of a declining population, followed by very slow and very uneven growth. We had a system that learned how to cope with crisis, but here was a system that needed to cope with the growth in the scale of employment and population. And I think we're still lagging in relation to that. And I think probably, which will lead in, do a segue for you, I think the environmental piece connects with that totally.
Thank you very much, Frances. That's a perfect segue. That we know the EU is nothing if it hasn't developed transformatively since the 1950s, the ashes of World War II and the coming together of the founding six, specifically around coal and steel, following the 1951 Treaty of Paris, which I'm sure many of us here have read and know and love. But one of the areas really of European policy that has grown enormously since that time is environmental policy. And Diarmuid, you've said yourself that environmental policy has moved from the periphery to the centre of EU policy over the past 50 years. Can you tell us a little bit what that looks like?
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks, Barry, and thanks to John, Alex, and colleagues for the invitation to be here today. I was struck in the set of opening remarks that we had this morning, how often the themes of the European Green Deal, climate, energy, and so forth were referenced. And I was reflecting on the fact that if we were sitting here 15, 20 years ago, I don't think those themes would have featured as prominently in the opening remarks. But if we cast our mind back to 1973 or to the late 1950s, they wouldn't have been on the agenda at all. So there's no reference in the Treaty of Rome to environmental policy of any kind. 1973, as well as marking Ireland's entry into the European Union, actually marks the birth of environmental policy within what was then the EEC, the first European Environmental Action Programme, dates from 1973. And I guess linking to what Frances was talking about earlier on in terms of the single market and so forth. In the early days, a lot of the focus of environmental policy was really in terms of eliminating barriers to trade. But if we move forward into the last couple of decades, and particularly the last 3 years or so, I think it is fair to say that environmental policy has really become to the forefront and centre within EU policy making. The European Green Deal, one of the flagship policy priorities of the current Commission, is really, I think, unprecedented in its breadth and in its scope. And what I think we've seen is an attempt to move environmental policy from a sectoral silo into embedding it across the full spectrum of policies and actions of the Union. So that, that really is quite a radical transformation versus the 50s, the 70s, or even 15, 20 years ago.
On the nature of the Green Deal, Diarmuid, unparalleled in its ambition, perhaps, but in terms of its operationalisability, I think, which is the word we were trying to chew over just before, in terms of the hard facts, the reality of implementing it and it being a source of great change, do you think we can have that hope for the Green Deal?
Well, I think we have to hope, because the consequences of failing to transform our economies and societies over the coming generation mean worsening climate impacts. And climate in particular has, in a very real sense, become come to the fore. You just have to look at what's happening in Portugal and Spain at the moment. Extreme drought, and we're only at the start of the summer season at the moment. It was just on the 9 o'clock news yesterday evening on RTE that reservoirs are at 25% of capacity going into the summer months. So it really is quite worrying, and I could list off a whole set of extreme weather events, droughts, floods, and so forth. But I think what has begun to hit home over the last few years is that climate change used to be thought of as something that was distant in space and time for us in the rich world. It was either something that was likely to hit very hard on poor developing countries or on future generations, and I think that's unfortunately no longer the case. It really is hitting home here in Europe. And so the consequences of failing to act in Ireland, in Europe and around the world is that those patterns of extreme events are going to become much more severe. So coming back to your question, Barry, I think we have to hope that the vision embodied in the European Green Deal is put into practice. Nonetheless, it does call for, it's a radical revisioning of the European economy, of European society, and one of the historical failures, I would say, of environmental policy in the EU and here in Ireland is around implementation. So, we have been very good at developing policies. We've been the pattern is much more mixed when it comes to implementation, and I think that's really the challenge.
Could you give one or two examples?
Well, so infringement proceedings have been taken. In many instances, it's not just a phenomenon in Ireland, but our water quality designation of special areas of conservation, across waste, water, the Birds and Habitats directives. Ireland has been a fairly consistent offender when it comes to failure to implement EU environmental policy. On greenhouse gas emissions, our emissions trends are still going in the wrong directions. I mean, we had a decline during COVID, but a fairly strong rebound in 2021. So the record isn't great. And
it clashes a little bit with what was said in the previous panel about holding environmental policy up as an area that Ireland has done well in terms of its EU membership. You challenge that?
Yeah, I would say that it's been a partial success. To the extent that our environmental record has improved over the last decades, I would say a big driver of that has been EU membership. And I'm not sure that we would have the level of environmental regulation we have across different areas if it wasn't for EU membership. So I think that's something to celebrate. And it's not all doom and gloom. The quality of our environment in some respects has improved, but there's still an awful lot of work to do.
Thanks, Diarmuid. There's much I could ask you about, but Francis wants to come in a moment. I'm going to invite Dan then to make some remarks, but just if the audience, if you can start readying your thoughts and if you can ensure that the mics are ready to go, I will turn to you in a few moments. But Frances, you were trying to come in.
I just really want to support that. I chair the National Competitiveness and Productivity Council, and over the last 4 or 5 years we do an annual kind of report, and we've looked at environmental and climate related issues on a number of kinds. So what I would say is we've done very well on setting targets. With the first class targets, we've now got policies, okay, which we didn't have. So in some of our reports we said we don't have a policy for this, and then 2 years later there is a policy for it. But the implementation is where it grinds to a halt. And it seems to be around the difficulty of getting agreement on where the leadership lies. And I was listening on the news this morning about the offshore wind energy issue. The issue is that's taken so long to get to the table. So you have to ask yourself the question, why do these things take so long? So even when we do, the rhetoric is right. I think Bertie was issuing the rhetoric. We're saying the right things about climate, but the delivery is still taking a hugely long time.
It is curious, and it's not limited to environmental policy.
It's not at all. But that's a classic case where we make ourselves sound as if we're really good, but actually the delivery of it has been very, very poor.
I have one more quick question for Diarmuid before going to you, Dan. But do you want to comment, Dan, on this passage of discussion? So, belt and braces question. In terms of the EU and the climate crisis, can you point towards one or two things that the EU and indeed Ireland as a member of the EU can focus on to try and improve our environmental citizenship on this planet?
Ireland's, I would say, and it was mentioned actually on Morning Ireland, on a different part of Morning Ireland this morning, that our per capita emissions, our emissions per person are very high. And so anything we can do to reduce that. The really tricky areas are agriculture and transport. So when people think of greenhouse gas emissions, they often think of energy generation. But actually, I agree with Frances, it's slow to get going, but we are on, I think, the cusp of large-scale deployment of offshore renewable energy. Solar is beginning to take off. The targets for decarbonisation of the energy sector are very challenging, but there is a pathway to get there. The really tricky areas are around agriculture and transport. And linked to the agriculture piece, the quality of our watercourses has declined really rapidly, and it's a result of land use. It's a result of intensification of agriculture. So I think it's a difficult conversation, but we have to have that difficult conversation about our model of intensive agricultural production.
And if you're being more restrained, if you're being less restrained, you could probably reflect on how EU policies have probably worsened some of those.
Well, yes, and this is something that we hear from our farming community, that they have responded to incentives. They have done exactly what the Common Agricultural Policy told them to do.
Which is, in some ways, Europe created the problem that Europe now has to solve, because intensification was due to starving after Europe having to get production up, and that's where we are now. So there's a sense in which we followed what we were asked to do, and that's why we are a little bit where we are.
And there's an awkward tension with food security, environmental degradation, land use, the rest of it. Fascinating topics. Perhaps we'll come back to it when we get to the Q&A, but turning to you, Dan, one of the most kind of vivid parts of our shared EU membership is the cash in our pocket. As a teenager, when the euro was introduced, and I kind of remember thinking this was quite exciting, and also this metaphor for the EU, the fact that we couldn't really settle on anything beyond geometric shapes to go on the actual notes. But just focusing on the Eurozone, Dan, massive question, but can you reflect on the strengths and weaknesses of it at the moment? Is there anything particular you could point towards?
Well, Barry, I'm going to go wider than that, if you don't mind. So when with the topic here, EU policies, I sort of said, okay, what's the broadest possible way of looking at this? Also in a way to look at where the EU is going in terms of policy. So the modern state does three things. It provides security, so that was the original kind of function of the state. War made the state, and the state made war, as somebody said. Then it got involved in the regulatory role, making laws around commerce. And then in the 19th century, it got into redistribution. So looking at those three major fields of policy, and the EU as a policy actor, start with the regulation. Europe, as we've discussed here around the single market and environmental regulation, it's already equivalent to the US federal government, Canadian federal government. We have a pretty much fully federalized regulatory regime in Europe, where most of the laws and most of the things that we regulate are done at EU level. And it makes sense, and it's been the biggest success, in my view, of the EU thus far. And something like artificial intelligence, I would see us doing that together. So the regulatory state is where the EU has been really successful. What about redistribution? Much less redistribution. Most redistribution happens at the national level. Sure, we've had structural funds and regional funds, and more recently with COVID, we've had the New Generation Fund. But I don't think there's the demand in Europe, amongst the peoples of Europe, for an EU income tax or an EU pension system. So it doesn't strike me as though there's a huge way forward for the EU as a redistributive state. In fact, I think we could potentially go the other way. I think the euro has possibly been a bridge too far. It's brought countries together. It's created resentments that didn't otherwise exist. And if there's a weakness in Europe, if Europe could go into reverse, it could be the breakup of the Eurozone, which I still think is a possibility. History of monetary unions is patchy. And then finally, on to the role of security. So putting aside the domestic justice and home affairs area, just looking at Europe as an actor in the world, unanimity is needed for Europe to be an actor. And constantly you see Europe feeling frustrated and failing in being an actor in big policy decisions in the world. So we saw that in 2014 when the first invasion of Ukraine, Europe didn't, as a group, did not respond to that invasion in a way that would have deterred Russia, and we saw the consequences of that last year. But more positively, I think everyone, including foreign policy actors in Brussels, have surprised themselves about how strongly we have come together to resist this. So maybe it involves a really, really serious crisis to come together as a foreign policy actor. It was mentioned earlier on, the really big question, like, to be honest, Russia is a sideshow. As somebody said, it's a gas station attached, it's a country attached to a gas station. You know, it just does not have the power to be a global player. It can be disruptive, as it's showing now, but China is really where the action is. And Europe is going to have to think more strategically about China. We're seeing this with discussion about de-risking, the Taoiseach last week echoing von der Leyen's comments previous weeks before, that China is going to become a strategic rival, and perhaps that will force Europe to take a greater role as a coherent actor to protect its own interests.
Excellent. I think I'm going to invite Francis and Diarmuid to comment on what Dan has said. I just want to pick up on one thing, Dan, regarding the Eurozone and what you said about the next generation EU and the kind of limited amount of funds that are granted from the centre to the countries most negatively affected by COVID. Does that in any way strengthen the Eurozone going forward, in your view? Does it make a further crisis more or less likely?
I'm not sure it's going to make all that much of a difference. You know, if you look at a country like Italy that has had massive transfers of resources over many decades from north to south, you know, southern Italy is still massively underperforming. And that money has not made that difference. You know, the idea that redistribution is always going to work and be effective, in many cases it has been in Europe. Arguably, you could say in this country it was wisely invested. It helped to boost growth. It wasn't the only reason the Celtic Tiger came into existence by any means. Many of the former communist countries, they transitioned, they benefited from redistribution, and in many cases that money was invested wisely. Was it the only reason they grew and developed? So I'd be kind of, you know, I really felt that when COVID blew up, European leaders were screaming at each other for about 8 weeks around a fund. I thought it was, you know, for leaders in a time of a health emergency to be arguing with each other about something that wasn't actually going to make all that much difference anyway was not one of Europe's finest moments. So I don't think it's going to be transformative by any means.
Thanks, Dan. I could come back on a couple of things, but Francis, are you indicating you'd like to
just a couple of things. I think it's interesting you focused on Italy, because I did some work years and years ago under a CPR project with an Italian, and we actually looked at the difference between how we had spent our Brussels money and how they had spent it. And you know, while many of us might have had some criticisms of what was done here, the disconnect, they really didn't do anything like what we did in terms of the strategic let's say the road network here that we did, they literally spent money in different places and didn't get it joined up. And you don't have to go too far in this island to find another area where funding wasn't used strategically to actually strengthen the economic potential of the region. Just in relation to Europe coming together, I think it is really interesting. I mean, in the Balkan War period, we had great difficulty with Europe forming a position. When the financial crisis came, and it was referred to again in the earlier session, Europe didn't do very, very well in the sense of having the broad-based discussion it needed to have. I think what may have helped it in terms of coming through with COVID was actually Brexit. Because I think people had to work together to form alliances and saying, look, what is our position vis-a-vis the UK? So I think that was a coming together with, to some extent, a common, what the country was now going to be outside the venue. So I actually think Brexit may have helped that preparation. But you are right, it took a long time for that to get up. Now with the Green Deal and with the digitisation, there seems to be more of a willingness to go that direction. And my worry then would be our capacity to deal with that when it comes. But I do think it's certainly there. And just a final point on your thing on redistribution. I mean, the reality is that Europe has a series of, one way or another, welfare states in terms of underpinning what's going on in their economies. So the redistribution within is not led by the centre of Europe. But I think the notion that we constantly compare ourselves with other countries and people are compared with, I think does have some effect in a moral way in terms of affecting the redistribution issue. Because it's a common metric to be used in terms of how governments are doing across Europe. So I think it does come in on that hand.
Thanks a million, Frances. I'm going to come to the room in a moment, but before that, I'm going to ask Diarmuid, just if you want to come in, you don't have to, if you have a remark to what either Frances or Dan has said.
Sure, maybe just to pick up on a couple of points. I would agree with Dan's characterisation of the EU. On the redistribution or spending part of the Union, coming back to the environmental lens, I think, and Frances touched on it there in her remarks, it's encouraging that the green transition is quite deeply embedded into Next Gen EU. There's a Just Transition Fund. There are a range of different funding mechanisms that are really embedding the green transition into the activities of the Union. In an overall sense, the amounts of money are relatively small, but I think that's encouraging. On the security point, I think it has been it poses challenges to global cooperation. The contemporary security environment and global political environment is challenging in a world where we need collective action on issues like climate change, biodiversity loss, and so forth. And so that deterioration in the relationship between the EU and China, the US and China, casts an unfortunate shadow over global cooperation on environmental issues.
Thanks a million, Diarmuid. I noticed at least there was one hand. It's very appropriate that it'd be fantastic. So we have three questions. Alan Dukes, Tom Ferris, and the lady next to you there. Nisha has a mic. If you can start with Tom, please. Thank you, Nisha. Mic's on, is it?
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Probably I put my points in the context of formerly the senior economist in the Department of Transport. And it follows on really from what Frances and Dan has said, and it is the capacity of the public sector in terms of handling the EU funds, the benefits that flowed. Of course, the funds were extraordinarily good from 1989 onwards, but suddenly you had the EU's expertise being shared with the Irish civil service and people getting a greater capability in terms of technical, financial, managerial. So there is a positivity there that shouldn't be lost sight of.
Okay. Some housekeeping that I'd like to hang on, Nisha. The person next to Tom will go next, if that's all right. I'm going to propose you take questions in pairs. I propose if questioners, if you want to address it towards a specific person on the panel, please do that. And if you could also identify yourself and any affiliations that are relevant.
Jane Massey, I'm an IIEA member, and I've done a lot of work across Europe for for the Commission and various European projects for over 30 years. I live in Westmeath, and I want to connect politics and policy. I'm hugely struck, I'm particularly interested in the environmental agenda, and particularly the Green Deal. The European project has never, to my mind, filtered down to local government. And at a local policy level, it's particularly evident on the environmental agenda in Westmeath, where beef is a king. It is extraordinary how weak the awareness is of EU projects, policies, and even a level of interest that I find, I have to say, really deeply disappointing at local level. And I just don't know why we haven't managed to build it into the DNA of politics thoroughly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to propose you start with those two. I'm not going to ask everyone to respond to everything, but I'm going to ask the panel, do any of you want to respond to either of those two questions?
Just very quickly, to Tom's point, I think we learned a huge amount from Europe during that period, and I think we passed on some of that learning to the new member states when they came in. So I think we've actually been very active. The concern I would have is that in a lot of the cases of the new items that are on the agenda, particularly in relation to the Green Deal, there's more expertise required. And as a small country, we have difficulty in building up that capacity. And the capacity of the civil service is to some extent restricted from the fact that we follow the UK model of going for a generalist civil service rather than a specialist mixed generalist one. And I think we're paying the cost of it at the moment, because you actually need people within the department, you need the continuum of knowledge from the generalist to the specialist, and we don't have that within our system. So that is a problem when we need the help of others in order to build that up. And just briefly on the point about local government, I think it's our weakness between national and local government generally, but it's an interesting point that reflects itself as you've just discussed.
Yeah, I was thinking, when you're putting your question, of the relative weakness of local government in Ireland generally and its capacity to do things. But I was also thinking about the places I know. I know a couple of European countries, and I actually think the kind of general knowledge of the EU in Ireland is actually relatively better than many other countries. So that's kind of sobering. As is also, we've recently been briefed by figures in the European Union who are drawing attention to the dwindling numbers of Irish people working in the institutions, and there's an enormous effort to try and connect Irish experts and Irish citizens into the European institutions. So students looking for a job, I grew up in Brussels, great spot, trust me. Diarmuid, you wanted to come in also?
Yeah, maybe to pick up first of all on the capacity point, there's quite a lot of work going on within the civil and public service on capacity around climate change. The Institute of Public Administration is in the process of undertaking a capacity review of the civil service. And there have been various initiatives around setting up climate action units in each government department and networking those, so having a network of climate action units and officers. But there's a lot still to be done, and I would agree with Francis's point around the generalist model of civil service. There have been some calls within the climate space to attempt to replicate the IGES model, so coming out of the financial crisis, that attempt to build a capacity around economic evaluation or economic analysis and evaluation, that might be something to consider. On the local government point, yeah, I've just echoed the other remarks that I think this is a more general problem around the capacity and strength of local government, underfunded, under-resourced, and lacking in its own ability to raise revenue. So compared to most other countries, it's a real challenge we face.
Thanks so much, Diarmuid. Dan?
Yeah, just the point about bureaucratic quality. I certainly think that bureaucrats going to Brussels, meeting each other constantly, sharing ideas, scrutinising each other, has been one of those things that you don't really see as a benefit from European integration, but it's actually been a very important point in bringing bureaucratic quality in all member states up. And I would just slightly disagree with Francis in the sense that, yes, historically Britain had that generalist view and it was more specialised elsewhere, but I've seen a convergence of European bureaucracy at the national level over time. extra specialisation has been required. We have an economic government economic service has been created here and is quite active. But I've seen a convergence in bureaucratic quality across Europe, in part because of a learning process by being in Brussels.
Thanks, Dan. I should say as well, I'm going to go for another round of questions. I think I might take 3 depending on the level of interest. But I should say this goes against what usually happens in conferences, that I can invite comments if anybody wants to speak about other areas of European policy, because the room is so full of knowledge that if anyone just wants to lead on any other area of EU policy that hasn't been mentioned, please do. And that's not just because of who I'm going to go to now. So I'll take Alan Dukes, and then there was Blair Horan, and the lady just behind you there, and I'll come to you, sir, in the next round. Alan.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pick up on Dan's comments about income redistribution. I think the pattern in the European Union has been, it's been an amazing machine for income redistribution between states. And the pattern normally is, you join the European Union, there's a period when there's a net inflow of funding to the state. We passed that stage a few years ago. It's now the case for Central and Eastern Europe and so on. But I think what tends to happen is that there's a difference in capacity between states. We, on the whole, always got a very good report for the efficiency with which we used European money. That is apart from the Common Agricultural Policy, which was not really directed to need rather than it was directed towards the pattern of production. But in areas like the Regional Fund and the Social Fund, we seem to use it extremely well. We got a great bang for our buck from the Social Fund because we used a lot of it for education and training, which had a great multiplier effect. And the same with the Regional Fund. Italy, on the other hand, didn't use those funds anything like as well. I mean, I think it's rumoured that the cost of building the bridge across the Messina Straits has been paid for by the European Union and the Italian government several times over. And it's all taken the form of land being bought and sold at each end of the bridge, but the bridge never got built. And that's a problem with Italian administration. Equally, Greece had a problem in using European funds, which ended up not going, where they were intended to go or having the kind of effect they had. I'm not sure what the situation now is in the most recent member states. My impression is that Poland is probably a better user of European funds than Hungary seems to be. And I really don't know much about Czechia and Slovakia in terms of their efficiency. But the basic mechanism for a redistribution of income between member states is there. The effect of it depends very, very largely on the administrative and policy capacity of each member state.
Do you know what explains the journey in Ireland, Alan? Just before you hand over the mic, what explains the relative good performance in Ireland in what you're discussing?
I think the change was so big for us from 1973 on that it required us to work very hard to make sure that we could use the money. And I think the biggest success came with the Social Fund because we had a very strong concentration of both trade unions and industry organisations deciding to use it for productive purposes, because we did have a big problem with developing the labour force and productivity. And I think in terms of effectiveness of use, that was probably the most effective European intervention that we had. Parts of the Regional Fund turned out extremely well also for infrastructure development, but also for enterprise development. I mean, part of the funding took the form of the LEADER programme, which has been hugely successful in a number of areas around the country in developing industry and tourism activity in rural areas. And it has produced a kind of a self-sustaining model that goes on even if we now no longer are net recipients of European funds.
Yeah, very well put. Thank you very much, Alan, putting you on the spot there. We'll go to Blair and the person behind Blair Nisha, please. So put your hand up, Blair. Red tie. Oh, sorry, Dylan's coming to your right-hand side, Blair. Sorry, apologies, Nisha.
Sorry about that. Thanks very much. Blair Horn, IEA member. It's just a specific question for Dan, and maybe I misheard Dan, but I thought you did say that it was always the possibility that the euro could break up at some point, and I just frankly see that as absolutely inconceivable, and I'm just wondering how you could envisage that, because since the time of Draghi, whatever it takes, if you look at the whole basis for a single market, one market, one money from the Commission in the early 90s, it's inconceivable you can have a single market without a single currency. And even if you look back at Alan Milward's post-war history of the UK engagement with Europe, and like was said earlier, I mean, they write superb histories in some of these details. And the whole basis for the Spark report opting for the customs union rather than a free trade area for Europe was to allow the potential for a single currency. And it's inconceivable to me that you could have a euro break up without the whole collapse of the EU. So I'm just wondering how you envisage it, Dan. I'm interested.
Good question, Blair, thanks. And then just if you're able to reach behind you, or Dylan might help. Perfect, thank you. If you just identify yourself, please, and welcome.
So I'm Ava Gill, and I'm studying politics and society for my Leaving Cert. So I'm very honoured to be in a room with such experts. I just want to ask you, so as a young person, obviously the climate crisis and environmental policy is very important to me. And I know you kind of discussed the sort of failure to act on policy and for policy to become a reality. And I know that we can also kind of sometimes struggle with having to sacrifice things or give up things to, you know, achieve something bigger. So I just wanted to ask you, how do we make policy translate? What can we do? Like, what are the steps to take on a European and national level to ensure that policy actually becomes a reality? What are the steps to take?
Thank you very much, Ava, and we're honoured that you and your colleagues are here, so thanks for being here, thanks for your question. I'm going to go in this direction. I'm sure you each want to respond to Alan, Blair and Ava, so I'll start with you, Diarmuid.
Great. Well, I'll pick up on Ava's question. Thanks very much for the question, and great to see some members of the younger population here in the audience. I had the pleasure and privilege of running or helping to run a Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss last autumn that ran in parallel with the Adult Citizens Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. We brought together 35 children and young people selected through a sortition process similar to the Adult Citizens Assembly over 2 weekends. And it was one of the most stressful and crazy experiences of my professional life, but it was also one of the most rewarding.
No doubt, yeah.
And I found that the young people we worked with had such a fresh way of thinking, but such clarity of expression that you know, really delivers messages, I think, that resonate with those of us who are more advanced in age, but yeah, I think young people really bring fresh insights and passion to the debate. So it's great to have you here. On your question of what we can do, one of the very common refrains from politicians of all political persuasions is that when they, at election time or in between elections, when they go canvassing, when they go to door to door, that their constituents don't raise climate change, don't raise biodiversity loss, other issues, and they get the sense that people don't care about it, and politicians act on the things that they think their electorates care about. So I would say make your voice heard. And one of the really significant things that's happened in the last decade in environmental policy here in Ireland, across Europe and around the world, was the school strikes. That had a really transformative effect on public consciousness, on the debates around the climate and biodiversity emergencies. It was unfortunate that around about a year to a year and a half after that really started to gather momentum, that the COVID pandemic hit, and all of those, the protests on the streets, the school strikes and so forth were forced online. And I think some of the momentum and energy dissipated. But if I could have one message, it would be to make your voice heard in whatever way you can. Coming to events like this, speaking to politicians. Politicians want to hear from young people. They know that even for young people who don't yet have the right to vote, they know that young people, politicians know that young people are the voters of the future, and they will listen to you.
Thanks very much, Diarmuid. We like single messages, that's great. Coming to you, Dan, in a moment on Blair's specific question, but Francis, do you have any remarks you'd like to share?
No, I leave Dan to answer Blair's question. I would just say, though, that there's a kind of literature in economics that talks about currency areas failing, but actually if you look at the context in which they failed, they're all very different, and I think we need to keep that in mind with whatever happens in a European context. Just a very short point I'd like to make is that, and it really comes out of this last exchange, I think the use of citizens' assembly type things to raise the quality of discussion, debate and awareness in Ireland could be expanded even further. I know there's a sense in which, we don't make up our minds over anything, that's what Dáil Éireann is for, but actually to get the understandings of some of these complex issues out, where they involve really a change in a perspective which young people have because they're coming into the world, they're seeing it afresh, but the people who are in the system don't see it in quite the same way. And I would just add one point to that, which is that the role of public broadcasting, not being a propagandist organisation, but I think it has more of a role to play there. Just thinking back on the discussion earlier on with Bertie and John as well, I think there's an issue there that we need to bring people with us, and by that it's not about brainwashing them, it's around having that discussion so that people engage with it.
Indeed, and it's a question of scale, isn't it? Ireland being the size that it is, it actually, for all the things that it does badly, it does engagement around ideas sometimes very well. There's the forthcoming forum on Ireland's security and defence context, which I'm sure we're looking forward to. It's when a citizens' assembly isn't a citizens' assembly. It's not a citizens' assembly, but it's a forum that seeks to garner public opinion. I just got a note, thank you, Shamsuddin, that lunch is delayed somewhat, so we have through until 2:45, so we've 18 more minutes. But if anyone has an engagement at past, we won't be offended if you leave. But it does mean there'll be a further round of questions, which is good. Dan, would you like to pick up what Blair put to you?
And also
and what Alan said, of course.
Alan's point. So just in terms of the EU budget, 1% of the bloc's GDP, US federal budget now, it's gone up to about 25%. So 25 times bigger in terms of a redistributive mechanism. Specifically in terms of Southern Europe, the non-convergence of Southern Europe, with the exception of Malta and Cyprus, and the convergence of Central and Eastern Europe. They have been very different patterns and trends over the decades and since 2004, since the Central and Eastern Europeans joined. Is it all down? I know ex post facto rationalisation, you're going to say, yeah, they spent the money better, that's why. I'm not convinced by that. All the money that went to southern Italy wasn't wasted, and that's not just EU money, but much more money internally within Italy went from north to south. Yet southern Italy is probably one of the most depressed parts of Europe and has been for many, many decades. So all that money, both from northern Italy and from EU, did not transform it. That's not to say it was all wasted, but you've got to ask yourself, why didn't it happen? Lots of complex reasons about that. So I'm just not convinced that the quality of how you spent the funds is the principal determining factor in economic performance. I think it's an important one, but I think there tends to be an ex post facto rationalisation around it to say the countries that did well were the countries that spent the money best. Just an observation.
Just given the expression that Francis has just shared with me, I'd like Francis
So give
to
me the
respond.
alternative.
The alternative to?
To explain, I mean, what I'm saying is, are you saying that Italy just didn't get enough money?
No, I'm not.
Or are you saying they didn't spend it well? What I'm saying is, if it's not as Alan was suggesting, the way they spent it, so why did they not get it? What's your theory?
Well, because it's historical factors where you start from, the nature of the economy, the nature of society, all of those many complex factors that just putting economic development down or non-development down to one particular thing, I think there may be a tendency to overstate the importance of how the money was used. That economic development has so many factors. My concern is that people overemphasize the quality of the expenditure. It's important, but it may be overemphasized. So in terms of Blair's point about Euro breakup, a lot of inconceivable stuff has been happening lately. So, it's very easy to look at a pathway to a serious crisis within monetary union. We came very close in 2010, 2011, 2012. Before the pandemic, officials in Brussels were awake at night over Italy because it's fundamentally the weakest of the member states in a whole range of ways. Then we go into the pandemic. As a way of dealing with that, the ECB's balance sheet is deployed. Basically, the ECB has been the purchaser of Italian government debt since then. What would have happened if the ECB hadn't intervened? There would have been a major financial crisis during COVID had it not been for the purchase of Italian government bonds. We're now in a situation where that needs to be unwound, and how it's going to be unwound, nobody knows. So, governments aren't all powerful, and if something has a fundamental flaw, and if the euro has a fundamental flaw, then it is conceivable that things could spin out of control again.
A riveting and wide-ranging discussion. I'm going to give you the one chance, Blair, to respond, because I know you.
Yeah. Well, look, the euro.
Sorry, my fault. My fault, Blair. Just wait for the mic.
Sorry, Dan. I accept the euro does not have the solid foundations that the dollar has. There's no doubt about that. It's a different construct, right? But incrementally, it will be constructed, right, with what needs to be done. And this is where, economically, I suppose you're right, it's conceivable that something like what you're saying could happen. But politically, it can't, in my view, because what Draghi said, whatever it takes, that is always going to be the response. So it'll lead, in my view, to the opposite actual development, right? If the euro gets in such trouble that it needs much more fiscal integration, well, the politics will ensure there is much more fiscal integration. That's the different conclusion I draw. Politics will trump the economics in any scenario where the euro is seriously in trouble. Well, you're right in terms of economically it's possible, but it's politically impossible.
Richard, there was people saying that in the 80s as well, though, before the Single European Act, of course, that a crisis on the scale we experienced would be unimaginable because politics will get in there before the crisis happened, and it still happened.
Barry, could I just make a quick observation on that? I think one of the issues for the euro was it got off to a terrific start. So much a start that nobody looked at the risk register to say what could go wrong and how do we prepare for that. So in many ways, I think historians might look back on the financial crisis as where Europe realised the vulnerability and what it needed to put in place. And I would agree with Dan, it hasn't got everything in place that it needs to. But I think if Italy were a problem, it could be that Italy leaves the euro rather than the euro falls apart. That's the difference. When it's established longer, I think it takes on a different role.
This is fantastic. We are trying to cover the whole breadth of EU policies. So moving away from the Eurozone, I think I saw 5 hands. I don't know if we're going to get through all of them, but in the order that they came up, Dylan, the gentleman with the red shirt behind you, if you go to him first. And then there was over here, and then there was the gentleman there with the white beard.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is John Connor. I'm just a member of the IIEA. My question relates to the relationship between the Union and the United States of America. The Trump administration was very hostile towards the European Union. And that proceeded more from ignorance on his part. But it did have a lot of people in the Congress that would have agreed with them. And we all remember that during the last expansion of the European Union, there were a lot of voices in the United States Congress that were worried, if you want to use that term, about this expansion of the European Union because they saw it as operating against United States trade interests. So I just wonder if there's if there's a policy to meet the return, God forbid if it does happen, but it could happen, of a Trump administration in the United States in 2 years' time, which it would last 4 years. It would give plenty of time to develop anti-EU policies because he's suspicious of it, like that kind of mentality that does exist among certain people in the United States from certain states who are suspicious of the United States, they see it as a rival. Just want to say to with your permission, Chairman.
We're very tight in time.
Yeah, well, just a little comment because my very good friend Alan Dukes was somewhat had some misgivings about the common agricultural policy that wasn't well spent. I would disagree because, of course, I grew up on a medium-sized farm in the west of Ireland in the 1950s, and I saw real rural poverty in my time, and I saw what the common agricultural policy did for rural Ireland and for the rural economy. One of our best exports today comes from agriculture, and I know it creates all kinds of environmental problems, but it's hugely beneficial to the economy of the country. Just to note that. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for your question. And humbly, if I could ask the questioners to be brief as possible. Dylan here in the corner, the gentleman with the hand up. And we'll take one more and then back to the panel.
Hi, thanks for a great debate. Just a very quick question and one very quick comment. I'm Owen from the Martin Centre in Brussels. We've heard a lot of talk today about, you know, how much Ireland has changed over the last 50 years, but let's talk about the one sector, or the one thing in the specific education sector which hasn't changed, and that's the teaching of continental languages. We've got the new curriculum for the primary schools. I think it's in some sort of consultation phase. Essentially, we'll have, I don't know, half an hour a week or half an hour a month, but essentially kids will still be spending 4 or 5 times as much time on religion as they do on continental languages. And I wouldn't underestimate, and I wouldn't want people based in Ireland to underestimate how much this puts Ireland at a disadvantage in Brussels, even though we like to tell ourselves something different. Very quick comment on Dan. I want to support Dan as someone who works indirectly in the current reform of the EU's fiscal rules. Breakup of the euro is a distinct possibility. All it takes is one unforeseen crisis. Fundamental questions remain unresolved. Denmark, Sweden, Poland and Czechia show that successful membership of the EU need not be based on membership of the euro currency, which is an argument that's not so easily made in Ireland. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Owen Dre, is it? Yeah. Good to know you. Dylan, just the gentleman here just behind Dr. Cooper with the beard. Thank you.
I'm Edmund Grace. I'm the advisor on citizen participation to the wheel. I wanted us to take up Francis Rowan's comment about citizen assemblies. We've had a very positive experience of citizen assemblies in this country. But if you look at recent OECD reports, they expand that 2 issues which are worth looking at. One, most of the experience outside of Ireland, a very positive experience, is with local juries. That's the first. The second is that the OECD is also proposing juries not just that are given tasks by those in administrative and political leadership to look at, but that they've used for agenda setting. That whole approach, I think, would expand the whole framework of public discourse. And it was a great promise.
Thank you, Edmund. Starting with Dan, then Francis, then Diarmaid, if you'd like to respond to the questions and comments.
Yeah, just this comment up there from the gentleman in the red shirt. I have never heard hostility towards Europe from any quarter in America on the basis that they view us as a rival. The hostility has been that they view us as being freeloaders and not contributing enough. And that's the thing that if we're looking at the next administration and potentially a Trump too, that isolationist, why should we pay for rich European security? Why should we involve ourselves with a war in Ukraine that the Europeans should be able to sort out for themselves? The EU is vastly richer than Russia. If we were serious about security, we should be able to deal with this. And that is an argument that gets made by the Americans. It's not one without basis. And if there is a Trump 2, I'd expect to hear an awful lot more about that and the potential of the US pulling out of NATO.
Thanks, Dan. Francis?
Just following on that, I mean, there must be other people in the room who were at Dublin Castle in, I think, what was 2014, where this whole idea of the North American trade deal with Europe was on discussion. And that came out of a mindset of the fact that America wasn't big enough a market space to be assured a future without connecting with Europe. And that was at the time when the Indian economy was growing, but particularly China was really becoming a powerhouse. And it was clear that I think it was the number of PhDs in engineering a year coming out of China was greater than the total number in the United States, or some like crazy numbers that pointed to scale. And that all totally disappeared off the agenda. And I'm wondering whether or not, as actually part of the global recalibration that you mentioned earlier on, is that actually that notion of, instead of being adversaries, there would be a looking for more common ground. I take your point on security, but it does seem to me that that's at least the case. I'll leave the rest.
Thank you, Francis. Would you like to remark?
Yeah, I can pick up on Edmund's comment about the OECD work. So I think our experience in Ireland with citizens' assemblies has been built around basically one model, which is very large, national level, very resource intensive and expensive, asks an awful lot of the participants, and where the agenda is very controlled by the government. I mean, if you look at I paid a lot of attention to the Biodiversity Loss Citizens' Assembly. The question, the set of questions put to it was defined in Oireachtas and an Oireachtas resolution, and it was incredibly detailed. The experience in other countries has been different in several respects that you pointed to, allowing the participants themselves to set their agenda, or to have more of a say in setting their agenda, experimenting with local level, smaller scale, like 1 weekend, 2 weekends. I think there's a lot more that could be done here in Ireland to build on that experience we've had over the last decade.
No, Diarmuid, thank you. Now, there was 1 or 2 more questions, but I'm afraid they're going to have to wait, I think, for lunch, John, yeah? Great. So, John O'Brennan, thank you very much to our panellists. John O'Brennan.
Yes, thank you very, very much indeed, Barry. Just before we adjourn for lunch, some thanks. I want to thank Daniel and Anne and Lorraine, our team, for helping us put together a hugely sophisticated operation. We've been live streaming and lots of people watching, so thank you very much. And I also want to thank the Department of Foreign Affairs for the wonderful exhibition that they have lent us into Europe, which they put together with the Royal Irish Academy. It's a really wonderful representation of the different milestones of Ireland's 50 years of membership. So if you haven't had a look at it, I urge you that when you do go up to the foyer, that you look at some of the exhibits. We're going to adjourn for lunch now, which will be served upstairs, and we'll welcome everybody back again at 1:30 for the next panel on Social Europe. But again, could I just ask for a round of applause for our chair and for 3 wonderful speakers. Thank you. much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope lunch was refreshing and reviving. We've got a number of panels this afternoon, and we're kicking off with the Social Europe panel, and we're delighted to welcome our chair, Frances Byrne, from Early Childhood Ireland. So I'll turn over to Frances to chair this panel on Social Europe. Thanks, Frances.
Thanks so much, John. And I was delighted to be asked. From a selfish point of view, this is a kind of a funny event for me, because I have the experience of working for a national anti-poverty network for a long time, and you know, would have tried to influence at European level, and would have tried to use Social Europe to pressurise our own government here. And then just before I started working with Early Childhood Ireland, I worked for European Movement Ireland. So during the last Q&A, there were a lot of voices and faces that I remember from that tightly knit European circuit in here in Ireland. So at the moment I work for Early Childhood Ireland. I'm the Director of Policy. It's great to be here. It's great to be chairing this panel of excellent speakers. It might be a little different to the last panel this morning, because I've come armed with questions for these three brilliant speakers. The advice and guidance to myself as a panel chair was to allow about 15 minutes towards the end for Q&A. So conscious of that, I'm going to have my watch out. And if these three people run out of things to say, which is very unlikely, we might get a bit longer time. But I am going to manage time so that we at least get the 15 minutes, and I've already warned the three colleagues about that. I have some questions to put to them. I really want to bring, not just because of my age, I really want to bring the idea of the 50 years into the room. So I'm starting with that. As an Irish woman, I'm very struck by when you speak to younger Irish women and you tell them what Ireland was like, the marriage bar and all of that, they look at you like you're speaking a very foreign, non-European language. So I really do want to go back to that, and to go back to the relationship, and then to look at the current challenges. And I'm going to also ask the panel to also look to the future, to the next 50. So hopefully we'll get through all that. But one of the other reasons why I'm honoured to chair this panel, because we have three fantastic speakers. Unfortunately, I am so old that I need my glasses to read. Paul Gunnell is here. He's the director of the European Anti-Poverty Network since 2018, and prior to that was the network's policy officer for over 10 years. Paul is a member of EAPN Europe's policy working group, the government's Roadmap for Social Inclusion Steering Group, and also a member of the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission's Future of Equal Legislation Advisory Group. Paul also coordinates the community platform and is a qualified community worker. Mary Murphy will be known, Professor Mary Murphy, head of the Department of Sociology here in Maynooth, with research interests in eco-social welfare. New book out, which is on my list. So glad to see that in your profile, that's such important work. And we heard it earlier too. Gender, care and social security, globalisation and welfare states, and power and civil society are Mary's other research interests. Mary co-edited The Irish Welfare State in the 21st Century, Challenges and Changes. And as I said, authored Creating an Eco-Social Future, which I'm told is in the bookshop. An active advocate for social justice and gender equality, Mary was appointed to the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission between 2013 and 2017, and is currently a member of the Council of State in Ireland. And our third panellist is Sean O'Reen, also known, Professor Sean O'Reen of Sociology at the National University of Maynooth here. Sean's research interests are in the sociology of work and employment, comparative political economy, inequality and social changes, and the global information economy. Sean is the author of several books. I don't know, I assume they're all in the bookshop. The most recent being as co-editor of The Changing Worlds and Workplaces of Capitalism. And Sean was the primary investigator for New Deals in the New Economy, a 5-year study of workplace bargaining in Europe. And Sean was a member of the National Economic and Social Council from 2011 to 2017. So not an intimidating, accomplished panel at all. So my first question to the three of you, Paul, Mary and Sean, is to ask you what social Europe, and I would like you to try and stand back and look at the 50 years, what social Europe means to you, and if you could focus on a particular highlight during our first 50 years of membership. Totally open to you what you choose. And as I said, I am going to be a little bit fiendish about time, so forgive me. That's my job. Thanks so much, Paul. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Frances. Delighted to be here. Just, I suppose, from our point of view as a European Anti-Poverty Network, we have a national network. We're part of a European network of 32 countries working together at a European level to try to impact on European policy and what it can do in terms of eradicating poverty and its causes. One of the things, I suppose, for me to highlight at the very beginning always when we have workshops, because for us, when we work with members in the community, they often don't see that the European Union is very relevant to them. It's something out there, it's distant and so on, and what has it got to do with them? And where I start usually is in terms of just highlighting what the values of the EU are that are in the Treaty of Function in the European Union, which many people don't know about, which I think very much place social Europe at the heart of the EU project. So I'm just going to read it because I think it's kind of key in many ways that this is the stated value of the EU in the Treaty of Function of the European Union, is that the Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. These values are common to member states in a society in which pluralism, non-discrimination, tolerance, justice, solidarity, and equality between women and men prevail. And I think that's the standard at which we have to judge the EU and its development over the last 50 years. A lot of people think of a lot of other things, and we've heard a lot of discussion on other topics. But actually, these are the values that hold us together as a European Union. So then looking at what in the last 50 years you might feel has been achieved. When Ireland joined the European Union in 1973, Dr. Patrick Hillery became the Commissioner for European Social Affairs at the time, and took a very strong stand because Ireland at the time was looking at the issue of poverty here as well. The Kilkenny Conference, and Seamus O'Canada, who was from Maynooth, was part of that process in terms of looking at that, and took that experience of looking at the issue of poverty from Ireland to the European Union and got agreement at a European Union level to have a poverty programme. And there were 3 programmes over time then from the late 70s, early 74 to the early 90s until they were stopped for political differences. But those programmes are very important in putting the issue of poverty on the agenda at a European level. And such ideas as discussed and debated ideas such around social inclusion, and that concept was discussed in the context of poverty, the idea of community development and the importance of community development, people being active in communities and their voices in policy that impact on them, and the role community development plays is there. And also in terms of partnership and working together across different sectors to bring change. So that poverty programme very much put the issue of poverty on the agenda. Unfortunately, over time, there's been attempts to put it back on and it's eroded and so on. So that's been a key thing at the beginning. We currently have a European Pillar of Social Rights, which is great potential there, with commitments around poverty reduction. And there are other things as a social clause, I think, in the treaty. So there are potentials, a lot of potential there at the European Union level to bring about change. And I think for now the real challenge is realising that potential.
Okay, we're definitely going to come to that because I think I think we can all agree there are challenges, particularly through the lens of social Europe facing the EU and our potentially our membership in it. But we might come to that. And what about you, Mary? When you look back,
Yeah, I suppose when I look back, I suppose it's not with an academic hat on, it's with a more civil society activist hat on, because I would have spent the early part of my working career in civil society organisations like the National Organisation of the Unemployed, and it had a counterpart, as Paul described, the European Network of the Unemployed. And for me, I suppose that idea of social Europe being at the heart of Europe and in the treaty, and I would say if it is at the heart of Europe, it needed a lot of CPR at various stages to bring it alive. But for me, one of the highlights would have been, I suppose, the panel tomorrow will talk about the gender equality, and the dimensions of that came through in the 70s and the 80s were so important. but also Irish women's role in making it important. And I think in the 1990s, for me, one of the highlights was the Dolores White Paper on social policy and a task force on social policy that paralleled that white paper. And that was a really serious attempt by civil society organisations, academics, politicians all over Europe to bring alive those principles and values that were in the treaty. And it was a really exciting time. It was a time when people really believed and fought for some of the competencies to be expanded, as Alex White talked about this morning. So where the potential was there to be realised, and there was quite innovative kind of ideas around of how to do it. I suppose my experience since then has been that really social policy has been more limited. It's been confined to that soft law, to open methods of coordination, things like the Social Investment Programme, as Paul just mentioned, the European Pillar on Social Rights, all of which have good aspects, but none of which really meet the hard competence of some of the other areas that we were speaking about in the earlier panel. And none of that soft competence or open method of coordination or opportunity for policy learning or policy transfer is really any match for the strength of the Maastricht criteria and the EMU and the 2-packs and the 6-packs and the really hard rules of monetary policy. So that was one thing. The other thing, I suppose, and much related to the experience of the 1990s and the 80s and the 70s, and as Paul described it, the emergence of really innovative institutions around equality, around poverty, around social inclusion. And there was a really interesting discussion in the panel earlier around, I think Alan Dukes mentioned it, around the investment in education and training. And I suppose I was kind of a bit bemused there because there was talk about, you know, the redistribution in Ireland was really effective because we made good use of the social and the structural funds, because we innovatively found mechanisms through which to make them relevant to Ireland's development. And I suppose that wouldn't have chimed with my own lived experience at the time. At the time, I would have found that a lot of the labour market programme investment, the education and training, particularly as it related to unemployed people, was really forced out of a system that was really infrastructurally weak. I remember, for example, FÁS would have been described as a Swiss Army knife, used by the social and structural funds to do a lot of things, but like a Swiss Army knife, able to do a lot of things, but doesn't do a lot of things particularly well. So I think, you know, my sense would have been there was a lot of innovation, there was a lot of institutional experimentation, some of which was really brilliant. And somebody mentioned earlier on that one of the real structural issues in Ireland is the absence of decent local government. And to some degree, we had to really be creative about developing parallel local institutions, like LEADER was mentioned, like local area-based partnerships in the 90s. They were really good, but I think over time we have taken that innovation and that institutional experimentation out of the system. The closure of things like the Combat Poverty Agency, for example, would be a really good example of how we had pioneered good, strong institutions capable of taking European social policy and finding ways of making it work in a national and particularly regional and local context. But if we look at what we have now in Ireland, I think we have wiped clean quite a lot of the institutional learning and the innovation that we did over that period of time. And I think we're the weaker for that.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Sean, last but not least.
I'll take you at your word about the 50 years. I'll go back before that even, because I think if you think about what the EU was before we arrived, well, it wasn't the EU, but with the six, I mean, at its foundation, in a sense, you know, it was a market project, but that was linked always to, in those countries at the national level, to a social model. And those two things, there's a lot of research at the national level that shows how those things are interdependent. That your kind of internationalized free market economy depends upon social protection, social investment and social compensation to work well. And that, in a sense, was the European model. So then you think of even though it wasn't institutionalized at the international level, in effect, because of the composition of the countries, that was the model. Then you think about what happens after that. So we in a way, are the beginning of the first challenge to that, which is expansion. So expansion brings in a much greater diversity of welfare models. Denmark less so, ourselves and the UK, more liberal models, and then Mediterranean countries, and then Eastern European and so on. So if you look then by 2000 and into the 2000s, you're talking about, and beyond then, you're talking about a much more diverse range of kind of social models at the same time that the market project is ploughing ahead. So that kind of symbiosis between the social side and the market side, in a sense, becomes much more problematic. So that's one challenge, a kind of a big historic challenge. And then the other big historic challenge then is the expansion of finance and capital markets. So we haven't talked an awful lot about the crisis of 2008-9, but the expansion of financial markets and capital markets and the financialization that was the root of that crisis was a huge challenge then to the social model. I mean, lest we forget. So, and there's all kinds of legacies to that. So there's two aspects there of the European model that are absolutely fundamental to it, that are also kind of challenging the basic social model. But I think all of that comes around full circle then, because Mary mentioned the six-pack and the two-pack and so on. Those are all elements of the classic European model, if you like. Those are part of the economic model of the Central European countries in 1970. You know, that was kind of the fiscal discipline, all that kind of stuff was built into those. But it was balanced at the national level by this kind of social compensation and by the investment, and they were relatively high tax. Part of the reason for those rules was to protect a kind of a reasonable, you know, a high revenue, high spend model. We have those rules now. We actually have them stronger than ever at the European level. So I think that really poses almost a need. I don't want to say it's a functional need, but you know that they're not neutral rules to me historically, and when you look comparatively, it actually means that that social Europe, in a real sense, is more necessary than ever if you want to sustain that kind of macroeconomic regime. Because when we've seen that sustained in a way that works and in a way that doesn't just induce bouts of austerity, it's when it's combined with that kind of social model. So I think in a way social Europe is probably more urgent from a macroeconomic point of view than ever.
Okay, thank you. Really interesting. And the similar threads, but yet quite different lenses and aspects of the Social Europe project, if you like. So can we move on now to talk about current challenges? Like, what are the big things facing the European Union, facing Ireland's relationship, Ireland's potential leadership of issues in the way that you described in the past? I was really struck, the excellent panel this morning, you know, climate change coming up and all of that crisis. It really shouldn't, I have to give out to myself, it's not climate change, it's climate crisis. So Mary, can we start with you this time? Could you talk a little bit about what you think are the top three, because otherwise we won't get finished on time. The top three challenges facing the EU and Ireland within that.
Okay, well, I mean, I think obviously the climate crisis is one of the top ones, but I think one that maybe hasn't been mentioned yet today and that deserves mention is the migration crisis, which is quite linked to the climate crisis and will be ever more linked to the climate crisis as things evolve. And I suppose the starting point here is another global, so the United Nations Refugee Convention in 1951, which does give everybody an equal right to refuge. And if we look at the global context in which we need to understand migration and the refugee policy, and pre-Ukraine, I think it's really important to try. Ukraine was only a year ago, but it's so dominant in our understanding of how we're understanding migration now. But pre-Ukraine, Syria, Colombia, Congo, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Yemen, they would have been where the crises were. And 60% of people who are displaced are actually internally displaced inside their own country. Of those who manage to get out of their own countries, 74% of them end up in countries that are low to middle income. They never make it to anywhere near Europe. A country like Uganda, for example, has 1.5 million externally displaced refugees living in Uganda. So I think that's the context in which we need to understand what our EU obligations and national obligations are in the context of climate change. And it really worries me. And I'm drawn here on one of our PhD students, one of John was the supervisor, Adrian Elliott's work in Oxfam. And she looks at the two-tier kind of migration policy that's emerging in Europe. And it's two-tier from two different perspectives. One is the differentiation for international protection in terms of the type of refugee protection that's given to Ukraine and then that's given to other asylum seekers who really should have the same equal right under international obligations. We see very good protection for Ukraine versus a real pushback of migrants and a Fortress Europe kind of mentality in other contexts. But we also see, and I think this is really ironic in a social Europe context, we see a real differentiation in the EU between migration policy for the EU labour market and its need, its demographic need and its skills need for a labour force, and migration policy being developed in that sense that's quite progressive and quite eager to advance. And then we see a much more restrictive engagement around international protection. So there's lots of two tiers, and I just remember, the link in between the past and now. But in 2002, I remember Irish officials going out to English-speaking countries in Africa, going out to try and recruit skilled workers for what was then our labour market shortage. And quite literally, there were planes coming in from Africa with black English speakers on them who had the skills that our boys were going out to seek in white South Africa. And I think there's a huge dimension there between, if you're asking about what the challenges are, there are challenges of race and migration, and maybe I'll talk about the climate challenge later if
yeah.
that's okay.
And do you think that there's a role for Ireland? Like, I'm very struck since Brexit. As I said earlier, I worked in the European movement during the referendums, and it's all still quite, during their referendum, and it's still quite new, fresh to my, I remember the day after, all the work that led up to it. And I'm very struck by, what a lot of us would regard as, certainly anyone progressive would regard as what's happening on the island next door in relation to migration. And the opportunity, I think, that notwithstanding everything that's happening now and the two-tier here, which I agree, I think it is, we clearly are starting to see that here. Is there a role for us, do you think, Mary, in trying to provide leadership? Do you think we have been in terms of the EU context on that issue?
I don't think we have been providing enough leadership, but I do think that as a small nation, we've proved before that in various areas, like the smoking ban in pubs, for example, the plastic bag tax, and other areas of social policy that we've talked about earlier, we have shown really good leadership. And I do think it's an area that, even though we're small, that good policy could animate, particularly in the context of Brexit and what we might learn from that. We're in a really good position. I think Ireland has learned a lot through previous referendums about how positive, progressive, transformative changes can happen by creating opportunities for conversations. There was talk earlier on about the role of citizens' assemblies, and maybe that we're making limited use of them now, but I do think we've learned a lot about how to have brave conversations in Ireland, and this is an area where we need very brave conversations, and we need them very urgently.
Okay, thanks so much. And what about you, Sean? What do you think are the current challenges? Top three, if you have them, or just one? Or
I think I would just talk about two, really. One is the rise of the far right, which is related to the kind of topics we've been talking about. We talked about Trump earlier, obviously. That's a huge issue, but this is happening, obviously, much closer to home. So even from a European level, that is a significant issue, even just in terms of the sustainability of the European Union, etc. But also just more generally in terms of social cohesion. And I suppose it just kind of speaks to some of the fault lines. So that's one that I think, in a sense, obviously that's a political challenge, but then these political challenges turn into economic and social challenges. And, it only takes, because of the federalised structure, in a way, it only takes a couple of countries for this to become a really serious national issue for it to spill over into Europe as a whole. But then, there's also other economic and social challenges, and those are, in a way, an opportunity to address the far right, the rise of the far right. So one that jumps out to me is housing. So housing is a huge issue, and people have, this morning we're talking about, yes, there's more households, there's more people working and so on, but housing is an issue around the world, somewhat independent of demographic change. So I think, a big driver of this is, the changing nature of housing provision, the financialisation of housing, etc. So this is an area where European Union could actually, this requires coordination on the investment side, which the European Union can help to drive, let's say, pension funds, etc. These kinds of policies. I think it was Dan mentioned that there's no huge demand for, popular demand for the people who are not rising up for European pension funds. But I think there's a lot the European Union can do in terms of kind of working with European level investment to try and actually, tackle this housing issue, which is really driving a lot of the, social tensions at the moment in one way or another. Cost of living, there's marginal and there's structural aspects to that, and the huge structural one is housing. So housing is a huge challenge, but it's also one that if you could actually begin to address it and make significant impacts, then you're talking to all kinds of social groups. You're talking to the disenchanted, classic 55-year-old, no more than myself, voter for the far right, who's just looking around and saying my kids can't reproduce the life that I had. You're talking to that. You're also talking to the urban cosmopolitan young person who's moved from Dublin to Barcelona or whatever. So, so there's a whole load of wins to be got on the political and kind of cultural social side, if you can do something on some of those big challenges. But to me, housing is a huge challenge, but also kind of a huge opportunity. And because it is linked to how investment works and how capital markets work, it also is an area where the EU can play a role. And I think that because it's a transnational kind of space.
Okay, thanks, really interesting.
Yeah.
And Paul, what about you? What do you think are the current challenges?
Yeah.
I'm absolutely convinced you have more than three.
I have, yeah. I've tried to,
so if you could try and prioritise the three. Yeah.
Yeah, the first one very much is inequality. I think very much. I don't mean just economic inequality, but inequality experienced by so many groups across society. It's something which is, of course, inequality is different in different countries across the EU. We meet as a network, we discuss these issues, but it's still the same groups that are left behind in many cases. So in terms of communities experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage, people with disabilities, migrant groups, travellers and Roma, ethnic minorities and so on, across society, across Europe, these are still the same groups that are being left behind, that are experiencing poverty and inequality. And that's been the same for decades, and I think that's been the frustration, despite commitments at the European Union in one level to address these and having programmes and plans. Even during the 70s, the Lisbon Strategy, there were national action plans for social inclusion, there are poverty targets, that there are still so many groups that are left so far behind. And now, as we enter another crisis, there's this feeling again that that's just going to be reinforced again. So I think very much there's a need to not just pay lip service to it, but actually try and figure out how to not leave groups behind. And all of these commitments to actually implement the strategies. Implementation was mentioned earlier. Actually implement the strategies which are there, the commitment to kind of work in cooperation across the EU in terms of different strategies around that. If you're going to use soft law, then use them well in terms of making progress, for example, under the Pillar of Social Rights. So that would be a key one, is do not leave groups behind. And that feeds into what Sean was saying about the far right and what supports their case in many ways. And linked to that very much is the imbalance which we see in terms of how the EU implements policy and the response to the economic crisis, in terms of the rules that were there to support economic and fiscal rules, which had very severe social impact, which wasn't taken account of really adequately, not nationally but also internationally. So how do we make sure that when we're making decisions, whether economic, environmental or social, we look at the impacts they're having on each other part of that triangle? And I think we're very much failing nationally, but also at a European Union level to ensure that we proof policies to look at what the impacts are. I think that's very much something which is crucial. I think I'll just leave it there. But I think if we manage to do those well, we will not make the mistakes we've been making up to now, I think.
And given what Mary has described, like some of the, I was very struck by the commentary about the poverty programme, and I was remembering, well, that was why the Combat Poverty. I remember those programmes. I'm so old, but anyway, I certainly remember the third one, and the Combat Poverty Agency and all of that. And there are indeed colleagues here today who would have been involved in the agency. Given all of that, and some of the infrastructure is very missing now, do you think that Ireland has a leadership role to play at European level to achieve some of what you're describing? To be very frank, do we still have the bona fides around that, I suppose I'm asking, given what has happened here?
Yeah, I think in all honesty, if you look at what I mentioned initially in the poverty programmes and the role that Dr. Patrick Kelleher and the Irish government played in relation to that, I think over time we have some great leaders. There are like other people in the audience as well who played a key role. I see Francesca Rossi there, and there are others. Other people who have tried to play a very strong role in terms of making progress in a social towards a social Europe, and Ireland's role in relation to that. Currently, I don't think that that's as strong, and I think it really is a moment for Ireland to step up in terms of making sure we bring progress. What I get a sense of in terms of the social side from Ireland is very much playing a conservative approach, that as long as we'll agree to something, as long as it doesn't bring any further additional costs or obligations on us. So I think that very much needs to change, because currently Ireland is not really playing, I think, a very strong role, and that needs to change if we're going to see progress. As I said, there are a lot of commitments there on paper, but if they're not implemented, I think it brings increasing frustration among people. Now we can see the current cost of living crisis. There are situations in terms of growth of food banks here, but also situations across Europe which we shouldn't really be seeing if social policy was playing its role. So very much I think Ireland needs to change what it does at home, but also it needs to play a stronger role internationally.
Okay, thanks so much. So I'll take my cue from the chair of the last panel, who at this time was reminding you and asking you, so I'm going to do the same, to start thinking about questions. We're moving to the third stage of my questions, my grilling of the three brilliant colleagues. So if you have, to start thinking about them, be delighted to have further discussion. So moving on then to look at the future. I have two questions, one of which will scarify the three of you. But in terms of what do you think the next 5 years look like? Warts and all, good things and all for the EU and Ireland's place in it, and also the next 50, which is is there something that you think, yes, this is something facing us now that needs to be dealt with in the next 5 years and beyond that, whatever that might be, whatever, I know. Easy, Mary.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm starting with you this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we're obviously, the various crises are coming so fast and at the moment that, it's hard to, you lose track of which one, but at the same time, if you look at the overall changes, if you go with the 50 years, I mean, it is interesting if you look at employment and where employment is going. I mean, a huge amount of employment is going, it's really coming in services, and it's coming in one way or another, care and relationships with each other. Those are the growth areas, whatever way, whether that is shop work, healthcare, education, and so on. So a vast amount of the economy that is growing in terms of the people involved is actually about kind of relationships with other people, interaction, care, the growth of other people, and so on. So how we organise that, I mean, like the big money is in technology and intellectual property and so on. But part of that is because of the legal regimes that we have in place around that and the rewards that go to it. But if you look at the actual activity of people, if you're looking 30, 40, 50 years down the road, I would expect most people to be working with and ideally for other people. So if we were looking, what's the promising picture for not only Europe but the world, to me that's where human activity is increasingly directed. in terms of the task that we face. How we organise that is a different, is a different political question. So I think that, and that's probably the biggest opportunity and challenge for us to imagine that world, and also imagine it in a way that's environmentally sustainable and so on. The other thing I just wanted to mention was, and this is a place where I think Ireland can and has in the past played a role, which is like what are the levels at which the EU works? So there's a kind of a Council of Minister kind of hard bargaining kind of level, and then there's a target soft law, that kind of level. But in most areas where there's real progress, there's this kind of network of institutional connections, kind of vague cooperations. I mean, part of it is the open method of coordination. Part of it is just, I was reading an article this morning about enterprise policies in Europe and network spillovers, things that just problem solving and learning from other countries. And that's an area where you can actually build relationships, you can learn from other countries, and to some extent, Ireland has been good at participating in those networks. And when you participate in them, you stimulate them. Like you don't have to go into those saying, we have the model and we're going to teach you what we do. You just have to participate in them and say we want to be part of them, and kind of active by 2 or 3 countries kind of being the stimulators of that can have a huge effect across Europe. It takes time and it's not very visible, but I think it's, that's an area where Ireland is a kind of a in-between hybrid kind of model can actually play a big role, which would benefit us directly in terms of learning, but it would also rebound back via the improved European connection.
Okay, thanks. Really interesting. Mary, what about you?
Yeah,
5 years to 50.
Well, I think in trying to link the 5 years to the 50, I think what we do in the next 5 years will actually determine what the next 50 years would look like. And I say that in 2 ways. I mean, I think it was Robert Reich, he was Secretary of State, I think, in the Clinton administration, and he was saying, if people can't see security in the future, they will look for security in the past. And to some degree, I think we saw that with Brexit. And so when we're thinking about trying to imagine stopping the far right and that colouring the next 50 years, that we have to give people hope. And I find myself, where I find hope is in understanding that both inequality and climate change, or the climate crisis, they stem from the same problem, which is an overemphasis on inequality causing the greed related to it, leading to overconsumption, leading to carbon emissions, and that we really need to tackle at a really structural, systemic level the model of living that we have at the moment, both economic and social. And I think in that sense that if we can tackle inequality and the climate crisis in a kind of co-joined way, intellectually and practically, that can offer us real hope that we can reimagine a world that would be sustainable both socially and environmentally. I think the Green New Deal and the kind of EU competences around environment are really helpful in that respect, but I think they need to go further in getting underneath the belly of trying to join up that social inequality and the environmental destruction as part of the same problem, and understanding that they stem possibly from the same political economy model that we've been feeding Europe with, and indeed the world with. And I do think, I take great hope from that there are a lot of people thinking about how to get over the hump of it's not just a technocratic fix of the environment that we need to do. It's a much more systemic, structural rethink of how we're organising the world. And like even next week, there's a huge conference on, commissioned in the European Parliament, 2,000 people looking at growth and the relationship between it and inequality and the environmental crisis. So there is thinking going on that's really hopeful. But aligned with all that, I think the other thing that we need to think about the next 5 years, the next 50 years, is democracy. Because whatever the next 5 years happens, or the next 50, I believe it has to happen democratically. And that's not necessarily just representational democracy, but the kind of institutional innovations we've been talking about earlier, better local engagement, participative democracy, deliberative democracies. But it needs to be democratic. It can't be autocratic. It can't be technocratic decision-making that gets us there. And I do think we need to work really hard at really being using our own institutional imaginations in a way, being really organisationally open about how we can imagine going into that future in ways that are fit for purpose, about creating the future that we need to make sure it's socially and environmentally sustainable, but also democratically sustainable in 50 years' time.
Okay, very good, thanks. And Paul, what about you?
Yeah, I think echo what the two previous speakers said in some ways. That I mentioned earlier about the economic crisis and the impact that had. Afterwards, I think there was a certain realisation at the European Union level of fear as well, because there were elections coming up at the European level, and there was a concern over the type of political parties which had got a lot more support, or it looked like they were going to get a lot more support, both at national level but also in the European Parliament. So there was a sudden realisation that the austerity policies were incorrect, were the wrong way to go, and the negative impact they had. And in the Commission that was afterwards under Jean-Claude Juncker, they tried to somehow turn that around to some extent. But I feel it didn't fully move. The European Pillar of Social Rights and so on evolved out of that. And I think there was a sense that once they almost got a sense that there was some sort of a public change of understanding that maybe things are changing, it almost stopped the progress. Okay. And I remember Jean-Claude Juncker's speech at the time, stated the Union address, which was the wind is in our sails. And I felt that was far too early, because things hadn't really changed on the ground. The narrative was beginning to change, but actually the policies weren't really changing. And I think now, hopefully, that there's a sense maybe that we're going back there again, politically, that it will stop, bring back a realisation that we need this integrated approach. We need to put the social goals, that values I mentioned at the top of the European agenda, in how we move forward. Because I do think there's a risk that if we don't, we're really risking in terms of where things might go and the type of, I think, where people might support in terms of the type of people that follow in the future. So very much I think we need to stop, realise that we can't continue kind of ignoring groups and, what Mary said, inequality without addressing those structural issues which are there. And the climate organisations, they actually understand the need to address inequality very much at the heart of their project as well. Okay. And one other thing, I think, in terms of the voice and that thing linked to participation and who informs this, that what I mentioned as part of the poverty programmes at the beginning, community development was very much part of that. And that participation of communities experience poverty and disadvantage in the policies and in the decisions that impact on their lives. And Ireland was very good at the time in showing at a European level what it was doing. It was an example of good practice in terms of participation, in terms of communities experiencing disadvantage and poverty, having a voice in policies that impacted on them. And then what happened? A lot of that's been dismantled, completely dismantled, and it's taken that voice out of policy making. So we very much, as an organisation, missed that kind of real depth of grassroots participation in terms of social policy and social change. So that needs to be really redeveloped, but also used at a European level to ensure that we have really the voice of people across society, including those experiencing disadvantage and poverty, in policy making. And at a European level, social partners don't include broader civil society, including NGOs, social NGOs and environmental NGOs either. It's employers and trade unions. So there has to be greater equality in terms of who has that voice at policy at a European level.
Okay, thanks so much. So over to all of you now. A show of hands, please. I know there are roving mics. We have 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Okay. I hope I get everybody in order, and bear with me. Maybe just put your hand up again. So I'm going to start here, just in terms of logistics. Excuse me. Thank you so much.
So, Alan Jukes, apologies for intervening again. I don't think we need to worry about bona fides in pushing any level of policy. I don't think any member state has more bona fides than any other in putting forward proposals for policy developments. Two areas that I think we need more thinking about. Some years ago, Angela Merkel made a very, very bold step on immigration. And it seems that she got way too far ahead of her colleagues, heads of state and government. Can we imagine a way to regain some of the ground that was lost compared to where Merkel wanted to be? And is there a path that we could imagine to follow to deal with that? Second issue, the European Union has shown some capacity to respond quickly. It responded very quickly to COVID, and it responded creatively to the way of bringing about and implementing the Green New Deal. And there were two areas that we couldn't have imagined before that the European Union would really get constructively involved in. It's now there. Is there a way that we can imagine, again, a pathway to make back the progress that has been lost in terms of social Europe since, say, the mid-80s? As the panel have said, there was a period when things were going rather well and that momentum has been lost. Can we imagine a pathway to regain that momentum?
Okay, thank you. Up there, the light is blinding me, so apologies. Somebody up in the corner there. Thank you. I'm going to take maybe two more, and that might be, quite frankly, all we get to, because we went a little bit over. The last panel had a little bit of extra time anyway, but we definitely don't. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Francis. Kevin O'Kelly is my name. I'm a member of the Institute, and I have to congratulate the Institute and Maynooth University for this terrific conference. And as Paul and Mary will know, my interest really is this particular panel and social Europe, because I've spent most of my working life working on social Europe with a particular focus on employment. And I was struck by Paul when he started off by saying human dignity was a key issue at the European level. And then I was prompted to intervene when Sean mentioned employment issues, because that's the area that I've been particularly interested in. I've just finished a project funded by the European Commission, which involved 9 member states, looking at the implementation of an agreement between the social partners at the European level on the digitalization of the workplace. And as we went through that particular project, the focus became very much on artificial intelligence. And it hasn't been mentioned by the panel, but the impact of technology coming down the tracks on employment, on the loss of employment, and the crisis in the labour market is something that we really have to take on board.
Thank you. Yes, you were definitely next. I saw your hand. And I'm afraid I'll probably only have to take one more after this, just because of time.
Frank Collins, my name. A short question. What can we learn from the poverty programmes in Ireland that will help us solve the current problem of energy poverty? Energy poverty affects people in all stages of life, but particularly those who are living by themselves and those who would fit the bill of, or fit the description, the older conventional definition of poverty.
Thank you. And then this lady in the scarf. Oh, sorry. The light is blinding me. Apologies. I may know you and I can't see you. Sorry.
That's all right. Jane Massey, a member of the IEA. The Commission, at European level, we seem to be very focused on persistent long-term unemployment, particularly back in the late 90s. We seem to have lost sight of that percentage that for whom nothing changes. And it isn't just for Ireland, it is across every member state. Does any of the panel feel that we've just decided to ignore the problem, or how we really don't seem to be able to give it the attention that it needs?
Okay, thank you. Apologies, I know there are other people with hands up, but I'm really conscious of time. That is my main job today, so I am going to go to the panel, and I'm going to invite you each one at a time to speak to which all or if you speak to all, we may have a problem, but the ones that you would really like to address. So I saw you taking notes. I don't think I need to remind you, really interesting. I liked the idea of coming from imagining and that reminder about what happened in Germany, what I'd actually forgotten, and it's an interesting one about migration, and also the backlash about that was interesting. And the long-term problems, like energy poverty, that are also a renewed problem and a challenge. And of course, Kevin's question, all of those questions are relevant. So we might start with, actually we'll go back the way we were at the beginning. We'll start with you, Paul. Thank you. And I will be a demon about time, because you know I have to be.
Thanks, and thanks for the very interesting questions as well. I think quite a lot of it goes back to the issue of structural, kind of addressing the broader structural issues in terms of that cause social, a lot of the difficulties in terms of addressing our climate challenges, but also social challenges. So we need to bring in those structural changes, and they will help us deal with those longer term issues. For example, in relation to energy poverty, poverty is multidimensional, so of course there needs to be issues in terms of how do you reduce the bills that people have, but often energy poverty is very much linked to food poverty, it's linked to issues around housing. All of these things intersect, and the same people that experience one will experience many of these issues. So really there has to be an intersecting way and a structural way of preventing these issues from arising in the first place. And investment is a really important part of that, and public investment in public services is a really key, important part of that. In terms of the issue of migration, I mean, yes, that was an Angela Merkel address. That showed boldness in terms of policy and bravery in terms of taking steps. And that's kind of missing quite a lot in terms of standing out and taking leadership. And that's really very much needed currently as well. And that is needed very much in terms of a social Europe. I think it's currently missing quite a lot in relation to that area. The European Pillar of Social Rights is there now. It's the current short-term, at least, policy we have. But there's a real need to put it to the forefront. So when we're looking at our digitalisation, our digital policy, our climate policy, and so on, is what role does the Pillar of Social Rights and the commitments around that play in kind of providing social policy and proofing all those policy in terms of how they're implemented. So we do ensure that employment is inclusive, that we don't leave people behind, including people who are long-term unemployed or other groups I mentioned earlier. Because as things go through cycles, you hear that we're going to be addressing the needs of people who are disabled people and other groups in society. But then we go through a crisis and those people get put to the back. And again, we come back to them and another crisis.
And this is the point that Jane was making, that they're constantly left behind.
Yeah, and that's what happened, is we don't have a structural approach to addressing a lot of those issues in a real deep way, and that those groups get left behind constantly through the cycles. And we come back to them when things seem to be getting better, and then they get put back again through another cycle. So that just needs to change in a very structural way, in a long-term way.
Thanks, Paul. Mary?
Yeah, I suppose Alan asked about how the quick responses to the pandemic and the Green Deal can offer. I think they're great in that they offer hope that it can be done again. And I think there is a pathway in relation to social policy. And it's, as we described earlier, it's that link between inequality and the lack of security in the future, and how that is opening up agendas around populism and the far right. I think if we take that path seriously and trying to stop it, we'll have to take the role of social policy seriously, and that could open up that type of pathway. And just on linking the energy poverty and the question about the long-term unemployment, I do think it relates back to the issues about the weakness of local government as well. Like some of the wipeout of local manual labouring jobs in the local authorities, the kind of jobs where low-skilled people who are now often what the long-term unemployed make up, if they could be re-employed in mass retrofitting of local authority houses, you would both retrofit, solve energy crisis and solve some of that long-term unemployment. And I think there's some joining the dots there about investing in local infrastructure again in ways that meet current problems and current crises. Yeah.
Thanks, Mary. And Sean?
Yeah, just picking up on Kevin's point about digitalisation and automation. I mean, that's clearly going to be a big issue, and that's a longer discussion maybe. But I think it does show that, I mean, automation in general, what gets automated in a way is tasks, and then it's up to us to figure out how that gets turned into particular jobs and rewards and so on. And you know, AI, ChatGPT, etc., etc. We're having all those debates right now. And does it mean, you know, does it mean the end of computer programming jobs, or does it mean, you know, that computer programmers will cut out a lot of the routine stuff that happens at the beginning if they use it intelligently, etc., etc. But a lot of that doesn't come down to individual decisions about how to use it. It'll come down to the conditions under which it gets put in place and the employment conditions and etc. So there's technological parts to it. I think my own sense of the history of automation is it certainly shifts the mix of tasks enormously. It tends to shift the occupations a little less. But what tends to happen over the medium to longer term is a kind of a rejigging of employment overall. And then that's where, and the shape of employment and what people are doing. And that's where the kind of politics of work, etc., you know, come into play. So that's an area where I think, I mean, there's different ways that the EU can address these social issues in a more urgent way. I mean, one is to elevate the social targets into similar status to the macroeconomic targets. Mm-hmm. So if marginalisation and exclusion and undertraining, etc., is a threat to economic growth and social cohesion and political solidarity, just as much as running your, you know, at 64%, you know, deficit, whatever, you know, debt or whatever, then maybe it should be in the indicators, you know, in a much more answerable, accountable way to drive that kind of. But the other big thing that you can do is kind of have. I don't really like the language of mission-based policies, but the idea of it, you're trying to address really key challenges. So the infrastructure, the green infrastructure is a big one. The training around digitalisation and addressing that will be another one. Okay. And it could be done at the EU level, and that would also help to build the networks and institutions as well.
Okay, so great messages of hope to finish on. And that's what I'll be left with. And thank you so much to the three of you. And just to say to everyone, a lot of preparation went into, and I saw the papers that I received, and it was just great that you managed to work all of that through. So thank you so much. I don't know if I'm handing over to John or no. So just a big thanks from me. You made my job very easy. Thank you so much to Sean, to Mary, and to Paul.
Absolutely. Indeed, to thank our chair, Francis Byrne from Early Childhood Ireland, Paul Gannell from EAPN Ireland, Professor Sean O'Rian from Maynooth, and Professor Mary P. Murphy, also from Maynooth. There were some questions left in the audience, but that's the joy of doing stuff in person, that there's a coffee break in a while, and we'll be able to share those questions, I'm sure. We're running immediately into another panel. Technical colleagues, are the speakers mic'd up and ready to go? Fantastic. Then I'm delighted to invite those participating in the Communicating Europe in Ireland panel. And whilst the changeover is happening, I'm going to introduce our chair. There's Dr. Patricia Conlon from the University of Limerick. Thank you for being with us, Patricia. And then the panel is composed of 4 speakers, and I propose people sit in whatever order they wish. Barbara Nolan is from the European Commission representation in Ireland. Dr. Manuel Sean Quinlivan is here from University College Cork. Our own Professor John O'Brennan from Maynooth will be joining the panel, as will Noel O'Connell from the European Movement Ireland. So I hand over to Dr. Conlon. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
deal with this topic. We have 4 people, so we have to manage our time as well as we can. I was intrigued by the title, Communicating Europe, because I asked myself, what does communicating Europe mean? Communicating. Because is it coming from Europe, or is it what we infer from what we hear? If I shall introduce the 4 colleagues in a moment, but just to say a few words about myself. What are my credentials for sitting here? Well, in 1964, I decided I would like to improve my French, and I went to Belgium. Unfortunately, I didn't understand the distinction between Flanders and Wallonia. But I ended up with lifelong friends and a great warmth for Belgium. Fast forward to the end of my gainful career, and I have 5 pensions from all over Europe. And now, small ones. I mention this for a reason, because people should be aware that they take their pension with them when they move, right? And I have spread that word quite extensively, and people have thanked me because they have found out that they're better off than they thought they were. So bear that in mind. That's one of the benefits of being a member of the European Union. And the other thing that gives me great pleasure is that I live in west of Galway, in Tankland, and I have to turn up 5 times a year to the local Garda station, where they have to confirm in writing, as Gaeilge, because we're in the Gaeilge Club, that I'm still alive. And I get such a pleasure from sending off certification that I'm still here to the various relevant offices in mainland Europe. So those are my personal credentials as to why I'm here. Now, I've decided, well, I will briefly introduce everybody. I will let them introduce themselves because we have 4 persons, and I've spoken and taken time, and we have important topics to cover. So I'm going in the list and the running order that I've been given. We have Barbara Nolan, who is, in fact, the one person who's actually in the system, and therefore has lots of questions, I'm sure, to answer. And Barbara has been here before in the sense of working. She's Irish, but she's worked in Ireland for the Commission, has gone back to base, and has come back again. And Barbara, I had some very interesting comments to make about communicating Europe, and I will leave her to contribute those when she's ready. The next person in my running order is Dr. Emmanuel Schoen-Quinlivan, who's a lecturer in European politics in UCC. And she has extensive experience in dealing with education and European citizenship, which is a very important topic, and we will come back to that when we get to her. And our 3rd person is John O'Brennan, with whom I've had great pleasure to have worked in UL, and he is an amazing man. I think we will all agree with what he is doing, and the innovation he brings to everything he touches. And then, last but not least, is Noel, who's also in the European family, as it were, but outside the official EU structure. And she will talk about one thing that I found of value that I wanted to mention. Communicating about the EU is also about listening and being responsive. Because I did ask at the beginning, what do we mean when we talk about communicating? And so Noel has told us it's about listening and being responsive. So can we start with our first speaker, and that's Barbara. What would you like to tell us from your point of view about communicating Europe? Because from somebody like myself who has spent a lot of time, shall we say, being involved in European matters, but from the external aspect, I find the jargon of rather difficult, even somebody who is constantly reading it. And I think the jargon of the European experiment, if I may say that, can put people off. Because how many people really know what is happening, and they could?
Well, actually, thank you, Patricia, you touch upon, I think, a very important point that I was actually going to make, which is that the European Union is very technical.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an easy, you spoke about the pensions and you put it in very plain language. We call it portability of pensions, for example. And, we do tend to use, words that maybe not, okay, I'm in a very well-educated group here today, but maybe it does not necessarily come across well to the man in the street. But I suppose what I was going to focus on is just 3 points about lessons we have learned in communication. And the first lesson, I think, is that in a time of crisis, we need to act fast and be agile in our communication and share strong, clear messages about EU priorities. And I think a good example of that is our messaging since Russia invaded Ukraine. I think nobody is in any doubt about where the EU stands. We're blessed to have a gifted communicator in our president who has given out very clear messages about this and is very good at communicating on sanctions packages and explaining why we are standing with Ukraine and supporting Ukraine through this dreadful time. And I think also our communication has been much faster in terms of how we've managed this. If I liken how we managed the financial crisis back in 2009, 2010, etc., that would be a textbook case, I think, of how not to handle a crisis. And we were very fast, for example, in setting up a web page, EU Solidarity with Ukraine, where people can get information both in Russian as well and Ukrainian about what we're doing, how they can reach out, how countries can engage in support of Ukraine, the people in Ukraine, and otherwise how they can help. So I think clear messaging, I think has been part of the reasoning that we've moved very quickly. We have learned lessons from the financial crisis. I was here at the time actually, and I do remember that the IMF, who probably were taking much more severe action in terms of trying to right the situation here, they had a very slick communication team. Why? Because they had been burnt in other countries. They had seen how bad communication can turn them into the demons and the devils. And they were much more, emphasising communication aspects related to that crisis than, say, the Commission was, who was kind of playing catch up in that situation. So just to say...
Actually, if I may interrupt, excuse me, I was being rather more prosaic in my question. We hear that there are fewer applications from Irish citizens to work in the institutions. Why is that? Where's the communication blockage there?
Well, I don't think there's a communication blockage because we have a team of people going around schools and colleges encouraging people to apply for EU careers, but also stressing the qualities that you need for that. You have to have another language. You can't just have Irish and English. It's not enough unless you want to be a translator. It's a very competitive scene. Language learning is a big issue here. Despite, I know really positive steps have been taken. I was delighted to see, for example, the whole issue of learning a language being relaunched in the primary school system, because that's really where we need to get in. But it's still an issue that Irish people are competing with, say, for example, young Germans, young French, who are coming out with French, English and German really, really very fluently. And they are, it's not the most important thing, but it's just accepted that you should have that before you apply to be a lawyer or an economist or anything else. I mean, it's not to be a language specialist. It's just that you can do your job in other languages, and that still is a major barrier. The other thing is we know ourselves that how we do go about competitions, etc., it takes a long time to process. And people may have got married in the meantime, have gone off and done something else, be in another country. It's not the ideal situation. So, I mean, we are constantly trying to encourage people to learn languages, and this is not about language students.
No, I know that.
You know, but some people think, oh, I have to be studying French or German or whatever to be. This is not. We're not looking for language people. We're looking for people who are, as I said, lawyers, economists, etc., who can actually do the job in several languages.
Except potential applicants are saying, don't need that because I can get a job without putting myself through that. I mean, it is hard graft. And I know lots and lots of students who've now making their way up the food chain, doing very well.
Exactly.
Thank you, because they could. John, please.
Well, it's a very, very interesting question. It's worth noting that Ireland is not the only member state struggling with this issue. In fact, I was discovered last year, surprised to discover that there are many member states that are struggling to actually get enough of their nationals into the institutions. And there's a lot of talk going on currently in Brussels about changing the nature of the competition.
The concours.
So there are proposals, for example, that there would be national-only competitions. I think that would be a good thing, and I think it probably will happen, and that we'll have specialist-only competitions, so people with specific skill sets could be fast-tracked, essentially, into the EU institutions in a way that hasn't happened previously. Now, it will be, if those things happen, a change from the very well-established model that Barbara is describing. And the great advantage of the one we have is that it is based on meritocracy. It's the very, very best people who get in. But I think there are other things going on. For example, even if you go to Brussels, there are other options other than the Commission.
Exactly.
There are more lobbyists in Brussels nowadays than in Washington. So talented young people have a whole range of pursuits that they could engage in that perhaps weren't there previously. And we might say as well, compared to the first generation of Irish people in the 1970s who went to work in Brussels, it was a very attractive gig, partly because of the relative problems that Ireland had, partly for tax reasons and other reasons. It's not as attractive anymore, and many of our talented graduates are truly global, and they have options that actually go significantly beyond Ireland and beyond even Brussels. But the government has a new career strategy in place. I think it's a good start, a career for you. There are other things that they could do, and we might talk about them. I agree with Barbara, and both Noel and Emmanuel know a lot more about this, that you begin in primary schools and you try to inculcate a feeling for Europe from that level up.
Yes, that would be my point. Have the potential applicants decided it's too difficult for me, they're not attracted by it, and therefore they're leaving the field to others? I mean, you've now given me an explanation as to what steps are being taken, because I did find it striking that numbers were going down, knowing how many students in the past have made it, I mean, and are doing very well, thank you, within the European structure.
So if I could just say, I mean, Ireland is doing quite well at the higher levels of, for example, the European Commission. It's the junior grades coming in, say, the equivalent of a third secretary or AO, where it's falling down. But as John says, it's not the only one. I mean, there's countries like Germany where people think there's quite a lot of Germans working in the Commission, but in fact, their numbers are quite down. So are the countries that joined, well, particularly Denmark, that joined the same time as Ireland, because there's a demographic kind of cliff where people are retiring. But I mean, I'm not so enthusiastic about national-only competitions. It is true that we do them when countries join the EU to get the numbers up quickly. And that's the only instance to date that we actually do that. But I really think that, you know, the whole idea of, you know, the European civil service works on the principle that everybody sits the same exam, basically. And I think if you go down the national route, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, okay, Irish people are English speakers as well, but it might turn out to be quite unfair in some situations and not giving you necessarily what the Commission is looking for in terms of skills. So anyway.
Emmanuel, what would you like to say, because you're coming from a different sort of background?
Yeah, so unlike Barbara and Noel, as you pointed out, I'm not in the system. So I'm looking at it as an educator's point of view. And so your question of what do I mean by communicating, or what does it mean to communicate? For me, I deal only with under 18s and their teachers. So I'm delighted to see secondary school students here today, really. It's not about promoting the European Union, and it's not about selling the EU, but it is about developing critical thinking in young people, developing their views and their sense of what is the European Union and how to connect with the European Union. I've been working with, and that is really important, I collaborate with primary school teachers and secondary school teachers to develop teaching toolkits. And it works because I connect with the curriculum. We connect the teaching toolkits with the existing curriculum, and therefore the teachers take it up. It's very much focused on, and I was interested in what Mary Murphy just said in the last panel, it's very much focused on deliberation, but deliberation in an agonistic way. So it's not forcing a consensus. It's very much trying to get young people to develop their ideas, their arguments as to what kind of a European Union they want, how do they want it developed. I'm sure my view of the European Union, and I should mention that I'm French, I've been here 23 years, but I have a different perspective on the EU than Irish people. You know, their view of the European Union, would they like it to develop? You know, the previous panel was very much on a much more social Europe, but some might not like that development. So, so this is very much what you know, I've been doing. I'm working with Philip Murphy, who's at the back of the room here, to develop it at secondary level. It's a teaching and learning program called DAB the EU, for the students there who might want to recommend it to their teacher. Discuss, argue, build the European Union. And again, it's about developing active European citizenship through projects that connect with actors in the European Union as well. So that was something I wanted to say, that you know, I'm not here to promote the EU or whatever. It's very much about developing students' arguments and connections. I also wanted to mention that we have, in UCC, we just appointed Professor Laura Lundy, and her model of participation for children, she's just been appointed by the Department of Children's Youth Equality, something, the long department name, integration, disability, I don't know, there's a lot, there are a lot of names in that department. But she's been appointed as, you know, somebody to look at how children can participate in policy making. And her model looks at space, voice, influence, audience. And our teaching and learning programs use that model as well, in terms of making sure that children and students, you know, teenagers, are given a space, are given a voice, are given an influence and an audience. And what does that mean is, for example, to give you a very practical example, last year and this year, so last year we organized a discussion between children who are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old with President Metsola, where they directly asked questions to the President of the European Parliament. It wasn't me, I was just there to facilitate, but I wasn't asking. It made a huge impact on the children, to be able to ask questions that mattered to them, to the President. And the President was receptive. That's the audience bit of the Laura Lundy model. And yesterday we had the same with Commissioner Vera Jourova for EU values and transparency. It makes a huge impact on the children who ask who ask the questions, but also on the other kids who can identify with those children who have direct access to people who are in powerful positions. And I think when you were asking why maybe is there not that appetite for European jobs, okay? I just see it in my third level students, you know, and I teach politics. So I teach EU politics, and they say, well, when I get to first year, it's nearly my first time hearing anything about the EU, really. I've discussed, you know, maybe the government or the Taoiseach, or etc. at the dinner table, never the EU. So this is what I'm trying to develop through the teaching and learning programs, to really kind of bring in this, this awareness, this knowledge, but not only, like developing, again, those arguments as to what is European integration, where do we want it to go, you know, how do we want it to develop? And finally, so I mentioned the fact that I'd like to see actually more engagement in a meaningful way by politicians with very young or just young audiences. Some politicians are very reluctant to do this. And finally, I think the EU needs to be extracted from its technocratic and academic niche and brought into the community in a really engaging way. So last Sunday, Philip and Rafaela, who's my intern, and myself, together with a group of 20 people, we organised Ireland's first Europe Day Festival. It brought 700 people to Cork City Hall for 4 hours, where we had games, we had debates, we had simulations, we had dances, we had tons of activities. Philip had organised an EU-themed treasure hunt. I can't tell you the amount of positive feedback I got. And people who learned, and the best way to get adults to be interested in the EU is to work through their children.
That's what I was going to ask you. What was the response of the parents, grandparents?
It was brilliant. They didn't take it as, you babysit my children and I walk away, you know. It was like, ooh, what's this game? You know, one of the games was you needed to, you were given an answer, you had to find the question. It was guess the question. Or one of the games, I'll tell you one of the games and then I'll pass on there. But one of the games was pick a pick. So you had a tile of pictures behind, a tractor, a trawler, 2 kids, cows, and the audience had to pick a pick, and you had 2 facilitators, a Danish and an Irish, who had to explain how it related to the EU. No adult put their hand up to pick a pick, but all the kids did. They wanted to be there by the mic. However, the answer, the adults heard it. So, you know, like that's how you engage them. The adults helped their children to play the games. There was real engagement, and it was absolutely fantastic. They enjoyed it, and it was a fun way for people who know very little about the EU to move away from the jargon of the EU and to learn things in an engaging way, to bring the EU to the community.
So that's something for everybody to take home.
Yes.
Then, John, if I may turn to you, please. I was, yes, you have some very interesting and interlinked questions here. You're of the view that we don't invest much in communicating Europe.
Well, I first became really interested in Ireland's relationship with the EU in 2001, during the Nice Treaty and in the aftermath of the Nice Treaty. It was a seismic shock to the body politic here, to our EU partners and people in Brussels. And I'm not sure that we stood back enough from it and asked the right questions about why that referendum failed. Remember, we have another referendum that fails in 2008. So there is a disjunction between the enormous popular support for the European Union, expressed in Eurobarometer polls year after year after year. Noelle and her colleagues do an annual poll, and I think the last one showed around 88% support for membership in the Irish population. But we do virtually nothing to actually communicate the essence of our membership and of what's happening in Brussels to people. And after the 01 referendum, the empirical research that was done by Professor Richard Sinnott and others, it showed this profound lack of confidence in Irish people about going into the ballot box to exercise the franchise, because their knowledge of the European Union was completely insufficient. And of course, there was a lot of misinformation amongst campaigning groups. Now, I think we should have learned the lesson from that. We didn't. And it happened again in 2008. So, on the one hand, there's this genuine, I think, enormous popular support for Europe, but we do very little to encourage it. And I think we're living in a much more dangerous era now because of social media and misinformation.
Yes.
For my sins, and so that you didn't have to do it, I stayed up to watch Trump's town hall last night with CNN. It was an utter car crash. It was completely predictable. He tells lie after lie, and they had really no capacity to combat it. So the question is, what happens when inevitably we have to hold a new referendum on a European Union treaty? Are we back to the same problem, except the battlefield now is a much, much tougher one for those that might be making the case for Europe? So there's a complacency, and part of this is the fact that the state spends virtually no money on communicating Europe. If you talk to the academics in the room about where the research money that they have received in the last 20 years has come from, 90% of it has come from the European Union. There's virtually nothing there at the level of the state that actually supports research, teaching, and public engagement. Now, I think we really need to think about this very carefully. We need especially to thread Europe into the curriculum at every level. I highly commend what Emmanuel and her colleagues are doing in Cork. At second level, we have a politics and society program which is fantastically good, amazingly committed teachers, delighted to see some of these students with us today. There's the EPAS program that other schools run, but as of yet, only 4% of Irish schools offer politics and society, and has a really good European dimension within. So we need to expand that really dramatically, I would say. And this also goes for the universities. I think that every university student should have a mandatory course in how the European Union works, so that when they leave here, they have at least some basic knowledge of how the system works. By the way, I would do the same for climate change, that the scale of the climate catastrophe is so significant that every university student going through 3 or 4 year programs should have a module, a dedicated module on the climate crisis. Those are some of the things that we could do. Against a projected budget surplus of 65 billion euros to 2026, spending 50 million a year on communicating Europe, would that be very much? I don't think it would. And the final point is about the utility of citizens' dialogues and citizens' assemblies. Prior to COVID, we were doing really well. And Noelle and her colleagues did some fantastic work with the Department of Foreign Affairs and others, bringing Europe literally around the country and offering people the opportunity to talk through the issues that really matter to them. We can never again be in a position, I think, where we go into a referendum and that's the point we begin to talk about Europe, because it's like cramming for an exam. And I'm very conscious that university exams begin in Maynooth tomorrow. So many of our students are probably doing that exactly now, but that is not a sensible and serious way to approach Europe. We, I think, have to fundamentally change everything about the way we communicate.
Can I just add something about what John said? There are plenty of places in the secondary curriculum where Europe is mentioned. You know, CSPE, there's business, there's history. You know, there are plenty of ways. There's a problem with teachers' efficacy, teaching efficacy of the EU, knowledge, comfort, feeling comfortable teaching about the European Union. This is what we're trying to kind of plug, a gap we're trying to plug, by having piloted it with different schools and having engaged with a lot of secondary school teachers. They're like, oh, it's a topic we're not really comfortable doing, so we rather focus on global citizenship and we kind of push the EU under the carpet. So.
And can you do anything about that?
Yes, yes, we're trying to. Yeah. But it's already there in the curriculum, so we can work with what's there already. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of training the teachers, and this is why the European Commission put out a very well-funded Jean Monnet teacher training grant to train the teachers, exactly for that particular purpose. So, yeah. And Ireland got 3 of those. I got one, Conor Galvin got one, and Christian Kaunert got one as well. So 3 came to Ireland.
Was there something you wanted to interject?
I just wanted to pick up what John said about disinformation. I think it's one of the greatest threats to us today. I mean, we saw what happened across the water. Where people were promised, what was it, the sunlit uplands, if they left the European Union, and I mean, all those lies are now being, coming home to roost in a way, if I can mix my metaphors. But I mean, I think we have now. I mean, we've had various sort of voluntary codes with the platforms about taking down disinformation. But now we have the Digital Services Act, where they will be held accountable for disinformation if they don't deal with it. And this will cost them money, which is probably the best way of dealing with this. I'm not saying that it's the magic solution to everything, but I think at least, we now have sort of a legislative tool and with teeth that will be able to help tackle disinformation, because there are, the EU is blamed for everything. We're also always the collateral damage regardless. And I mean, that is one point, I think, we need to stop this kind of nationalising of success and blaming the EU on any failure. And, communication, it's not just the EU communicating with citizens of the European Union, but we need the government to do it. And by the way, if the government did what it's doing now, has done this year, linked to the 50th anniversary, if they kept up that momentum, we would be in a much better place, shall I say, because they have really pushed the boat out this year in terms of communication on 50 years of Irish membership. And we can only hope that will continue. And as John says, the next referendum could be around the corner, who knows? And we shouldn't be complacent, even if Ireland is top of the pops in terms of support for the EU.
Now, if I can turn to you.
Last but by no means least.
No, I was going in the running order. Diversity of experiences, backgrounds and knowledge levels about the EU is crucial when communicating about Europe. And that is, I think, a core issue, and we've more or less touched on it. Some people switch off the moment you mention the EU. I'm sure we've all found it.
Absolutely, and thank you, Patricia. And just by way of background, for people who may not know me, my day job is the CEO of European Movement Ireland. Indeed. We're the longest established voluntary organisation that works to develop the connection between Ireland and Europe. So we led the Yes Vote campaign back in 1972. So Europe Day and the 10th of May is a very special time for us. So that's one hat, and then I'm a vice president of our international organisation, which is the largest pan-European association of EU bodies, but also national councils like my own here in Ireland, in over 34 countries. So not just within the EU, and we have representations as far away as Azerbaijan and Armenia. So that's that. And then my final hat is, following an open competition, I was appointed to be Ireland's national citizen representative to the conference on the future of Europe, which Barbara and the Commission and other colleagues were leading on. So that was the world's largest experiment in participatory democracy, discussing the future of Europe, modelled actually very successfully on the Irish Citizens' Assemblies. So as John mentioned, and in fairness to the Irish government and the Department of Foreign Affairs, they took that by the scruff of the neck, notwithstanding much of it taking place during a COVID pandemic. So We travelled physically when the restrictions lifted around the country, to Donegal, to Cork and everywhere in between. And then virtually, where we also held a very successful town hall citizen dialogue for the Irish diaspora overseas. And also the one in Donegal was hugely attended by people north of the border as well. So it was really, really inclusive. So I suppose our raison d'etre is communicating Europe and communicating Ireland in Europe. And I think, we have to recognise for us that the one-size approach it doesn't work. One size fits all. It can't work in a communications perspective, because we can talk about a multi-speed Europe politically, economically, but there has to be a multi-speed and communicating Europe to different audiences. So what do I mean? As Emmanuel mentioned, how you communicate to primary school children can't be the same as how we communicate here. I mean, and I think recognising the challenges. The then Minister for European Affairs, Lucinda Creighton, and the Department of Foreign Affairs created a pilot programme back in 2011, 2012 called the Blue Star Programme, and it started with about 20 primary schools to learn about Europe in a curriculum-friendly manner, cultural history, all that sort of thing. And that's grown from those 20 schools to over 1,127 primary schools throughout the country having taken part, about 120,000 primary school children, but the wider community. And again, to Emmanuel's points, absolutely, because you're engaging their parents, the whole communities. And as Barbara mentioned, this year, of course, is the 50th anniversary. And we have spent the last year working closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs on the My EU50 competition. And hopefully some of the Maynooth students might have entered as well. But over 5,000 participants at primary, post-primary and third level from across the country were invited to enter a competition. So it could be a podcast, a poster, an essay, an op-ed, whatever way and format, which again is really, really important. You have to give people options to what works for them, to submit an entry about European values and what Ireland's relationship with Europe meant for them. And it was absolutely fantastic to see the diversity, the creativity, and the engagement. I think absolutely, we have to get political support and buy-in and engagement as well. And, kids make great photo opportunities. So, but it was fantastic to see that level of engagement. And that's really, really important. The current channels and relevance. If I can just... Barbara didn't quite mention the B word. I'm going to break the taboo and mention the Brexit referendum. And I see my former colleague Frances from the previous panel, but she and I both have the scars from the Brexit referendum. But we ran probably, if I to talk about anything that I'm one of the most proud communications campaigns I've ever had the honour of being involved in was our Phone a Friend voter registration campaign. We reached about 4.5 million people. We weren't telling people how to vote. I mean, obviously we wanted the vote to go the other way, but we were encouraging them and reminding them that to register to vote. So that was engaging with about 125,000 British people living in Ireland, the 10% of the British population who could claim at least one Irish-born grandparent. And just reminding them of the links and of the EU membership. And I knew we had achieved success when the taxi driver mentioned it to me. So I was like, okay, that's us winning. But I suppose it's about getting out, and if I can go back to the EU50 competition, because of such geographical diversity of entries in it, we're getting the local regional media pick up and report on the entrance, which is so important as well. And to the misinformation, disinformation point and the importance of the media. Like Ireland, I think we've only, is it two correspondents? And I know the next panel is going to be with some notable exceptions. But we really have to try and encourage more debate. When I took over in European Movement Ireland, our tagline was, we campaign for European issues to be discussed in Ireland and not just on referendum day. Thankfully, that has somewhat changed now. But as John has said, you know, a big part of the Conference on the Future of Europe was that the citizens were looking and campaigning for treaty change. So it didn't quite make it into the final recommendations, but it's coming down the track. We have to have a patent court. You know, there is going to be another EU referendum, and I think it's going to be the first referendum that will be fought in the digital age. So far they've been fairly analog, but you know, there's a tricky future lying ahead. And just my final point, if I can, it's as I mentioned to you, Patricia, we have to be responsive. John mentioned the 88% support for Irish EU membership in our most recent poll. When we voted to join, it was at 83%. So it's continually increased, and as Barbara said, we are top of the class for support. But when we asked people if they felt valued by the EU, we only had 33% saying that they agreed that their voice was heard as a citizen of the EU. So how can we bridge and navigate that chasm between 88% support for Ireland remaining in the EU, but yet feeling that their voice isn't heard? So I think collectively, the institutions, the Commission, the Parliament and others, but equally, national government has a huge role to play to ensure consistency and momentum, and we really can't afford to take our foot off the pedal in terms of communicating and engaging, because we have seen what has happened across the water and elsewhere, and I think we're not immune to that here. We cannot afford to be complacent.
I quite agree with you, and I also think that over the course of time, the means of people getting their information has changed enormously. I mean, how many people today read a national newspaper, quite apart from buying it?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yes, but then, with the greatest of respect, it's a certain age category, right?
Yeah.
You know, you find that you see nothing negative meant to the younger members of the audience, but you know, just trawling down through and getting the headlines, is there that much discussion in the home about this? And last point, when we talk about changing and upgrading the education system, all students in schools will tell you they're overloaded. You know, that is, I've got so much to do, how am I going to do it? It's not really just a straightforward thing of sticking something else in and making how attractive. It's a challenge, and I don't mean to be negative, just that's how I see it. Excuse me, John.
Yeah, I think there's a vital role here for our politicians at every level, TDs, senators and councillors.
MEPs.
And of course MEPs. It would be interesting to do a poll here of how many serving politicians are actually in the audience with us currently.
They're working hard at their desk.
Serving. Do I rest my case? There's a real disconnect here. The simple truth is that in Leinster House there is little or no interest in European affairs, and this has barely changed over the years. I think we have to change the incentive structure for our politicians. We could give the Seanad a stronger role, for example, in scrutinising legislation. You may recall that when Michel Barnier visited Ireland and addressed both houses of the Oireachtas, the chairman of the Oireachtas European Affairs Committee was attending a funeral in Kerry. There's a long-standing problem there with the level of engagement. I think all TDs and senators should have a proper induction into how the European Union works. There should be regular engagement with the universities. And this is crucial because in a referendum, these are the key people who have to give these messages out to their communities about the content of the treaty and whether we support it or not. And at the moment, they're simply completely absent from this, with a few honourable exceptions.
John, with greatest of respect, the man who was attending the funeral knew which side his bread was buttered. Right?
But can I just, to John's point on that, having had the privilege of presenting, and I know Barbara has as well, before the Oireachtas EU Affairs Committee, it can vary, quite frankly, but you know, in terms of attendees. And you know, you'll bump into them outside in the coffee dock and they'll say, I'm so sorry, I had a clash with the health committee or whatever. So but I take your broader point. And in fairness, I do feel as well for the MEPs as well. It's an important role of. And John, of course, is in the audience and one of our former board members. John can speak to this far better than I can. But when we try to organise events along the lines of the Conference on the Future of Europe, it's really, really hard. I mean, I hope I won't get myself into trouble with everybody here, but if we have a minister and if we have an MEP and one is available on one date and one, you know, so in fairness to the MEPs, they're trying to, you know, to come home, and equally the minister's schedule is equally as chaotic. So it's a challenge, but and I do think the Irish MEPs probably have a tougher travel logistics than a lot of other EU member states. In fairness, so it's a little bit harder.
I absolutely excuse the MEPs.
Has anybody here ever done the test of asking a class, whether undergraduates or postgraduates, what's the name of your MEP?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
All the time.
Right? Blank, blank look.
We have some of my students in the audience. Put them on the spot right now.
No. That would be very unfair. Okay, I think with the way that the time is going, could I open up the floor to questions? Excuse me, ladies first, and I'll come back to you. Yes, please.
Thank you. Hannah Deasy, Communications Director of the IIEA. I think you've touched on it. Since Brexit, there's been a proliferation of Communicating Europe initiatives. And we at the IIEA have, of course, been very pleased and honoured to be part of many of those, with, in fact, everybody on the panel, whether that be in your universities or in the institutions, or indeed on the Conference on the Future of Europe last February, which we were delighted to host. I want to ask the panel, though, if they have encountered, and I'm sure they have, the same challenge that we face when doing public engagement and around the EU and Communicating Europe with the public audience rather than the already interested audience. And how do we get to those people in that audience? Because, of course, those are the voters. Those are the people who aren't sitting down and reading EU policy papers. And that's where the true challenge is. So what strategies do you use and take when you're looking to define how to reach those difficult to get to audiences? Thank you.
Maybe, I mean, we've just done a kind of an energy roadshow to go around the country to try to explain, you know, where we're going on energy and how we're going to try and be more reliant on renewables and why your electricity bill is so expensive and your gas bill. And indeed, I mean, it's hard to get people physically to come out now. Yeah. I don't know whether this is part of, okay, it was over kind of the autumn winter period, perhaps it's the cold nights and whatever, but I find there's certainly a falling off in people going out. Lots of people watch it online, but they won't necessarily come out. And one thing that seems to help, at least with getting people out, is to have somebody, a local, well-known figure, who, you know, is connected to the topic in some way, as a kind of an anchor or attraction. Because if it's just a lot of specialists, I think it doesn't really work, unfortunately. And I mean, there's definitely less interest in physical meetings, you know, town hall style meetings, which again, you know, maybe it's also a sign that so much is online now and people
it's definitely getting getting harder. And as you know, the days of the hang sandwich and a nice cup of tea or coffee isn't cutting it anymore, unfortunately. So we've looked at times. I mean, do you have it at lunchtime? Do you have it in the evenings? Do you have breakfast briefings? I think yes. If it does help, if you are going to a specific area of having what I'll call a local celeb or a VIP, but you have to doubly intensify your efforts to engage with all of the civil society groups, the sports clubs, the colleges, the schools. But it is, to Barbara's point, I think it is getting harder. Because I think as well, there's so many choice and so many options. I mean, John, you can give the breakdown for today and tomorrow, so.
Yes, please. I'll be back to you at the back. Yeah. There's no name.
Thank you, Chair. Really brief. I did some work with Public Affairs Ireland, and I'm organising a half-day seminar online. I call it the Lady Bird Introduction to the EU, and it's on Wednesday, the 21st of June, and www.pai.ie.
There you are. Thank you very much.
Naked advertising. Love
Good plug, Paul.
Tricia.
No, just back.
Thank you. I was involved in Martin Manzas, former politician and civil servant. I was involved in many of the referendums one way and another, but I always remember the Lisbon referendum being told in Carrick-on-Shore by a voter, "Why are you asking us about this?" And it was actually quite a good question, because I think, but particularly Nice, Lisbon, possibly even Amsterdam, referendums about relatively technical changes. And I really think if there is going to be a further referendum or referendums on things, they should be on clearly communicable issues that might have some public appeal, rather than just a kind of sort of technocrats referendum, and I think that would be one of the lessons. Now, I do have a hope, I'm not complacent, but I would have a hope that the spectacle of Brexit will have inoculated the Irish public from sort of going down that road. But of course, at least we had the sense, instead of sort of sticking with something that clearly wasn't working, is to go back to Brussels and negotiate and put it again to the people. Now, Boris Johnson promised that was what would happen before the Brexit referendum, but of course he didn't do it.
Yes. Can you pass it to that young person there?
Thank you. So I'm Maeve Lunn, secondary school student, and I'm just wondering, so you said 88% of Irish people are in favour of Irish participation in the EU, but voter turnout for European elections is much lower than that. So I'm just wondering what can be done really to increase that voter turnout to elect our MEPs?
Wow.
Brilliant question.
Brilliant question.
Brilliant question. Yeah. Well, we need to get young people like yourselves involved, and I know there's colleagues here from the European Parliament as well, and in fairness, the European Parliament does do, I suppose, communications, promotions around voter registration, Together for EU, so that'll be something that I think will be really, really important to increase that level of turnout, because, I think European elections have been seen traditionally as secondary. The voter turnout is absolutely declining. And I mean, when I'm doing any conferences and it's to young people, I say, how many of you, a bit like that, who's your MEP, and how many of you have voted in the last European Parliament election, and how many are you going to vote? It is depressing. It is absolutely depressing. But the flip side of that is, if you don't, then somebody else will make that decision for you. So I think we need to nurture and encourage people like yourselves, but equally there's a responsibility on all of us. To be fair, if we're talking about Communicating Europe, we have to come out and vote as well. So, sorry, Barbara wants to come in.
No, I just wanted to say, thank you, Patricia, that we've started already to do outreach on the European elections. Last night, the European Parliament Liaison Office and ourselves and the representation organised an event targeted at the LGBTIQ community, and we had Panti Bliss as our hostess, You know, the message from us really was, you know, please get out and vote, because if you don't get out and vote, you will have, maybe you will wind up in a situation where the people representing you do not share your views and may want to take away some of your rights. So it was quite just a simple, but I hope effective message as to why it's important to vote. And, you know, we will obviously be doing many more events in the run-up to the elections, as I know that those MEPs or potential MEPs will be out also trying to get people out to vote. So, you know, we're just beginning the journey now for the next European elections.
Yeah, I should say it is absolutely crucial, because the European Parliament is the one institution that has kept increasing its power with every significant treaty change. But what you point to is this other trend from 1979. The turnout goes down every single election until 2019, when the turnout increased. And I can't help that part of it may relate to what Martin Manser said, the demonstration effects from Brexit. Part of it, I think, was also concern about populist and far-right parties making ground within specific jurisdictions. But there were many jurisdictions in Central and Eastern Europe where the turnout in European Parliament elections was as low as 20%. So, you know, you only needed 4 or 5% of the vote effectively to get a seat. So it's absolutely crucial. And then the formation of the next European Parliament, I think, will be very important. It looks like the European People's Party and the Socialists and Democrats may lose a bit of support. Hard to say what will happen to President Macron's party, in particular in France. That might weaken as well. And if the far-right parties get their act together, which they haven't usually managed to do, they could become this hugely cohesive third force in the Parliament. And that is a frightening prospect. Underlines exactly what Barbara and Noel are saying about the importance of getting out to vote.
Last question.
Hi there, Jamie Saris from Maynooth University, anthropology. I'm kind of an adult onset European because I obviously emigrated here and my accent still is with me. I would just follow up on Martin. I mean, a lot of Europe is infrastructural, and the success of infrastructure is that it becomes invisible. Rural electrification was an object of desire. It appeared in fiction when it was rolling out, but within a couple of years, if your electricity went off, you got really, really angry. You know, you didn't, you know, you get used to these things. And I think that Brexit has kind of shown what happens when you blow up the substations. And I think that, you know, there's a kind of a communication opportunity there that, you know, should be taken advantage of without too much of a ha-ha thing going on. But the logic of that worked out very, very ruthlessly. And I think that this is a moment where, you know, the interest in Europe and a passion for Europe could be brought kind of closer together in Ireland.
And could I just say on that point, when the Brexit, to Martin's point as well and to yours, when the Brexit negotiations were at their most difficult, we carried out our annual EU and Ireland sentiment poll, and support for Ireland remaining in the EU rose to 93%. So, you know.
Last word from this man, please. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Larry O'Loughlin is my name. I'm retired Teagasc, and I'm also a former member of Team Europe, which I didn't hear mentioned today. But I think the crucial message that must come out from this conference today is the communicating Europe. We have to invest a lot more in it. John O'Brien said at the very start that we are not doing enough to communicate Europe. Frances Rowan said during her talk that there is a very poor level of European awareness among the general public. So we have to do some. I remember back in the late 80s when there was an initiative taken, when there was an investment made in communicating Europe, when the Team Europe was formed in the late 80s, which comprised of experts from various sectors all over Europe. And we were well informed. I was a member of it representing the Irish Midlands for agriculture and rural development. And I gave numerous talks to IFA groups, to farmer groups, to Muckle Farmer, to even in secondary schools right across the Midlands. And that was done right across Europe. And for some reason, in the late 90s, it was disbanded or discarded or whatever. And I think, the Brexit came about partly because of a vacuum of information and a vacuum of knowledge. And let's not let that happen again. And just in relation to the solution, Emmanuel made a statement there earlier that I think was very, very apt. And she said that EU needs to be brought into the community. And that's what we have to do again. And to do that, I'll just give you a little story, and I know we're tight for time. In 1987, when I was a hurler, playing with a local small parish in the Irish Midlands, before the GAA got clubhouses and pitches and the whole lot, we were tugging out on the side of a main road, using the back of the boot of our car as the clubhouse. But this car passed when we were finishing our training. It was in May. It was about a month before the referendum on the Single European Act, and this car passed, and he stopped very abruptly. And it was actually John Bowman from RTE, and he took out a microphone and a recorder from his car and came over to us. And 3/4 of it hid behind cars, because he said he wanted to talk to us about the Single European Act. The voting was in a month's time. Very few of us knew exactly what we were voting on, because we weren't communicating Europe. But that was rectified through the Team Europe over the 1990s. And then it stopped again. And I think there's a huge emphasis and a huge responsibility on legislators to invest in a comprehensive, and Barbara Nolan said, one size doesn't fit all. It is a comprehensive programme that has to be initiated to communicate Europe in a much, much better way.
Well, thank you to the audience and thank you to the panel. We've heard of the challenges, we've heard of the plans for change, and we've also heard about what we all ourselves have to do. It's our responsibility to inform ourselves and our friends and neighbours. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the group. I'm very grateful. Well done.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Just before we begin this next session on Reporting Europe, to tell you what comes immediately afterwards, we will have the keynote academic address from Professor Desmond Dinan. That will take place upstairs in the foyer and in great Irish style over a glass of wine or two. So you're all very welcome to stay with us for that. But for now, it's a great pleasure to welcome our panel and to welcome back to Maynooth our chair for this session, Dr. Paul Gillespie. Paul.
Thank you very much. I'm a research fellow in UCD in the School of Politics and International Relations, where I run a project on constitutional futures after Brexit. And we have I'm also a former foreign editor and foreign policy editor in the Irish Times, for which I'm still writing a column and the occasional leader, so I'm in touch with them. And that spanned a career of covering international affairs, including particularly European affairs, from the 1970s. So I've some span on that, and we have a very diverse and experienced panel with us. I'll just say a couple of words about them and introduce the subject matter as well. We have Shona Murray here, who works with Euronews. She's a journalist working on EU affairs in Brussels, including the war in Ukraine, Brexit, and rule of law issues. And she has extensive experience as a reporter on international politics over the course of her career. Gavin Esler is a very distinguished writer, broadcaster and podcaster with a background in BBC, where he was correspondent in North America for 8 years, and then quite a long time as anchor in BBC Newsnight. And he's recently published a book on how Britain ends in 2021, and another book en route, Britain is better than this, and he's also Chancellor of the University of Kent. And we have, thirdly, Suzanne Lynch, who she has a background in the Irish Times professionally as an Irish Times correspondent, the Irish Times correspondent in Brussels, and then in Washington, and she's now back in Brussels, where she's a correspondent and chief Brussels correspondent in Politico Europe, one of the most lively sources of reportage on the subject that we have. Now, I'd like to say we discussed a bit about how we subdivide the subject matter. We have a lot of professional issues to communicate and to share with you and to argue and toss around. Some of those are to do with contestation of policy, contestation about the EU itself, almost existential questions, and how we report them and how we can communicate that. And I'm glad we had a very fruitful discussion earlier about communicating Europe. It's not our job as media, that's not our primary role, but often we find we have to do this. And we rely on a kind of infrastructure of communication and knowledge to bring over our reportage, and we discuss those issues. But in that discussion, issues of contestation, Brexit, also Hungary and Poland is a big issue that's emerging, but particularly Brexit looms large, and we want to discuss that, and we want to discuss issues of how that relates and spills over into Irish reportage of things European. And we'll have, I'm sure, some chance to weave in a discussion about the emergent issues of law and human rights within the EU concerning Hungary and Poland towards the end. Now, we'll subdivide the subject matter by those themes. I'd like to say just a couple of words in an introductory way about the professional issues involved. We've heard discussion, and we'll over the course of this conference, we'll be talking about the public sphere in Europe, the importance of democracy, and the role of media in that. it's increasingly a politicized sphere, necessarily, and democratically that's very desirable. It's also highly contested in terms of policy, but also what I would call in the existential fashion, as we've seen with Brexit, whether we should be in or out. And these things sometimes get conflated. And the issues there are to do, again, as we've been discussing in the previous session, to do with public knowledge, to do with democratic citizenship, and the extent to which this is known. But there are also structural issues concerning the way media works. Who correspondents report to within their respective media organisations? Is it domestic news desks or international news desks, for example? That makes a difference. Who they think their audiences are they domestic or transnational? And we have here 3 panellists who've extensive experience with, let us say, transnational reporting organisations, Euronews, Politico, and indeed the BBC, which has a real transnational focus. And the issues of audience and who you're reporting to matter in media. And sometimes that's not properly understood, but it's a very delicate balancing act, and one that we have to take account of. So these issues arise in our work. And I'd like just to open up the discussion, perhaps to ask Suzanne to give her some reflections on the difficulties we face professionally in approaching the task of reporting.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and lovely to be at this session. It's a very interesting conversation so far. So yeah, I suppose I come from a perspective where I've kind of I have covered Brussels in 2 capacities. First for the Irish Times as correspondent there, and now for Politico. So I can kind of compare and contrast. And when I worked there for the Irish Times, it was obviously a fascinating time. The Eurozone crisis, it was between 2013 and the beginning of 2017, into the refugee crisis and then Brexit. But yeah, as you say, I was reporting for the Irish Times, for the Irish media, and there's a there's a culture, there's a community of journalists in Brussels who represent their national media. So Ireland, regrettably, doesn't have that many correspondents anymore. But, you've got the Spanish journalists, you've got, there seems to be dozens of German journalists who are all reporting for their home markets, etc. So that's a whole ecosystem that exists in Brussels and very much kind of drives the coverage. They're reporting back to their 27 member states. So you're always looking for the national angle, obviously. So for me, it would have been, for example, the Apple judgment on the corporate tax. That was a huge story. And then towards the end of my time there, Brexit happened, the Brexit vote, obviously a huge story. So you're always looking for the Irish angle. But then it was also very fruitful as a journalist because you were kind of comparing notes. You weren't competing. So you might be chatting to the Polish journalist who might say, oh, I actually picked up something that might be relevant for Ireland, and vice versa. So that happens, and there's hundreds of journalists doing that in Brussels. But then you've got a much smaller community, but which is interesting now, which is a more international audience. So the Financial Times would be a big player there. And they're a kind of a dominant presence there. They have been a dominant presence for so many years, very much writing to an international audience. Yes, London-based in one sense, but much more international than that. And Politico as well, now that I work for, Politico set up about 7 or 8 years ago now in Brussels. And its audience is, it's got a kind of subscribers who pay basically and get information, very specific policy information about trade, energy, climate. And that is a credit, and it reflects Brussels' importance as a hugely important policy-making centre and a place where decisions that affect so much internationally are made. And then we have more of an international audience in America and across Brussels. So we're at on one hand, appealing to an insider audience, people who like a little bit of gossip about what's happening up in the Schumann roundabout. And then at the other end, we're appealing to, say, our American readers, and people like, who do you call when you ring Europe and all that? Those stories that break through. And perhaps the invasion of Ukraine, the awful invasion of Ukraine by Russia, has I think, given Brussels a new relevance for a lot of other countries because the EU was so at the centre of that response. So yeah, I've had to kind of, you change your communication style because, you're communicating to a different audience. Certain stories are more of interest or not. But look, I think it's good for Brussels. The more media there, the better. That is for sure. The more people you have writing about the EU, I think is a good thing. The more scrutiny and the more analysis and the more interest in it, I think is a positive thing.
Shona.
Yeah, that's interesting. For us, we are a pan-European station, so we would write, we translate into around 8 languages, sometimes even more. And so all the stories are quite based on trying to explain Europe to the Greeks, the Hungarians, the Spanish, the Germans, the French, and the Irish, and we have our English channel as well. And that includes Northern Ireland, because obviously Brexit has dominated for so long. In fact, there were days when me and my Greek and my German colleagues were just talking about Northern Ireland. And what was interesting was they were learning so much, and they knew, you know, about the Good Friday Agreement. They know that it's impossible to put a border on the island of Ireland, you know, because of the troubles, but also because of how difficult it would be to man it, how there was an agreement beforehand that you couldn't have cameras there and so on. And they became experts, and to the point where even if I was out, which is I normally took on the role as Brexit correspondent because by virtue of the fact that I'm Irish and I was covering it for the Irish Independent beforehand, but to the point where they would be able to just take on the mantle if I wasn't there, or get their own stories on it because it became so dominating. And the purpose of our TV station is really to explain to the European Union, to everybody else. Although you would, what's interesting about us is that we've so many different nationalities, the same as probably in political, so everybody goes to their own perm rep briefings, let's say before a council, and I'd go to the Irish, but I'd cover a couple of other ones with the General Council and so on, and everybody would have the Greek correspondent would go to hers, and then we'd come together and discuss what we have from all the council meetings. And it's a really important thing because obviously at every council there's one country or 2 or 3 countries merging together saying, well, we're going to block this, or we're hoping for this, or we're part of the Frugals and this is why we're part of the Frugals, versus the southern countries or the Irish and so on. And so we would be able to then merge all of our information together from the various member states. So that way it worked really well, but it also contextualizes what the EU is about, which is that you have to maintain unanimity amongst all 27 countries. It's not just about what Ireland wants, which is generally what you're doing when you're working for the Indoor, as I was before, News Talk or something, when you go to a council meeting. Well, do we get the deal in the promissory notes, or do we get retroactive recapitalisation, whatever the hell we used to have to ask about, or else whatever crash there was on the M50 that's, some related to some TD, because often they're really parochial questions that you're asking a Taoiseach at council meetings, and you're trying to kind of say, even to your editor, which I was a lot, well, can we talk a little bit about the rule of law issue in Hungary, because it actually does impact Ireland, not directly, but Ireland is a net contributor to the budget, and trying to explain that Irish readers could actually do it, learning a little bit outside the very narrow interpretation of what Europe is to Irish people, particularly being an island. So, even though I'm working on a pan-European station, I'd still ask questions around Ireland too, and try to get a bit of that across. But yeah, it's interesting. You do learn when you're in Brussels how, and as Suzanne made the point, there's only 2 correspondents in Brussels for Irish media, and tons of Germans. Obviously comparable, we're talking about proportionality, obviously there's going to be a lot more Germans, but even from a proportionality point of view, 2 correspondents is far too few.
Gavin.
I think I'm very pleased to be here too, and I think I'd just like to work backwards, actually. I think that Brexit has been terrible for so many things, but it's been great for one section of British journalism, which is writing about Europe for the first time seriously and getting some of the points. At the moment, if you want to write about traffic queues at Dover, if you want to talk to the students that I see all the time about freedom of movement, if you want to talk about failure of universities within the United Kingdom to have relationships with some in the EU, if you want to talk about trade or the fact that you can get duty-frees, but you can't bring a whole lot of booze across from France, you can get space in British newspapers. And the critique of the government has become quite detailed in ways that were just not possible years and years ago. So that has been part of the good news, I would say. But working backwards, when I came back from the United States, I was asked, I had done some reporting in the European Union, and I was asked at one point, would I like to go to Brussels? And the answer was no. And the answer was no, because to work in Brussels for the British media about 10 or 12 years ago meant two things. One is doing some of the detailed stories that are absolutely necessary, but very, very difficult to explain because people just didn't understand, and it was our job to explain why they should understand that these were important to their lives. And that was very, very difficult. And there was one genius, it seems to me, who managed to cut through all that. And his name was Boris Johnson. And he did it by lying, which we may get onto in more detail later, and just making stuff up. So, for example, if you wanted to talk about the Common Agricultural Policy, you might just about get on the news in Britain, or you might just about get into a quality newspaper. But if you, as Boris Johnson, wanted to talk about they're going to ban British sausages, or ban prawn cocktail crisps, or standardise the size of condoms, all of which he was an expert in, apparently, if you did that, you would break through, and you would. This was the view of the European Union, which was it wasn't about peace in Europe. No, it wasn't about that. It wasn't about trade and making us all richer. It wasn't about fundamental democratic values. It was about these foreigners, fog in the Channel, continent cut off, these foreigners. And by the way, Northern Ireland and the Good Friday Agreement, which was made possible by a number of things, but one of them was the fact that we're both members of the European Union, or the EEC, these things didn't feature at all. And it was very, very difficult to get those kind of stories on. And to go back to my first encounter as a very young journalist in Europe, I went to one of the last things Mrs. Thatcher did, and I can't even remember what it was. But I do remember that the British briefing with Sir Bernard Ingham, who was a very bluff Yorkshireman, he said at one point, when a Greek journalist came into the room, to get out. He wasn't going to be part of the briefing. And he then said, all red-blooded Englishmen can come upstairs for a drink of whiskey. At which point I said, I'm from Glasgow. So I think what I'm trying to do is give you an idea of how things have changed and why Brexit, it seemed to me, although not inevitable, hit into a degree of ignorance, partly because the media, and of which I was part, found it very, very difficult to get the stories on in a way that would engage people. Boris Johnson got the stories on by making them up, and that has morphed into what I consider to be a period of strategic lying, not just sort of individual stories about prawn cocktail crisps, but lying about the European Union as a strategy. And I think that is, unfortunately, where Britain has been in the last 5 years.
This is a very interesting conversation because it brings out the difficulties we have professionally getting stories over. Amongst other things, functioning media who have correspondents, the dialogue between the correspondent and the news desk, the relevant, is a really important one because you're competing back home with your domestic news priorities. And that function is not communicating Europe, but it is contextualizing Europe, and it is trying to explain. And you need that space to do that and to look a bit over the horizon. That's part of the function, part of the job, part of the reason that correspondence would be put there. But you're still up against the blockages. The blockages occur within media, but they also occurred, as we heard in the previous discussion, in the political system. Only a certain proportion of politicians are au fait with the EU policy making, and you often find blockages there as well. You find institutional blockages too, of a competitive kind within the political system, where MEPs would be in competition with TDs and so on and so on. So I wonder, it'd be interesting just to bring out a little bit more how you, in retrospect, how you see this, Suzanne.
Well, the role of an editor is what you're probably explaining there, which is crucial. You know, that you have that editorial understanding and drive and commitment. So when I was at the Irish Times, I was always, as some of them are in the room, so I better be very careful. I know, but no, there was an absolute understanding and 100% understanding about what I was writing about. So you ended up, and I saw some colleagues in Britain who would have conversations, this is back around before the Brexit vote, with their desk in London. And they get off of the phone and basically they had been told what to write. You know, they'd say, this is the story, and they were told that this is the story. So, you know, you have to have that editorial independence, that someone's going to trust their reporter, but then say, well, look, this is what we're looking for. So that's crucial. So, you know, there's a whole bigger question here about the media ownership in Britain, you know, the politicization of it, you know, which they're entitled to do, newspapers are entitled, but that's what really was going on a lot of the time there. It wasn't really the reporters. It was the impulse of the stories and how they were...
do you see the same problems arising in Germany or Spanish or Italian media, for example?
I know we're probably going ahead. I think what I see, which I think people need to be aware of, is a similar discussion happening in countries like Hungary and Poland, where you have got now prime ministers and political right-wing political systems that are using Brussels as a foil, that are saying, oh, Brussels are telling us to do this. And certain media are driving that. And obviously, it's very obvious what's happening. It's politically easy for these countries. You can see it a bit in Italy, what's happening with Meloni and that whole relationship. You know, and what's fascinating is that to a domestic audience, it's like, we're going to stand up to Brussels. And then these leaders arrive in Brussels, and when they go into the council meetings, they're all very quiet, seemingly, but their other 26 counterparts and don't really say much at all. So this theatricality of the whole thing that we saw in Britain is actually happening in other places in Europe right now. And this idea that it's us versus them, and the fundamental error that somehow I think is the most important message that people need to know about the EU, which I'm sure everyone in the room here knows, is that this idea that it's Brussels versus us. Somehow the message has not got through that, no, when you remember the EU, your ministers and your prime ministers are representing you at the table. And that was one of the problems for Brexit, and it is happening in a lot of other countries now as well. And some political leaders are more than happy to use Brussels as this foil, and I think certain media are driving that fallacy, basically.
But isn't there a kind of running battle between what I would call the contestation of policy, which is if you're on climate issues, if you're on migration issues, talking about Italy or talking about everybody, I suppose, where they're contested and they're affecting people directly, and therefore there should be a greater understanding of the impact, you know, of decisions made in Brussels. And it's hard. What happens is the conflation of policy issues and existential issues, whether you should be in or out of the EU.
But maybe, I mean, I'm straight, but maybe there is an argument that, say migration is a good example, that the EU has failed in terms of coming up with a proper thought-through, joined-up migration policy. Yeah. It has not stepped up to play, and it is something that has to be dealt with collectively, and it's not happening.
With the Migration Pact, though, at least the EU has tried. Ylva Johansson has tried. They have tried since 2015. I mean, Angela Merkel tried to gather together member states to have a quota system around, and then you would unburden countries like Greece and Italy. But they were, you know, there was obstruction from Hungary, Poland. I mean, Viktor Orban saying that these were invaders, you know, using xenophobic language. So it's not like for the want of trying that the Commission hasn't tried to.
Well, the Commission, yes, but not the member states.
No, not the member states.
Yeah.
No, that's true. Actually, you're right.
Yeah.
But what can anyone do if you have countries who are just not willing to take on the burden and then use it to attack the European Union as well, while also taking billions and billions in cohesion funds?
But well, you know, I'm quite happy to beat up journalists and beat ourselves up about what we did as well. But you need an audience, and you need readers. And readers, well, you can tell that we didn't have an audience because people not just in Britain, were not interested in voting for MEPs, which is why UKIP was perceived as such a threat by the Conservative Party. And of course, what's happened is that a lot of UKIP ideas have taken over the Conservative Party. But people were not going to buy newspapers to read about the minutiae of what the European Commission was doing, whereas a simple headline, and particularly in the way in which journalism has changed in the past 20 years. I mean, Donald Trump could change the international conversation with one tweet. Do you remember the one that said "Covfefe"? Yeah. Everybody, what was that about? Now, Boris Johnson could do it with claiming that he made models out of buses, which was just nonsense. But that was the attention span of our audiences is different. And the question is, I mean, people do not read very much the long read in The Guardian about the European Union or anything else. And that is the challenge, it seems to me. How do you make it relevant and how do you make it interesting to people who are much more interested in the thought that prawn cocktail crisps are going to be banned, even if they don't believe it? And that, to me, is the real challenge for us, which is How do you, in a short attention span world where we're deluged by information and we all do this very quickly to get through stuff, how do you connect with audiences about the EU? And one way of doing it is saying they're the bad guys, and those foreigners, whoever they are, that you don't like, or who, you know, and that has transferred, even though Britain is out of the EU, by saying it's all the French's fault that we have got people coming on our
But
shores.
are you saying there's more effective reportage now in the British setting as a result of Brexit, and people seeing perhaps the mistakes, the consequences of their decisions?
I mean, I don't believe that all politics is local, but I believe that much of politics is local. And if you have got boats, I mean, I have literally seen boats coming ashore on the Kent coast where I am. People are concerned about that in different ways. I know people in Border Force who say, we have seen babies who are almost dying of hypothermia. You wouldn't this is Border Force. You wouldn't risk your child's life for that. So once you see it, once you're part of it, once you feel that it's making a difference in your life, as Brexit certainly is, and that does, you can be touched by it. But when it's a sort of theoretical question about European integration and weighted majority voting and all that sort of stuff, it's very convenient, even for Tony Blair's government, to suggest that anything you don't like, it's the Europeans. Yeah. Anything you do like, I did it.
Yeah, exactly.
And he did do that.
Yeah.
Suzanne, how you feel that we've had a very discernible effect of Brexit here, including in journalism. People, I certainly see people. Some of the work we've done, for example, on the constitutional futures stuff, we had a mini citizens' assembly, and we asked people about what they'd want to know ahead of any referendums on unity as a result of the potential constitutional change. Everyone mentioned Brexit, the need to know more, the need to be better informed. But I wonder, is there a kind of spillover? There's a spillover in that sense into the Republic's politics, into Northern Ireland, I think. But is there a more general European effect, would you say, from Brexit? Again, Suzanne, from your experience.
Well, I agree with Shona that there's always a real interest in Northern Ireland, generally. People are just really interested in the topic, and they remember the trouble. But in saying that, I think that continental Europe, I know this is a cliche, has definitely moved on. I know. I have one anecdote where it was after I shortly joined Politico, and I was co-authoring the Playbook newsletter at the time, and Brexit was kind of happening. I'd cover it every so often. And an EU commissioner, I won't say who it is, said to me in front of loads of people, oh, why are you writing about you Anglophone? Yeah, you're Irish. It's all you Anglophone, Politico writing in English. And I was like totally shocked. And they said it was actually quite rude. Lots of people, it was kind of a setting like this. And then I said to myself after, God, it kind of affected my, I began to think, God, am I bringing this Brexit? Am I a bit obsessed with Brexit and the rest of Europe has moved on? But there was a sense that that the language bit I get and push back a bit. Like, we're all English language people here. Say, it's interesting that you guys do the pan-European, which is great with all the translations. But, Politico is writing in English, even though most of our newsroom are not native English speakers. But you've got this paradox. And I think a lot of the bigger countries, there's a bit of resentment about that, I think. They would, there's a cliche that France loves Europe. They just want Europe to be more like France. But, that idea that, like, whose Europe is it? And at the end of the day, there's an irony, obviously, that most of the media writing about Europe, or a lot of the international media, are writing in English. So I kind of get that a little bit. But I do think Europe has moved on from Brexit. Now, the only thing for what you can see in Britain, and you know this as well, I think because of the war in Ukraine, Britain is still a NATO member, obviously very important. And also they've got their mission there, but the foreign policy part of it has given Britain a bit of a boost in Brussels, because it is an very important player with NATO. It is cooperating on G7 issues when it comes to Russia. So kind of Britain are, quote unquote, lucky that foreign policy and defence have now become the big issue in Europe. It's the big issue everybody's talking about at the moment, and Britain does have a role to play in all cooperation. So I think that's been kind of good from the British PR in Brussels.
Yeah, and the British NATO ambassador is very involved, isn't he? With journalists, he's regularly good at briefing and actually much more engaged. He's almost like the de facto new UCMIS or new Parm Rep, actually, because he's regularly speaking to Irish journalists and international journalists, and it's a neutral ground, because with the UCMIS ones, I mean, a lot of the briefings that you're getting, we were talking about this earlier, and they're talking about Brexit, and you're saying, well, this doesn't make any sense, that, you know, the Internal Markets Bill, for example, or, you know, unilaterally breaching the protocol and so on, and they'd say things, well, we want regulatory sovereignty, and you're like, look, what are you talking about, regulatory sovereignty? You know, and some of the meetings can be a bit gaslighting. I remember one time after the UK decided to have the Northern Ireland Protocol bill, and they were saying, well, we didn't know any of these checks were going to be part of the deal, and we're like, but what have we been talking about for the past 5 years? Like, it's not like we didn't talk. This was the only thing we've spoken about, me and you, not just generally. All of us in this room have been talking about, what about the checks that are literally, you know, really the key part of the withdrawal agreement about the protocol. You're telling us you didn't realise there was checks. If I just look at my notes here from last week, I asked you, what about the checks, you know? And literally they would have people in from whatever DexEU was at the time, or people who would sort of Brexity, people employed by the government who would say, we didn't know about the checks and so on. So it was a difficult relationship, whereas then the NATO piece from the UK is really functional. And it's kind of like the way the British side used to be before Brexit, when you get briefings, you know, the perm rep, when that was there. With Ollie Robbins and so on.
Yeah, but you're suggesting another thing which is always really interesting in Brussels, because at the end of the day, all these diplomats need to represent their government.
Yeah.
So Orban's person has to sit there and argue the case, even if they don't believe what their government, they don't believe in their government. True. And you're seeing, you know, it's happening now with Italy. Fascinating what's happening. All the new diplomats and the whole, you know, they're having to argue stuff. So, but you're right. But the NATO thing is an important part of Britain's presence now in Brussels, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Gabriel, tell us a bit more about your sense now of 6-7 years on from Brexit, of that professional reportage coming into Britain from Brussels, and how that's changed and how it's developed.
Well, I would take one step back and say, first of all, Britain is not united on this by any means. As you know, Scotland voted one way, Northern Ireland voted another way. Danny Dorling of Oxford University says if you factor out those people who were English born who lived in Wales, then Wales would also have voted differently. So that has changed. People are... When I said before, I don't believe all politics is local, but quite a lot of it is. All the people who are standing in queues at various airports trying to get out, seeing people with EU passports go through, are noticing a difference in their lives. So there's a whole series, and particularly young people trying to get around Europe. The music industry in Britain, British culture, which is still one of the great strengths of Britain, the way in which cabotage and other things. I mean, trying to get the word cabotage into a British newspaper is fairly difficult.
That is a very difficult one.
It's a very difficult one. And even to say, just so you know what it is, if Elton John or Adele or somebody is touring in Europe, they need 10 or 12 trucks full of stuff. You go across you can play Amsterdam, you can play Brussels, and I think after you play Paris, you've got to put all the stuff in different trucks. And I happen to know a lot of musicians, and that is a real pain. It's not just the additional bureaucracy, it is actually stopping tours. So there's a whole lot of things which are factoring into the way in which people are seeing it from different professions and different angles. And of course, the Sunak government, because at least Sunak is a grown-up and he's trying to ameliorate things, has recognised some of that. But it's very, very difficult to unpick it. And so Europe is again, and I think this is true of all countries in a way, is still being reported largely as a domestic British issue. So it's Sunak's climb down on the bonfire of EU laws. It's a domestic political issue. Is he weak or is he realistic? I think he's realistic, and he is also actually quite weak, as it happens. So it remains a domestic issue, and it will always be a domestic issue for every one of the countries for the reason that you said. And that's why Orban's representative has to toe the Orban line, because otherwise he or she would no longer be the representative.
But is there more British reporting capacity in Brussels these days?
I don't know if there's more reporting capacity in Brussels. There's certainly a vast amount of reporting that's going on. It's not like the sort of 2019 period where it was every night constantly from Brussels. There's much less of that.
It's very much you notice that the UK journalists are gone, don't
you?
Yeah, you do. I mean, I guess the Anglo was where you'd hang out with
Yes.
some of the English journalists as well, because often Ireland and the UK would have a reason to be together for whatever reason. Even what Bertie Ahern was saying earlier, and John Bruton, that the prime ministers would be meeting. There would be some sort of a relationship there, and that doesn't exist anymore, at all.
It doesn't. And there's just one thing. Peter Ricketts, Lord Ricketts, was Britain's first national security advisor. He's a great Europhile. He was the ambassador to France and so on. He's written a book called Hard Choices, which is very interesting, which essentially says, and this is one of the things which I know because I know him and I know some of the people that he worked with, it has percolated through, if it wasn't already there, to anybody who's not a direct political appointee of post-Brexit Britain within the British civil service or those kind of people, that in making yourself weaker in Europe, as the British have done, you're also making yourself less of an interesting ally to the United States. Yeah. So the whole global Britain fiasco, so that's another example of how it's being reevaluated.
I think that, devote a little bit of time, I mean, more time than we've done, to the lack of Irish reporting capacity from Brussels. I mean, so you have an Irish Times correspondent, you have an RTE correspondent, but you've nothing from the Independent, you've nothing from the Examiner. There aren't very many freelancers reporting in, as I think, and therefore there's a reliance on syndicated material. Now, don't underestimate the extent to which national media and then different media within national settings make their own selections. That's what news desks are all about. Foreign desks are all about people who are actually within newspapers making selections, and that is done according to very often domestic criteria, individual media criteria, and that's part and parcel of the work that journalists do. And it does cost money to have people there, but nonetheless, the fact that there is that lack of capacity now, it seems to be a great weakness, given the extent to which our politics is becoming Europeanized. I mean, we mentioned Ukraine, but the whole global effects of climate policies, for example, and indeed on Ireland, the Brexit effects, the Europeanization of our politics coming out of the Brexit effect, requires more reporting capacity. I mean, I don't know, what do you think, Suzanne?
Well, yeah, and I think it links back to what we were both saying. You're both saying here about, like, do you just cover the EU from a national perspective? Because actually, all the domestic issues that are happening in Ireland, so I'm going to pick a few of them now, the housing, I mean, not to get into a big debate about that, but like housing, like inflation, refugees, migration, like these have all got a European context. Yes. And particularly economy, actually, like inflation, so instead of always seeing, and I think this happens in every country, let's look for the national angle, to actually say, well, hang on, this is what's happening actually around Europe, and you can make comparisons, you can make, or not, or whatever. I think that's where the value could be, in bringing that more international perspective.
I remember during COVID it was very interesting because there was such bitterness between the UK and the EU over vaccines, the AstraZeneca contract, and the EU was getting the Pfizer vaccines a bit later, and then AstraZeneca had said that they didn't have, it was best standard, or what was the term in the AstraZeneca contract, that they could do as best possible, I think it was. They weren't delivering anyway the vaccines to Europe. And I remember, I'd sometimes do some Irish media, and they would say, well, why are we doing this joint procurement with the EU anyway? Why don't we just deal with Israel, or look what the UK is doing? And I remember one presenter said, so we're shackled to the EU joint procurement. And I was like, but sure, like if we were on our own trying to get vaccines, it would be literally impossible. The UK have a specific relationship with AstraZeneca. Germany would have gotten the vaccines through Pfizer. If we'd done it all individually as individual countries and not joint procurement, we would have been in real trouble. And I was trying to explain that you do, unfortunately, as a journalist, end up trying to explain the EU rather than, obviously in a neutral way. But that's not what your job is supposed to be. But there had been sort of a lot of Eurosceptic stuff written about the EU in the British papers, and even on the BBC and so on. So that's where broadcasters were picking this stuff up from. Do you remember there was also the export declarations where the EU had said, well, we need to know what vaccines are leaving Europe. If they're going to the UK, we might have to stop them because we need the vaccines here. And then the British press were like, the EU is preventing us from getting vaccines. They're trying to kill us, and that wasn't the case at all. It was just, we just need to know what's leaving the island, or they're leaving the bloc. And it was strange that in Ireland, they were being fed from the Eurosceptic British perspective, and there was so much bitterness anyway around Brexit that I thought, well, that's interesting. You know, they don't actually know that the procurement, and actually Ireland got 136,000 extra vaccines because they took some that Austria didn't. And I remember saying to an editor, listen, I've just found out that we've got more. They weren't interested in the story. So, yeah.
But that's interesting in terms of British exceptionalism, because the same story was covered, as you know, in Britain as we were only able to do these wonderful things, Boris Johnson would say, because we were no longer shackled to the EU. So it was again used in exactly the same way.
Yes. In our previous discussions, we were raising the emerging issues, strongly emerging now, of Hungary, Poland, rule of law, human rights issues. And you're saying that you're getting some of the same existential issues, deep Euroscepticism coming through in this. But how do you find the Polish and Hungarian reporters? For
number
example,
one is I think there is not enough dialogue. You know, that we're all probably, so many of us are guilty of having this kind of old Europe mentality. Yeah. You know, we do, you know, France and Germany, Italy, you know, and we don't. So I was at an event last autumn, and it really made an impact on me in Central and Eastern Europe. And there are all these journalists from Poland, the Czech Republic, and I was just really surprised. I've never really, I don't meet them that often in Brussels. Like, I don't know how many. I mean, we have a lot of pan-European like journalists in the newsroom, Politico, but generally, I think we're all a bit like Brussels focused and don't. And I couldn't believe, say, on the issue of climate change. Yeah. So I'm somebody who thinks it's right or wrong, climate change, and I think most people in here should. If you were talking to like even the more moderate newspapers in Poland, there's a bit of that's a huge issue for people. Oh, Brussels is imposing these stringent rules in terms of our fuels and emissions, and we don't like it. There is a general, that is a big issue in Central and East Europe, and I mean, the EU, it's one of the areas the EU has been leading. I mean, after being in America, it definitely felt like they're leading. You know, the EU, it's still hard, but it's got very ambitious targets on climate change. It just is, and it's Fit for 55 package, even though I think it's now has some headwinds. You know, it's still very progressive. But that is not sitting well with a lot of countries in Central and East Europe who are blaming Brussels. And there's that. It just reminded me on different issues of what drove the Britain's narrative for decades, and it's happening. And I think that, you know, all of us as journalists need to be aware or tap in. There's a language issue about what's happening in those countries, about how the EU is being reported, and some of this is to do with media freedom. So this World Press Freedom Index came out recently. I mean, it was quite shocking. Well, what's happening? Greece came bottom of the league in Europe. With Qatar and everybody ahead of them. And there's one issue about the use of Pegasus spyware, which is a very interesting story, what's happening there in certain countries, but also about media ownership and, you know, pro-government media in certain countries and all of that. I think that's happening. That is a current that's out there, and you know, it's something to be aware of. But I think the biggest danger for us is that we don't even know that, because we don't read the media there. There's a language issue, but you know, it's an important part of the EU. Obviously, these Central and East European countries who sometimes do feel like second-class citizens, like the little brothers and sisters of the EU project. And I just felt myself, I was shocked at how little I knew about how the EU has been reported and about their concerns as well.
Well, there's just one other thought that's behind that. I keep going back to the same thing about what actually people, our viewers and listeners and readers, are going to be interested in. And one of the interesting comparisons differences is that because so much of our stuff is now on social media, either because we put it there or because other people who are not reporters but who are, you know, who notice some things. That gets a lot of traction. So people are literally, now it may not all be accurate, but they are literally able to compare whether there's tomatoes in my supermarket with tomatoes in a French supermarket or a German supermarket and so on. So there's a lot of ways in which people, not going through the mainstream media or broadly mainstream media or relatively new media, i.e. us, are getting information from Europe. And sometimes it's because they're experiencing it themselves, because they get hassles on holidays, they see that the pound has gone down, they see that they can't get the duty-frees they used to, or they can't get, import things that they used to, but they get duty-frees, which is something that most of the younger generation never understood anyway. So I think things are changing, but they're changing because people's experiences are changing. They can see it with their own eyes. And even actually seeing it with your own eyes doesn't necessarily change people's views, as we see with Donald Trump. But anyway, it is a start. And that is, the more travel that people do in Europe from the UK, the more that they are having a different impression.
I think there are opportunities here for media. I mean, many of which are not taken up, including by news desks, which should be much more aware of this. And we'll talk about that block. Look, we've about 15 minutes left, so we need, I'm sure, some questions for the panel. Yeah. Christina, I have some here and here behind you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My question is to Gavin Esler. The other members will excuse me because it relates to Brexit. You were introduced, Gavin, your distinction as the anchor of Newsnight. I liked you best on Date Like London.
I wasn't the only one on the panel on Date Like London.
Bring it back. No, you started off with journalism. And when I'm talking about mainstream media and journalism in their relation to the Brexit campaign in the United Kingdom, and I listened to a lot of your stations, especially your old alma mater, the BBC. Now the BBC, and I'm talking about 2016, the time of the referendum, where you might be critical of media coverage of European issues up until that, or during the campaign, it was pretty wall to wall. In the Penny Dreadfuls, as well as in the Guardians and in the Observers and so on. But the BBC did do a wall-to-wall coverage. Old mother BBC, she was very middle of the road. But if it had a bias, as I saw it, it was to remain. But I just wonder, to what extent, was it a failure of journalism and a failure of the media, or what role might it have played in the narrow result that there was in the end? What else might the media have done, or its approach might have been different to help to have got the opposite result?
I think there were a number of failures, but of course you can't legislate for. Look, we have newspapers that are owned by people who are not resident in the UK for tax purposes. Major newspapers. We think that's absolutely fine, apparently. And those tended to take a very anti-EU tone. On Dateline London, which you kindly mentioned, for those who haven't seen it, it was me and four guests, one British guest, and three others. There was a very good Frenchman and a very good Palestinian who always kept us on our toes, as you will remember. But what was interesting was that almost every week, the British guest had to be someone broadly in favour of Brexit, because we couldn't find any foreign journalists in Britain. I mean, there may have been one or two, I don't know if you remember, who could make a case for it. So that meant that we ended up with quite often people from the Telegraph and the Mail or so on, who because the notion of balance would have been me agreeing with four other people that this was a really bad idea. So there were real difficulties, and there were reasonable editorial difficulties, but I'm afraid I was quite unhappy about it.
We have Paddy Smith here.
Thank you, Paddy Smith, Irish Times, Brussels correspondent for something like 10 years. I wanted to reflect on a couple of things from my experience. One was in relation to this idea that it's not the function of the media to make Brussels look good or to make Europe look good. I particularly remember confronting an Irish commissioner who had behaved quite badly over mad cow disease, and telling him that I was going to write a story in the paper the next day. And he turned on me and he said, "Your job over here is to make us look good." Unfortunately, that was somewhat exaggerated, but it was actually a view that some politicians took and certainly some civil servants took. And it was a view that was also reflected to some extent in the Commission, which hoped that journalists would also be good at pushing the message. In relation to Gavin's story about Bernard Ingham, I remember only too well his successor also trying to keep non-British journalists out and having to force my foot in the door and insist on being admitted because I was a representative of the occupied 6 counties. It was sort of an irresistible argument in the end. But I really wanted to make a more general point about access, to politicians, and to make a point about how the Brussels media scene has changed since the 90s when I was there first, to say that it's not necessarily a good change. There's been a professionalisation, in inverted commas, of the press services of the Commission and the European institutions. And basically that means keeping the journalists further back from direct contact with officials and commissioners and the like. It has also corresponded to a time when so-called security measures meant that we were no longer able to roam the buildings at will, which we did in the early 90s. I remember wandering into delegation rooms and wandering up to civil servants, officials' offices, including that of Barbara Nolan. I don't know if she's still here, but in the next door to Commissioner Flynn, who she was representing at the time. We had a free run of the place, and that came down gradually with the same process of, as I say, professionalisation of the spokesman service, which meant that it was much more difficult to get hold of individual Commission officials. And it's not impossible, but it's not going in the right direction. At the time that I was there in the early 90s too, there was an important law case won by The Guardian to open up freedom of information in terms of official documents. That transformed a lot of reporting in Brussels. But that, nevertheless, I think in some ways is being countered by the fact that you can't get the same access. And its member states are doing it too. The Irish delegation to the EU no longer gives you free access to ministers when they come over for meetings. You get 2 minutes for a soundbite for RTE News, and that's it. In the old days, you got a briefing by the minister of what went on and who said what at ministerial meetings. And that's, I think, bad situation, and I think it's reprehensible, basically, of Department of Foreign Affairs to play that game with the spin doctors of ministers to protect them from journalists. I just want to make those couple of points.
Shola, would you like to comment?
Yeah, actually, and what's interesting, I remember years ago that after a council meeting, you'd always have a long briefing with the Taoiseach of the day, which would be on the record for the most part, but you could talk off the record as well, and it would be a good hour and a half, and that was really important for everybody, including national press, who would get access to the Taoiseach on national issues as well as EU issues. And it was a mature conversation to find out what actually happened, and important for contextualising. And similarly, I think, as I agree with Paddy as well, like, when there was a minister around Brexit, it's like a soundbite, and there's not enough information given. I mean, the Perm Rep can be helpful, in fairness, if you do want to ask them a question about something specific to do with foreign policy or Irish affairs, but I think that they do focus on really what is affecting Ireland across Europe.
Yeah, I just come in. The other worry, I totally agree with you, Paddy, everything you said there, that other countries are briefing. This is the Central and Eastern European thing, and this whole other world that I think we're all not aware of. Like, these new countries are out there, they are owning the EU, they're getting their people in everywhere, they are briefing. And I witnessed it with one of my colleagues with a very important country, and they were out, I saw them with own two eyes with a prime minister. I saw all these journalists from a certain country, and I was just taken aback, the access they have.
And other member states do good briefings. The Dutch give great briefings. If you really want to find out what's happening, even when it comes to Brexit, the Dutch ambassador, the French ambassador, the German ambassadors, they would give specific briefings based on whether it's Brexit or foreign policy and so on, and whittle it down to that, so you could be very specific as to what briefing you went to. Much more accessible, actually. A lot of the detail I got was not really from the Irish. And then, again, it's the whole point of getting the if it's their if the Irish Parliament member, if the Ireland wants to get the briefing out, they should also be speaking to journalists more often and lengthy.
Completely. I mean, that's the game of journalism, the spin of journalism, and Brussels it runs on it. It's people, countries spinning against each other. And Ireland is not one of the more forthright countries when it comes to information. That is the fact. So, I mean, that's fine if that's the way, but other countries are coming in with their angles, their lines, and, that's the way. So I think, there is definitely a conversation to be had about whether that's a wise move. From their point of view, let alone us, which it's not. But
We have a question here.
Yes, hello, my name is Thomas Dempsey. I'm at MU alumni. Just a quick question for Gavin. Do you think that the results of the Brexit results have highlighted more structural problems with the UK in the fact that Northern Ireland has a parliament, Scotland hasn't, just sounding the Scottish thing, but there's no English parliament for English people. Also, the UK doesn't have a written constitution, and there's actually a problem with their electoral system in that they don't, for example, have PR, they just have first past the post. So if you're a Labour supporter in a Conservative constituency, your voice is never heard. And you think Brexit was kind of a sideshow, blaming the European Union, where there's more fundamental problems that have to be sorted out?
I feel as if I've paid you, because my new book is coming out in September on every one of those every one of those issues. One of the things I say, for example, in Kent, there are 17 constituencies in Kent. 16 are Conservative, 1 is Labour. The Labour Party needed 222,000 votes in Kent to get that one person. A Conservative MP gets elected with 33,000 votes, and 92,000 votes went to the Lib Dems, and they got nothing. So there's a fundamental constitutional problem, and I think it's actually worse than a fundamental constitutional problem. I've come to the conclusion that after spending a lot of the past year reading a lot of constitutional documents, that the British Constitution at best can be described as a metaphor. That is something which does not literally apply. It is a miasma, and the hocus pocus element of it. Hocus pocus was that, the sort of 18th century magicians. The hocus pocus element covers a whole lot of various sins and suits certain people. We have been blessed over the past couple of hundred years with the so-called good chap theory of government, that good chaps knew when to resign. Well, we've had a few bad chaps, really rotten chaps, and fairly rotten women, actually, in leadership positions. And because we don't have any of the things that you're implying there, we have no clear checks and balances, because they're all ultimately at the whim of the Prime Minister himself. And Sir David Normington, who was the guy in charge of public appointments, says, essentially, I was able to be consulted, but that's it. He was also able to be ignored. So we have got a real fundamental problem. And I'm not saying that written constitutions are a panacea. Russia's got a great constitution, by the way. And Olga Misik, a 17-year-old girl, read it aloud and got arrested by the riot police. So a written constitution is not a panacea. But the failure of the British to think that muddling through is a strategy, and that the Scottish Parliament's got certain powers, the Welsh Parliament's got certain powers, Northern Ireland would have certain powers if they actually got their act together. But the British system is run on a first-past-the-post system, which the only other European country that uses it for the main legislature is Belarus. Does not strike me as a way that Britain should go forward. But I can come back and talk about that in September if you want.
We have a question here. This may be the final one, near the final one anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. I speak as an avid reader of Politico, and I noticed last week Politico noted that it had now been, at that stage, 555 days that it had failed to get an interview with Ursula von der Leyen. I wonder how many more are going to go. But I wonder, are there cycles of these things? In the 1970s, I was a lobbyist in Brussels, interested in the agriculture side. And lobbyists and journalists used to gather in the lobby of the council building, waiting for news to fall from the crumbs, crumbs fall from the table outside. Invariably, the French minister either came out himself, and Chirac was extremely good at this, or the French delegation sent somebody out to tell us what was going on in the council. Of course, it was spin, from the French. We never got a word from the Irish people. Irish civil servants were in a blue funk if they ever saw anybody like a lobbyist coming near them. They never figured we might be on the same side. And that gradually changed. I saw it for a while from inside the Commission in the Cabinet, when, of course, we wanted a spin. And usually it was hard work because the journalists we were trying to spin it to were even more cynical than we were and could spot the spin a mile away. And now it seems to have changed again. As a minister, I was always rather anxious to tell journalists what my concerns were and how we were getting on the way out of the meeting, usually to the discomfort of my civil servants who didn't want to say nothing. But the rest of it then, as a politician dealing with journalists and as a citizen listening to journalists now, I frequently find myself wondering, when is the gotcha question going to come? And when you hear a report of something that seems to have gone wrong in the political system, or especially in the government, and they get some hapless minister or minister of state on to interview, and it turns out the thing hasn't been quite as bad as they thought, there's a palpable feeling of disappointment coming from the journalists. So are we all spinning all the time, or are there cycles? Last point is, I get the impression from the early part of this discussion, if you have complaints about the kind of news you're getting or not getting, blame the editors. If the editors are decent people, blame the owners. Is there anybody now in Brussels producing Boris Johnson type stories?
Well, Suzanne? Yes.
I don't know. I mean, Britain.
Sometimes the Times. Yeah, I mean, some of the Murdoch papers might.
Yeah.
Times.
Yeah.
Nothing
But-
like, I mean, prawn crisps or anything.
You know, on the access thing, I mean, we're all, it's how the sausage is made kind of thing. You know, at the end of the day, where do journalists get our information? There's the public available information that the Commission makes available, but obviously our job is to find out things, to anticipate the news. You end up getting news from these different countries who brief all the time. And some of the most, you're right, I mean, the French, things haven't changed that much. I mean, some of the most powerful countries are still getting their stories out all the time. That is, you know, it's naive by people to think it's anyway otherwise, because that is happening all the time. And it's our job to know when we're being spun, and to be able to try and get both sides as much as possible. But, you know, I remember just one final, I can remember covering the Apple judgment against the tax against Ireland, and I can't remember who the finance minister was at the time, maybe it was still Michael Noonan, but the Commission did a briefing the day before, and they had all their head guys, you know, these competition experts, and competition is extremely sensitive because it's market sensitive, and it's very hard to get leaks in it. And then I remember the FT had the scoop that the competition division of the Commission was going to get Ireland on the tax arrangements, corporate tax arrangements. But they were completely ahead with the story. And then the next day, the Irish Premier were like, "Oh, let's do a briefing." But it was too late. I mean, all these journalists had already been briefed all this technical stuff, and the story, they were chasing the story. And I remember thinking, God, the Irish knew it was coming too. And they were probably maybe more noble by saying, well, we're just going to let it play out. But I think they were then behind the story. And then actually what happened a few years later, then Vestager was seen as going over her mandate by the court. So,
any final brief observation?
Just one of the things that it was, and Gavin has touched on it as well, and Bertie was talking about too, like, are we going to have a referendum in Ireland anytime soon on health? And invariably, it's not going to be about health. It'll be about joining NATO, about neutrality, how I saw during Brexit, when a lie is told on TV, you know, from Farage or so on, to say that we'll have the same access to the single market, the German car manufacturers are going to, you know, save us, we're going to have stop the influx of migrants and so on. often broadcasters don't know whether it's a lie or not because they don't know what's happening in Brussels, and then it's too late to fact check it and it's already told. And that does worry me because, like I said, it happened throughout COVID that I was trying to explain that this is actually the position of the Commission. That's not my job. But when something is even quite nefarious and dark and there's money behind it, like as Bertie said, I think there was 4 times the amount of posters against Lisbon than you would find in a general election, normal general election, that does worry me because of course we should have a debate around neutrality and so on, and a proper debate if there's a referendum. But if it's coming from different sources and it's filled with lies, that is so difficult for broadcasters to parry, particularly when they have to have somebody from the pro and someone from the anti. I think it's going to end up like it is with Brexit, to be honest. As in, we'd end up voting something down because people were told a lot of mistruths, like they were during Lisbon, that it was related to abortion or European army. So that does worry me.
But look what happened with Trump last night. He's interviewed CNN. He got up and the first words out of her mouth were a lie. I lost the election. And the anchor was trying to desperately fact check him. But so there's a major existential issue going on for the media now. That you've got the president of United, former president of United, who can get on and just take it. And they're saying, no, that's not right, that's not right. And so how do you handle that? And it's something the media is grappling with all the time.
Well, just very briefly, I think the lying question is something that really exercises me, and I think one of the answers, Finland has got part of the answer. They're more media literate than most other people. Ireland is doing a lot better than Britain. We are media illiterate by that kind of standard. We're way down, we're in the 2nd division, whereas the Scandinavian countries, it would appear, tend to have more trust in the media and tend to be more media literate. The other part of it is I'm an optimist. I think that I don't see Britain rejoining. I don't see any campaign for that. But I do see that reality bites and people will have to change in Britain to have a better relationship with the EU. What that will look like, I'm not sure.
I think we're up against time now. Thank you very much. There's been I hope you'll agree, a very lively discussion, opening up the issues and opening it up critically from a media perspective, which may be, new to some listeners. But thank you again very much to the panel for this, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. It was a brilliant way to end what has been a fantastically stimulating day of discussion. It hasn't quite come to an end yet. We now have our keynote academic address from Professor Desmond Dinan, but in the great spirit of these things, we think you need lubrication to get you through the 5 to 6 hour. So we're going to move up to the foyer and Des will get in position. There'll be a glass of wine or two for everybody. So look forward to seeing you up there. And thanks again to everybody for being here. Thank you.